Welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, September the 26th. Councilors are just coming in here. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We have just transitioned into a electronic version of what we do here now, rather than we've typically had the paper version, and now we've got the iPad version. So we've now moved into the 21st century. So bear with us as we work out a few of the kinks. We just came from an in-camera meeting. I now call to order by starting off with a singing of O Canada. And give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not sure why that came up. Give me 1 second, folks. There we go. Okay, I'd like to start by introducing Jessica Vaughn. Jessica, are you here? Okay, honey, if you can just come up to the microphone here. And can we make sure the little red light is on whichever one you're going to use? The little red light on? Okay. Let me read a little bit about Jessica. Jessica Vaughn was born April 7th, 2004 in Niagara Falls. She's currently in grade 8 and attends Cardinal Newman Catholic Elementary School. Her favorite subject is science, and this past spring she was one of a handful of students in her grade that represented her school at the Niagara Region Science and Engineering Fair that took place at Brock University. She was her class rep on the student council and a member of the Me to We Club. She's also a member of the Youth Advisory Committee for the Niagara Region, where youth meet monthly to discuss various topics. Jessica takes ballet, pointe, and jazz dance lessons. She's also taken drama classes. She's been a part of several of her school musicals, including the lead in Cinderella, as well as had roles in Shrek the Musical and Camp Rock the Musical through Linus Hand Productions. In her spare time, Jessica enjoys skating and swimming. This summer, she passed her Bronze Star and is looking forward to continuing toward the certifications required to become a lifeguard. She's also had a keen interest in astronomy and is a member of the Niagara chapter of the Royal Canadian Astronomical Society. I'm not sure what you do in your spare time. A few weeks ago, she volunteered to assist the Astronomy Club during their solar eclipse viewing event. So Jessica Vaughn, whenever you're ready.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Jessica, does it feel good to have that over with?
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a big audience. You've got a lot of people at home watching you, and you did a fantastic job. So on behalf of the city, I want to say congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Okay. Please be seated. So apologize, we're a little bit late with our in-camera meeting that was just prior to this meeting. At least it's nice and cool in the room. A little bit hot outside, it's nice and cool in here. Won't be long, we'll be complaining it's too cold out. Okay, first item for council is our council minutes from the August 22nd meeting. Do we have any order or any issues to discuss? Councillor Thompson. Okay, moving the minutes from the August 22nd meeting, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Councillor Carrio? Councillor
Thank you,
Campbell?
Worship. On the in-camera item,
Councillor Crater and Rocco?
there was a piece of property that was discussed that was next to a piece of property that I own, and I excused myself and did not participate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have in the checks, check number 407542. It's made payable to myself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crater?
Thank you. I have two conflicts. One is under the municipal accounts, and it's account number 407236. It's payable to myself. That's why it's a conflict. And the second one is under communications, and it's item 9.9. Involves St. Paul High School, and a member of my family works for the Catholic School Board.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morocco?
Yes, I have one pecuniary interest. It's check number 407544, made to myself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, just on item 6.2 with Sheldon Street, I just have a conflict. 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Any other disclosures? And for myself, checks number 406-802, 407-543, and 407-970, checks made out to myself as well. Okay, we get right into our deputations and presentations. Our first presentation tonight is the Winter Festival of Lights. Tina Myers, Executive Director, is going to update council on upcoming events planned. Tina, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Jim Diodati and members of council. The Winter Festival of Lights is right around the corner now. We only have a month left to go pretty much. Our guys are in the Dufferin Islands and they're working away. And just recently, the Winter Festival of Lights was awarded with the International Festivals and Events Award in the position of Gold for our mobile application. We had the opportunity to be on the stage with festivals from around the world. We had Abu Dhabi, China, Korea, New Zealand, Australia, Calgary, and the only other Ontario was in Ottawa. So there was only Ottawa, Calgary, and Niagara Falls that was at the plate. So it was really exceptional to be there. So that was something. And we want to thank all of you for all of your support, as well as to all of the volunteers that are out here today, because this is for them. So. The next thing that we have, I'm just going to have the Winter Festival of Lights promo reel for this year, because we're hoping you all come out to the Winter Festival of Lights this year, because we have lots of new items coming. So I'll let you start with that. Phil, thank you. year, we have lots of new things coming, one of which is from Creos. It's a 84-foot long tunnel that will change colors as you go through it. There's the Prismatica, which is again is another artistic item that we have. So there's lots of things. We hope everybody will come out and join us. In the opening ceremonies, we'll be doing a lot of pyrotechnics, fire, and laser light shows. Again, this will be all a step above for a 35th anniversary. We are also having our volunteer recruitment barbecue this coming Thursday at 5 o'clock. So we invite council if you'd like to come join us, and everyone out there if they want to come and be a part of the Winter Festival of Lights. Bill, I'll let you do that one again. And just so you know what we're working on for 2018, we are currently working on an international fireworks competition. We brought that forward at the last council meeting, so we are still working away at that. We still have different information that has to go forward to the Niagara Parks Commission and again back to this council as well and our Winter Festival of Lights board. So that is something that will take place in November of 2018, and we're really excited about the information that's been coming through on that. There are countries that are interested in being a part of it. We've also are in the primary of looking at new lighting companies from China, as well as we've looked at the Amsterdam Lighting Festival. So there's a lot of things that the festival is doing their due diligence to make sure that we have all the information that we can go out and get the Winter Festival of Lights on the world stage for lighting. So thank you so much for your time, and I will, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do we have any questions? Yeah, Councillor Strange.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to congratulate you on a great presentation. It just baffles my mind. Every year you have to come up with the technology every year. It's getting better and better with lighting and everything, and you have to come up with different ideas to present at Winter Festival of Lights. And we're always known as kind of a summer destination in Niagara Falls, but you know, in the last few years we've been known as a winter destination, and I think it's because of you and your team of people that have been working with you. And it's been amazing, and everyone, especially the volunteers that come out, and they're sitting in the cold weather sometimes in different islands as they go through, and everyone goes sees the Festival of Lights. So I want to recognize you guys out there. So thank you very much. You guys just did an amazing job. So keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Yes, I just wanted a quick word, Your Worship. I want to assure council that I'm the rep on the Winter Festival of Lights as well as the mayor. And I'm telling you, we're getting a big bang for our dollars that we invest, and it's all because of this young lady. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you very much. However, I have an amazing team. Tatiana, Roanne, Janet, and Brian. And Brianna can't be here this evening, but they are awesome. So thank you to them, and then thank you to all of our volunteers that we have. We couldn't do it without them. So.
And Tina, I can imagine the challenge when it's 90 degrees out and you're trying to plan winter activities. But it won't be long, won't be long. So on behalf of the city, we want to say thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers. You do a fantastic job, and we look forward to all the new things that you're going to be unveiling this year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your support.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up is Ovarian Cancer Canada. Now, our presenter will not be able to be here tonight, so Councillor Crater is going to bring the presentation forward in her place.
Thank you, Your Worship. Natalie Prue was going to be here tonight. She's a funeral director, and
she's here?
no.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
She has some visitation unexpectedly tonight at the funeral home, so she wasn't able to make it. What she and the Funeral Association were asking for, and they've asked this of a number of municipalities who have endorsed it, they're asking that we support October the 15th as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day throughout the city of Niagara Falls. Each year, thousands of families across Canada sadly mourn the death of their babies. Parents get isolated in their grief, and the stigma around the death of their children prevents society from speaking about the devastating effects on parents and families. The 15th of October campaign raises awareness for a variety of issues that are a direct result of the death of a child, either before birth, that's during pregnancy, or after birth. And so I will read the proclamation, and then we'll be asking council if they would support it. And the proclamation would be saying, whereas October the 15th has been declared by the Province of Ontario as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day throughout the passing of Bill 141, known as the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Research and Care Act 2015, and whereas 37,000 families are affected by pregnancy loss and infant death each year in Ontario, and whereas 1 in 4 women have suffered a loss of pregnancy, and whereas there is a need to create greater awareness, acknowledgement, and a loving space for these who have suffered such a loss, now therefore be it resolved that I, the Mayor, Jim Diodati, proclaim, I shouldn't have, it's not appropriate to kind of chuckle because it isn't, October the 15th as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day. And so I'd like to make that motion, Your Worship.
Okay, moved and seconded by Councillor Morocco. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that, Councillor. I'd also like to point out, I realize we've got all 3 of our regional councillors here, Councillor Maeve, Councillor Volpatti, and Councillor Gale. So thank you for joining us here tonight.
It's an election year. Gotta be.
Not yet. Next year. We're getting close. Wasn't that what he just did? What one did he do? Are you sure? Okay. Sorry, we're a little bit of confusion here. Which ovarian cancer? Sherry's here, right? Yes, yes. Or she? I just saw her wave to me. Oh, there you are. You moved. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. We had things a little bit out of order here. Sherry Lynch will address council regarding ovarian cancer disease, and she'll have a request to council. So Sherry, welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here representing Ovarian Cancer Canada. I am the co-chair of the Niagara Falls Walk of Hope in memory of my mom who lost her life after a 6-year fight with ovarian cancer. Was a teacher here for about 42 years. So that's how I got involved in this program. I'm here to speak to council today because this is a problem that is not well publicized. We do hear about other cancers. Ovarian cancer seems to be low down the list, and I want to make sure that we get note out there that at least one of the women that are sitting in this room will be touched by ovarian cancer in their lifetime. Our statistics show in Canada that each year 2,800 women are newly diagnosed with ovarian cancer, and every year ovarian cancer claims 1,750 lives in Canada. In Ontario, 1,200 women will be newly diagnosed this year alone, and over 660 women will die of this disease. The lifetime risk, as I said, it's 1.4% lifetime probability of developing ovarian cancer. That's 1 in 71 women. As I said, that's one of these ladies in this room before you. All women are at risk. Unfortunately, ovarian cancer is the country's most fatal women's cancer, above and beyond breast cancer, as many people think. Because this disease is caught in its late stages, 56% of women that are diagnosed die within the first 5 years of being diagnosed with the disease. This is because there is no reliable screening test for this disease. The most common symptoms are bloating, difficulty eating, and general stomach issues, I will say. Abdominal discomfort, change in urinary habits, all things that we all go through in our lifetime at some time or another, and as women, we kind of fluff them off and say, hey, you know what, I'll get better. Women living with ovarian cancer don't have treatment options and they need improved access to drugs, and that's why I'm here this evening. Treatment options for ovarian cancer have not significantly advanced since the 1990s, which is astonishing. While new drugs have been approved, funding decisions are still pending, and ovarian cancer patients have yet to benefit from this progress. Every day, 5 Canadian women are lost to ovarian cancer because their treatment options have run out. The lack of research investment has stalled our progress against ovarian cancer, and between 2010 and 2014, the federal government invested almost $121 million in breast cancer research, over $50 million in research on prostate cancer, and under $21 million in ovarian cancer research. Outcomes for women living with ovarian cancer have not significantly improved in 50 years. That's older than me, believe it or not. Still, more than half of those diagnosed do not live to see another 5 years of their life. This month is National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Out of the country's 250 cancer charities, Ovarian Cancer Canada is the only national charity dedicated solely to overcoming this disease. This organization provides leadership by providing support, increasing awareness, and funding vital research. Ovarian Cancer Canada is working with and for Canadians living with this disease to ensure that women with ovarian cancer live fuller, better, and way longer lives. I'd like to introduce you to my partner in crime. Her name is Bonnie Caruso. Bonnie was this year's survivor speaker at the Ovarian Cancer Walk of Hope, and she's going to tell you a little bit about her journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, I'd like to introduce myself again. Bonnie Caruso. I am the chair of Let's Ride for Her in support of ovarian cancer, which we held a fundraiser this past summer, which was a motorcycle and all-vehicle support, which generated great support, and I'd like to now tell you my story. I am a 2-year ovarian cancer survivor. I like to refer myself as a teal warrior. This is my journey. On 3 separate occasions, I visited the emergency room with upper abdominal pain, severe indigestion, and shortness of breath. During the first 2 visits, the tests were taken, however, were inconclusive, or in the normal range. Therefore, I was sent home. Weeks later, still experiencing the same symptoms, I returned to the ER, and more tests were then performed. It was decided that further testing was necessary, and I was then admitted. Those tests determined I had fluid in my abdomen, which needed to be aspirated, and then were diagnosed. I was then told the fluid was ascites, and the prognosis was ovarian cancer. Cancer is an individual experience. Each and every survivor, and we all are survivors from the first day we are diagnosed, we will all have our own unique walk down cancer path. We will all meet challenges, successes, and failures. They have been met and dealt with before us, and we will be met and dealt with us, and will be met and dealt with again after us, to leave behind whatever we can that will benefit those who walk again in our paths. We need to do so. Ovarian cancer does not discriminate. It has no boundaries. It has no age boundaries. Ovarian cancer will remain a silent killer if we stay silent with it. We need to increase awareness among women, all women of all ages, about the symptoms. Knowledge is power. Look around you. This is for your mother, your daughter, your sister, your aunt, your cousin, your neighbor, your friend. Let's work together and pay it forward. We need early detection for ovarian cancer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that.
Does anybody have any questions about
So do we have any questions
Anything?
about ovarian cancer for Ashley, and/or, now, our discussion here was a motion to draw awareness, right? To did you want to bring that forward for us, that we could?
Absolutely, just to draw awareness, to hopefully look for more funding in the future, to be put towards this disease. As I said, it's a very much more common disease than people actually realize. We do need the funding, unfortunately, to get the awareness out there and to get the cure, or something to do to fight with these women, alongside these women that are going through this journey.
So we're just looking for a motion to petition upper levels of government to make sure that they keep up with the funding with this, as they have with other cancers. Okay, so there's a move by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. If there's no discussion to the motion, we'll call, oh yes, Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Carrier.
Yeah, Your Worship, the only thing I wanted to mention, thanks for the presentation, is maybe the next time that they're having an event, they can let us here know at City Hall, and we can put the word out on our website, and maybe some of us can get out to the event.
That'd be fantastic, thank you.
Okay, we can do it, Councillor Carrier, and then Strange.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to say thank you very much to you for coming. There's nothing that's important for most of us than to see someone come. I know it's hard for you to do, but it has a tremendous impact on all of us to see someone do it that's actually battling it, rather than just read about it or hear about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Strange.
Yes, you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Bonnie, for your story. I can't imagine what you've gone through, the treatments and everything. And I think early detection, like you said, and a lot of people don't know what that feeling is, and it's not like it's a lump or anything like that sometimes type of cancer might have. So I was thinking maybe we can get the early symptoms for young girls and women, maybe even on our website or newsletter. Just if you have something like that, maybe just go get it checked out as early detection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the thing that really struck me is when they said that survival rates had not increased since, what was the year?
In 50 years.
In 50 years, they haven't increased. That's unacceptable. So we have a motion, we're gonna call the vote, all those in favor, and that's unanimous. So thank you to both of you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, do we have Peter Nicholson here? Is Peter here? Dave? Oh, we're gonna jump ahead? Oh, okay. 5.3, no, you know what, okay, yeah, we're gonna do you, Rob. Go ahead, you're up here. Okay, no, come up here. Or Peter, rather, sorry. Peter, Rob's your dad, sorry.
That's right.
Peter Nicholson's here on behalf of Alzheimer's Society, and you've got a message for council and for all the people here.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor Diodati, members of council, and members of the public. Thank you for having me here tonight to speak to our 22nd annual Coffee Break campaign. The Coffee Break is our longest standing national annual fundraiser, and it's supported by Alzheimer's societies all across Canada. Thousands of coffee breaks are held each year, and since its inception 22 years ago, we've estimated approximately $20 million has been raised in support of Alzheimer's societies. This year, the National Coffee Break Day was Thursday, September 21st, and approximately 10,000 coffee breaks were held on that particular day. Here in the Niagara region, our campaign kicked off at a barbecue at the Niagara on the Lake in Town Hall in Virgil, hosted by our honorary chair, RMP, and like you mentioned, my father, Rob Nicholson. So dementia is a mental disorder. It doesn't discriminate. It affects people regardless of background, education, lifestyle, and status. It's estimated that there's approximately 500,000 Canadians that are impacted by some form of dementia, and unfortunately this figure is expected to double in the next 15 years. I can say even locally here in Niagara, it's estimated that there's approximately 9,800 people who experience some form of dementia, and unfortunately this is a growing number. The Alzheimer's Society of Niagara Region's mission is to advocate for these people with dementia and their care partners, provide access to a diverse range of appropriate resources and support. So our goal is to assist people with dementia and their care partners, and provide a welcoming place where they can access information and support, as well as connect with others who are impacted by Alzheimer's. To support a large variety of our programs, our society here in Niagara has to fundraise for approximately $500,000 each year, And this coffee break event is our signature event. Coffee breaks provide an opportunity to invite your coworkers, friends, or clients, more or less to come together for a cup of coffee in exchange for making a donation. So hosting a coffee break can be fun, it can be easy to organize. We supply the kit, and the host supplies the location and the people. The kit includes coffee, as well as promotional literature, as well as a donation box. So you can choose a date that is convenient for you. The Niagara campaign kicked off last Thursday, but it runs right until the end of this year. So there's quite a bit of time. Coffee breaks are held all over homes, churches, city councils like this one, city centers, and offices. And we always say that no coffee break is too big or too small, because each one certainly does make a difference in the lives of people affected by dementia. Thanks to this council and approximately 150 other hosts last year, we raised approximately $77,000, which is excellent. Our goal this year is to raise $100,000. So we're working hard towards that. Organizing and taking part of a coffee break event in your community has the potential to raise awareness, and it encourages discussion of this issue. So we ask people listening here tonight to consider hosting a coffee break event and to make your coffee count. As I mentioned, it's a fun and easy way to show your support for the Alzheimer's Society, and anyone can register for a free coffee break kit by calling the Alzheimer's Society Niagara Region at 905-687-3914. It's 905-687-3914, or by visiting our website at www.alzheimersniagara.ca. So thank you for your time this evening, for your support this year and your support in prior years as well. So Mayor Diodati, may I please present to you with your official coffee break kit.
Yes, please come forward. Oh, can you, okay, I'll come to you. Sorry. Peter?
Great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
That's great. So we'll have a coffee break at the city for Alzheimer's. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion, I'm sorry, yeah, Councilor.
Any questions? Yeah.
First, I was going to bring this up under new business later. I didn't realize that you were on the agenda, Peter, and I'm really pleased that you're here. I will tell you that during my term of office as an MPP, I held two of the coffee breaks. But the reason I wanted to bring it up, because I can tell you, Worship, like, we have a crisis in this region. I know you know this, and I was going to bring it up. Right now, I think I have 4 different families who have called me who have a member of their family affected by dementia. And you know the difficulties they're having. They can't get into a facility. People don't quite understand that although we have long-term care facilities, only certain ones are capable of providing the level of care that a person with dementia needs. I think the figure I saw within the last 2 weeks that the homes that do provide that type of a service have a waiting list of anywhere from 50 to 75 to 100 people waiting to try to get in. But the reason I'm really concerned, and I know, Peter, I know you're aware of this, is the caregivers. I've met the caregivers. I met the lady who has a husband who's 82. She's 81, and it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week that she's trying to look after her husband. And I think, as a former member of Parliament, I think we've got to get a message out to the government that we are in a crisis situation with dementia down here, sadly. And it's a crisis because we don't have the facilities to provide the level of care that people need. And the thing that concerns me is not certainly for the person affected by dementia, but for the caregiver. Because I've seen, the lady I talked to you about, I've seen how she's deteriorated in the last year. I've seen what it's done to her, and we cannot. And I have tried, I've gone through our MPP's office, Wayne Gates, we haven't had any success. So we've got to get a message out to the provincial government in particular that they're gonna have to start providing the kind of funds. And I think you should be funding your organization, because I know the services you provide, and I know you have to fundraise. But I think, and more importantly, they're gonna have to look at building more additional facilities or providing funding to the existing facilities so they can add on and provide the level of care that these people need. If you don't, and the numbers, I am staggered when I think back when I started 10 or 12 years ago as an MPP, but the numbers now that I'm seeing of people affected by dementia. And the good thing is, people are living longer, but people are getting sicker as they live longer. Dementia seems to be one that's increasing. So I don't want to take too much time, but it was just appropriate you were here. And maybe can you throw some comments in? I mean, you've been here a number of times, so you see it firsthand.
Yeah, no, thanks for bringing that up, Kim. I mean, the numbers are staggering. Here in Niagara, the estimate, as I mentioned, 9,800 people have some form of progressive dementia, and that number, the estimate's going to grow. Even in Canada, you have 500,000 people, and it's estimated that's going to double in the next 15 years. So something's got to be done, and we're noticing problems now, what's going to happen in 10, 15 years. So it's something that we have to plan for, and certainly, these coffee breaks are a chance for people to talk about this and to bring some awareness to this issue. So I thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Okay. Your Worship, I'll just close with this. Maybe for the next council meeting, we could work with our clerk and put something together that we could formally send out to the provincial government and also through our MPP's office, Wayne Gates, as well. So I'll work on that till the next council meeting.
So maybe you want to make a motion, two things. One, that we accept the coffee break invitation, and that we put a resolution together for our next council meeting that we can send on to the province.
Thank you. I so move, Your Worship.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Second by Councillor Ioannoni. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if there's a way that, and I love the comments from Councillor Crater, because I've seen it. So I got some family members that diagnosed with some early dementia, so it's scary. Like you ask them a question, and it's just kind of, they don't know, that we know they know, but they have no idea, and they got the scariest look on their face, and it's really tough on the family members too. But is there a way that we could spread the news, and maybe to our city buildings or something like that we could maybe get them to participate, if not this year, next year, in this coffee break? I think it'd be great for the whole city to maybe branch out for all our city buildings to participate to this coffee break. It'd be great.
That'd be wonderful.
I'd like to put a motion that
Okay.
somehow we can participate.
Well, do you want to just friendly, yeah, Councillor Crater? You want to add that to your motion? So that,
Yes, Your Worship.
okay, so that we'll do this rather than just one building, we'll try to do this around all the city buildings. Right, so we'll make that a bigger coffee break. I don't know if I'll need another kit here, or I'm not sure.
Bring a few more kits next time.
Maybe a few more kits, yeah, if you've got some more. And if not, we know what to do. Okay, so we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thanks very much for coming out, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dave Martineau. Is Dave Martineau here? There's Dave Martineau. Dave Martineau is going to talk to council about making a movie of 10 Men in a Tent. We thought that was over when it was over. And then it happened a second time, and it's still not over. So it's going to be like Nightmare on Elm Street 14. It just never ends. Welcome, Mr. Martineau.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, thanks very much for hearing me out here today. Can I control this myself?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
How do I do that? Thank you. You're welcome.
There's a mouse there, or you can use the arrows on the...
Okay. Well, while I try to figure that out in my brain.
We do have it if you like.
What's that?
He can do it if you like.
I don't even know what direction I'm going to go with this, so I think I sort of want to see what I can do. But I have a few people here with me today. Brian Pello, the chair of Project Share, and a former, tent man. Diane Corkum, the ED of Project Share. Tim Parker, another former tent guy. Councillor Gale, you're here with me too? Yes, okay. Thank you. And I have a guest here as well, Michael Mahonen, who I will talk about in a little bit. So I think, oh, do I have this? Okay. So these are stats from, I don't think I have to talk about the 10-minute tent from 2009. Everybody's aware of it. I mean, everything that happened, $302,000 raised. And I'm always, I try to be very careful. It wasn't, the 10-minute tent that raised $302,000. It was the community of Niagara Falls that did. So from stats from Project Share the Landscape today, and to me this was staggering. 1 in 7 people in Canada live in poverty. 1 in 5 children in Canada live in poverty, or 1.3 million. In Niagara alone, the number of people helped by Project Share between 2008 and the end of 2016 rose by a shocking 26.5%. And 1,682, because everybody knows, I think, Project Share does a lot more than just provide food. 1,682 Niagara households were forced to rely on emergency shelter last year. So everybody knows about what happened and what occurred, and Councillor Gale came up with this absolutely ridiculous idea for 10 of us to camp out for 5 days and 5 nights at the corner of Montrose and Thorold Stone Road, and as it says here, communities rallied and neighborhoods rallied and sports teams rallied, and it turned out to be this really beautiful event where $302,000 was raised in a very desperate time at the food bank. So I'll take you through the story of how this has sort of gotten here. Fast forward from 2009, go back from right now. But in 2015, I don't even believe I'm saying this, but I decided to get into acting, and I was on last summer. I was on the set of the TV show Reign, REIGN, and it was about 2 a.m. and I'm sharing stories with a guy just to try and stay awake. And I told him about the 10-minute event and all of the amazing stories that went with it. And he grabbed my arm and he said, "Dave, this is a movie. This is a movie." I said, "This isn't a movie." He said, "This is a movie." So he proceeded to write a script, and I think it was December. I got most of the guys back together and said, I think we met at Betty's restaurant, and I said, I think I'm going to go down this path and see if we can make this movie, because, who knows. So in January, I started making phone calls, and I made my first phone call to the acting union, ACTRA. And I phoned them up and I said, "Hi, my name's Dave Martineau. I have no idea what I'm doing, but here's my story." And they said, "Oh my God, that's amazing. Come on in and tell us about it." So I went in and told them about it and left with, stacks and stacks of papers. And there was one line in there. It said I had to become a member of the Canadian Media Production Association. So I phoned up the Canadian Media Production Association and, "Hi, this is Dave Martineau. I have no idea what I'm doing, but here's my story." Same reaction. "Oh my God, come on in and tell us about it." So I went down and filled them in, and they gave me a lot of good advice. And then they asked the question, "Who's handling your legal and accounting?" And I said, I need legal and accounting. And they referred me to a lawyer on Queen Street in Toronto named Eric Bernberg. So I phoned him up and, gave the same story. "Hi, this is Dave, no idea what I'm doing." He said, same reaction, "That's amazing." And he said, "But in the last 20 years, it's the first time, usually it's been action flicks and horror movies that have been coming through the door." So I went down and chatted with him for a little while, and he said, "Dave, these are his words, they weren't mine, but Dave, this movie has to be in every town in North America to inspire communities to do what the community of Niagara Falls did to help help its own and help its food bank. And he said, I used to be the vice president of Alliance Atlantis. So once the script is ready and good to go, I'll put you in front of every film distributor, and we'll see where it goes from there. And then he also said, I have a connection to Niagara Falls. My family used to own the Rosberg building. So the last time I was in, he filled me in on all the family connections, which I don't remember at this time. But it was kind of an interesting story. So in the last few months, I've been kind of piecing stuff together by raising funds, and again, the community has been over the top in either helping with financial contributions or helping with in-kind contributions. And you can see the people that have been helping here already: Johnny Rocco's Casamia, Burnt Chip Bay Winery, Winter Festival of Lights, Conzelman Winery, Ripley's, Upper Canada Cheese, Gales, Patterson Funeral Home, Whirlpool Jet Boats, GAMS, Cogeco, Bell Media, Performance Auto Group, Walker Industries, Niagara Peninsula Energy, Karen Croft Inn, Niagara Ice Dogs, Meadows Pharmacy, and a lot of individuals. There's been some significant developments that have occurred already. Bell Media has committed to promoting the movie across all platforms across Canada. It's going to be a actor production, so we'll be using professional actors. And Michael Mahonen, I'll probably brag about him a little bit more on another slide. Michael's a childhood friend, first of all. But I don't know if you remember Road to Avonlea. He was one of the stars of Road to Avonlea. He was Gus Pike in it. He's got a Gemini Award. He's got 3 other nominations. He's directed his own movie, written and directed his own movie, and that won a number of awards as well, right, Michael? So really great pedigree as well. And I've had 3 meetings already with a major film distribution company. And this was kind of an interesting, turn of events as well. Somebody said, hey, Dave, I know the VP of Finance of blah, I won't say who it is yet. And when he said the company, just blank look, because I don't know much about this industry. And he said, well, it's big. So we had one conference call, we had a second conference call, and I've actually had a face-to-face meeting with 2 VPs of that company. And again, they've been very helpful, and again, things continue to progress. I've already, I'm talking out of order here, but again, Michael just comes with so much experience and so much knowledge and obviously so much talent that he's already making a huge difference with this. With all of these supporters that I've already read off, a lot have given in kind. Even ACTRA is allowing us to do something that, and usually they're not very flexible on stuff, but they're allowing us to do something that's going to save us $120,000. GAMS, Larry, and actually Michelle donating some property in Chippewa to help us, to allow us to do the filming. Gales is donating their land where the movie was originally, where the event originally happened. And just from these, we have about $300,000 in savings. When I include people that have donated hotel rooms, donated food, people that have written cash and checks, we're at about $550,000 that we've raised so far. So we just have like a little ways to go, and hoping to film in April, May. So what's the movie about? Well, it's not really about 10 Men in a Tent. It's about how a community came together to help its own in a time of need. And I think, just give me a couple more hours here and I'll get through this. But I think I forwarded the script, the original script to Michael, and he wrote back, you don't mind if I read this to you, Michael? From Boturio? What are you reading, Dave?
Initial thoughts, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I sent him the original script, and he said, Dave, like, you know, here it's pretty good, like it's okay, but here's some thoughts. So I'll just read what he wrote back. He said, I think one of the things that can be most touching about the story is to see how the good sides of the community are touched and how their compassion arises to cause them to want to help care for each other and how this causes them to come together as a community. At one point in the script as it stands, the people do start taking action and a bunch of food starts to arrive, but as with some things in the script, we don't quite see how it happened. So then here's a piece of the script that he wrote in. Once men initially get in the tent, at first it seems like very few citizens are interested, almost none. The trucks that roll up with food donations have very little in them. Once the barbecues start up, there are more people interested, but not as interested in the food bank as they are in getting some great barbecue from the chefs at this unique outdoor event, all of this true. And to watch these well-known community leaders taking on this unique task and suffering in the heat and having much less food than usual. The TV crew, Kojiko, is there at this point early on as the barbecues start drawing people to the event. The TV crew is doing live interviews with the people enjoying the barbecue, and at one point the camera pans over to the men in the tent, and maybe a barbecue eater jokes about how good the barbecue is, teasing one of the guys. And it's a party atmosphere. The camera moves over to a woman in her 60s, standing next to the barbecue area. They ask if she has had any of the delicious barbecue that they're encouraging the people to come down and enjoy, along with hopefully bringing some donations. The lady, who is sweet and soft-spoken, says that she's not there for the barbecue. She says she's there hoping one of the food trucks will arrive with donations as she needs to get some food for her family. This sobers up the reporter, who realizes the value in this interview and asks her to share some of her personal situation if she would like to. She says that her daughter and grandchildren live with her and have had very little to eat for the past 2 days, and the food bank is running very short, and she hopes to get something as soon as possible from one of the trucks as soon as they arrive. The reporter says, so you haven't had much to eat for the past 2 days? A humble and somewhat embarrassed smile comes across her face as she shakes her head. No, she hasn't. The reporter asks what she's eaten in the past 2 days. She pauses for a moment and says, myself, nothing. I wanted the others, especially the grandkids, to have something. They're growing, The reporter, who is moved, nods his head yes, and she says, I'm okay, I can get by, but I'm hoping a truck arrives soon. The reporter nods their head yes and uncomfortably glances at the people who are enjoying the barbecue and the party atmosphere. The lady notices this and with compassion and quiet dignity refers to the gathering and smiles, saying, I think this is very good. This is a very good initiative, and I hope it's successful and that people can come out and have some fun and maybe help out a little at the same time. The reporter, visibly moved, asks if he can buy some barbecue for the lady and the rest of her family that she can take home with her. She looks around, seeing no food trucks, and says, thanks very much. Yes, that would be very kind. And then during this report, there are cuts to the homes of people watching this on their TVs, some visibly moved, and seeing the face of those who are suffering and hearing their words. This spurs the community into action. So this is, I read all of that because I just wanted you to understand the tone of the movie.
Should read a little bit more. I want to watch the movie.
You'll have to wait. This movie is obviously going to position Niagara Falls in a great light. I mean, it was an amazing thing what this community did at that time. But it gives an opportunity to do a couple of things as well. Gets to showcase the beauty of Niagara Falls, so we'll have some in the outtakes. And also how Project Share came to be, started up by Councillor Thompson many, many years ago.
Dave, I forgot to mention to you, it's supposed to be a 10-minute window, so I don't know if we've got much more here to go.
Oh, you didn't mention that?
No.
Okay, sorry.
He's in the movie.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that. My apologies. So, this is how, that stuff I don't need. I have 2 asks. So I'll get right to the asks here. the first one and broken apart in two, that the city waive any permits and fees so that we can do the filming. I don't think it's going to be much of an inconvenience. Some scenes will be shot obviously on the location where we were, and a lot shot on the property in Chippewa, and then any assistance with materials like fencing, pylons would be most appreciated. Then the second one is, I'm just going to pull this out here just to, there's a
Excuse me,
grant.
on the first part, were there vehicles involved too? I thought originally you thought there might be from transportation.
If you could, that would be fantastic.
You should put it all in the ask, just so it's all part of the motion.
Okay, any help would be amazing. The second part, there is a Niagara Investment in Culture grant that we would like to apply to for some funding. I met with the person that runs it, Marion Bannerman, and she suggested a $50,000 ask, but the ask actually has to come from the city. It can't come from us. Municipally led projects, any local municipality within the Niagara region can be a part of this. For municipally led projects, applicant municipalities will be expected to contribute a minimum of 25% to the total NIC funds requested. So if it's a $50,000 ask, asking that the city contribute $12,500, but it's up to $12,500, because the grant could come back and they could say, we'll give you $40,000, which means $10,000 from the city. And the criteria I've listed here: overall quality, uniqueness, and she said it all fits when we went through all of this. Number, nature, and diversity of partnerships. You can see we have a lot of partnerships. Amount of non-governmental funding. So far there's been no governmental funding. Ways, degrees, which the project supports the goals of the Niagara Culture Plan. Potential of the project to have strong legacy component. Obviously it will. This will be around forever, showcasing what Niagara did. But as in a presentation that I made last week to an entity, it's an opportunity to teach other communities what occurred here as well. And potential of the project to build cultural capacity in Niagara. So as I've already said, asking up to $12,500 for a $50,000 application for the grant. So that's the second part.
The only thing you never mentioned was the benefit to Project Share from the movie.
Oh, thanks. And can you come up, Mike? So yeah, our biggest equity partner in this is actually Project Share. We'll be donating 25% of any profits back to Project Share. So again, a lot of people have given of their time and resources. Project Share will get 25% plus some monies from revenues that are coming in as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You want to introduce your guest?
Okay, this is Michael Mahonen, the Gemini, and I say this with all sincerity, the guy's an amazing actor, obviously. Gus Pike on Road to Avonlea, Gemini Award, 3 other nominations, and award-winning director and writer as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I didn't know if you wanted to ask him a question or anything.
Well, council, you've got our 2 guests here at the front of the room. Do we have any questions that anyone wanted to ask? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Iononi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank you for repeating the story of the woman who came out, because I remember going down to that tent, and day 4 it was a little rank to tell you, but the positivity from the community was amazing. And that story can be reverberated by thousands in this community and right across communities across Ontario. So I think it's a fantastic idea. I think if it can tell a story and bring communities out in events like that across the province, across Canada, it'll be phenomenal for Project Shares, or the Community Cares, or the food banks that are trying to serve people who are really having a difficult time. That story's heartbreaking. It almost had me crying.
Well,
but congratulations. It's
thank you. But it was
idea.
It was Michael that wrote that piece of it.
That was beautiful. And I just want to say I have no problem putting a motion forward to make a motion to approve asking for a grant of up to whatever they're eligible, or the 25% of whatever they're eligible for.
Okay. So motion by Councilor Iononi for what you just mentioned. Asking for up to $12,500 for a $50,000 grant, depending on,
Up to the 25%.
I think, Counselor?
No,
Yep.
it was we have to fund up to 25% of what they're asking for. So whatever that amount is, based on what they're eligible for.
Okay. So we have a motion, looking for a second. Do we have a second from council? Councilor Morocco? Okay. Yes, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, your worship, I mean, I think everyone around the table wants to support Project Share, but I think this is something that should go to staff first, and staff should understand exactly what the ask is, and then the report should come back to council. That's just a general procedure. I honestly, I mean, I met with Mr. Martineau, support the project. I think it would be great for Project Share as well, but I'd like to know exactly what I'm agreeing to. So, in my opinion, I don't want to vote against it, but I think it should be going to staff first.
Okay.
I
Yep.
have no problem with that.
Okay. So did you want to amend your motion? then?
Amend motion to go to staff first.
Okay. So we've got a motion by Councilor Ioannoni, seconded. Second, are you okay with that, Councilor Morocco? Okay, so that the motion is what we just mentioned, up to $12,500 of the $50,000, depending on what we get from the region, but for it to first go to staff or report back to council.
Understood.
Is that right? You comfortable with that, Councilor?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. We'll look forward to that coming back and moving forward.
Should we talk about the first, part one?
The first part one? Well, it's all gonna come back. You mean
And
the
so
two
it's
parts
all
are-
gonna be in the
It'll
one.
all come back as
You
one
got
great
it.
big thing. Yeah. Did you want to mention who was gonna be playing Bob Gale in the movie, or did you want to hold off?
We've already secured George,
David.
we've already secured George Clooney. So, yeah, that'll be Bob.
Pee Wee Herman was busy, so that's why we're okay. Yeah, that's me, because he's playing me. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next, where are we? Where are we at? Okay. Next up, I'd like to, is Mackenzie Lay here? Mackenzie? Is Mackenzie here? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yo, come on up here, Mackenzie.
Hi, good, how are you?
Nice to see you. Very
Nice to
good.
see you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, from time to time, we recognize people in our community that do nice things. And this, a lot of the time, is a chance here in council chambers where we can acknowledge what they do and inspire others to also do special things. So now, I think I said it wrong. Lee. Okay, so it's Mackenzie Lee. So on Tuesday, August the 8th of this year, the fire department responded to a 77-year-old male that his vital signs were absent. And he was where you work, at the Grand Central Bar on Queen Street. When the fire department arrived, Mackenzie, who works there, she was actively performing CPR on the patient. She'd been doing this for approximately 5 minutes. When the fire crew arrived, they took over and they continued the CPR. The patient was tended to by fire and by paramedics, and finally regained a strong pulse and was once again breathing. And it was Mackenzie's quick and steadfast actions that were vital to saving this gentleman's life, and today he can be with his family and talk about his experience. So we'd like to acknowledge Mackenzie. And I know that's not why she did it. And we recently had a boy here too that helped someone that was drowning. But that's the kind of people that live and work in Niagara Falls. You know, they say there's no such thing as innocent bystanders. We're all bystanders, and we either get involved or we don't. And Mackenzie had a choice, and she got involved. So maybe we'll ask Mackenzie if there's anything you wanted to share with everyone here today on what happened that day and how you felt.
It was just a normal shift, and then everything went a little bit south, so I just did what I thought I should do.
Were you nervous at all?
There was no time to be nervous. It was just time to figure out what to do.
Were you trained in CPR?
Yeah, I did. I had training in CPR. And just started doing it. I don't know.
Have you ever had to do that before?
Once before. And same outcome. So I'm good.
She's 2 for 2.
I'd like to stop there though. Let's no more.
So it's a good place to go eat at Grand Central. You're really okay as long as Mackenzie's working. Yeah. So, well, on behalf of the city, we do have a little something, and we got our wires crossed today. We don't have it here for you. I apologize.
Sure.
But we do have something that will maybe we'll bring it when we go over to Grand Central. But on behalf of the city, we'd like to say congratulations. We're glad that you're in our community, and we know it should be a great example for other people in the community as well. So, congratulations. Is Angela Arsenio here? Angela Arsenio? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That one's been deferred. 5.6, victim services has been deferred. We've got the Go Hub Transit Station study. Niagara Region staff here to present to this. Carl, do we have people here for this, or?
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Diodati and members of council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide you an update on the Niagara Falls GO Transit Secondary Plan. The purpose of this presentation is to provide council with an update of the draft materials that were presented to the public meeting that we held back in June. So you've seen this before. The study is designed to output 4 deliverables. Firstly, the first item is to work closely with Metrolinx on transit station design elements. Second is preparing secondary plans for appropriate land uses around the transit station. And third, we will be conducting a transportation modeling analysis based on those land uses, as well as producing a market analysis for development potential. So when we originally started this work, the study had 6 phases. However, since that time, Metrolinx did announce that they were coming to Niagara, and a GO transit station was coming to Niagara Falls in 2023, so that they will now be taking over transit station design. However, the region and the city will be working closely with them on the design elements of the transit station. So back on June 15th, we hosted a public information center, and approximately 60 attendees came out. That was a great improvement from the year before, where we only had 4 attendees. And the purpose of the open house was to present the draft secondary plan elements. It was also to provide an opportunity to the public to ask questions, to provide comments, and also listen to any of the suggestions they may have. It was also important that we raise awareness of the upcoming fall public engagement, because we hope to wrap up the secondary plan at the end of Q4 in 2017 and come back to Niagara Falls Council for endorsement of that secondary plan. So in addition to the open house, we held an online survey, and that online survey was designed to, again, engage the public and raise awareness. And within that survey, 20% or 264 respondents identified Niagara Falls as their station of interest. So the table before you is some overall things that we heard from the public. We heard that people want a transit station and a connection to the greater Toronto-Hamilton area. However, they want enhanced investment in the downtown when it comes to businesses, as well as amenities in the area. They're looking for shopping, grocery stores, pharmacies, amenities that they currently don't have. They also suggested that they want improvements to Queen Street and the downtown when it relates to infrastructure needs, They want to ensure that there's sufficient amount of parking at the transit station, and that they want it sooner than 2023, and that the level of service needs to be convenient and frequent. Again, here is the context of the Niagara Falls Station area plan. The area in red is the transit station that was identified in the 2011 environmental study report by Go Transit. The area in orange is the study area where we are looking to introduce new land uses policy, and it's typically about a 10-minute walking radius from the transit station. So the total plan area is approximately 172 hectares in size, and there's a potential through redevelopment for an additional 2,450 people and 560 jobs by 2041. It's the existing Via Rail Station is the heart of the plan, and we're looking at this as the terminus of the GO Transit line and a possible international gateway. So with every secondary plan, we start with objectives. And the first objective of the Niagara Falls GO Transit secondary plan is to comprehensively improve the public realm, to concentrate mixed-use intensification along Bridge Street, Park Street, and portions of Queen Street, to support tourist commercial uses along River Road, to celebrate, conserve, and enhance the historic and cultural assets of downtown, to strengthen the stable residential neighborhoods of Glenview, and provide a framework to address land use compatibility along Buttrey Street. So the one thing that we recognize is that the Niagara Falls GO Transit Station secondary plan is a long-term plan, and that not everything is going to occur right away. So what we've asked our consulting team to do was to take pictures of existing areas, and based on the land use plan, if everything comes to fruition, how could it look by 2041? So the first pairing of image shows the vacant and underutilized properties along Bridge Street. And the concept on the right illustrates the change that could occur with improved streetscaping, increased densities, and public realm enhancements. It is essential for new infrastructure and development to utilize these existing brownfield sites to complement the station's short and long-term function. The second pairing of images is looking north at Bridge Street towards Victoria Avenue Bridge. The site is one of several existing brownfields within the study area, and it's an example of what it can become. Is on the right. The image on the right shows the University of Waterloo School of Pharmacy building. It's located across the street from the City of Kitchener's new transit station. And at one time, this area was very similar to the image on the left. And by the City of Kitchener able to attract the pharmacy school, a lot of redevelopment has occurred within the area. Again, we also want to look at Bridge Street. So the image before you is the space in front of the existing Via station and at the intersection of Bridge Street and Erie Avenue. And if everything went according to the land use plan, this is potentially what could happen in the next 10 to 20, 30 years. It's the long-term vision preserves and the adaptive reuse of heritage buildings. We envision facade improvements that will enhance the relationship and interface between buildings and the street to encourage pedestrian activity. There are public realm improvements that have been identified in front of the station, as well as the southwest corner of Bridge Street and Erie Avenue intersection. It includes ample and clear signage to improve wayfinding when traveling to and from the station. And this includes wayfinding to major destinations both within and beyond the study boundary. So we found it's important to improve pedestrian travel experience through providing street furniture, pedestrian lighting, street banners, and aesthetically appealing elements along the streets.
So just on that point, we have a question from a councillor. Councillor Inonen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Were we looking at what used to be our municipal service center for our transit? That's going to be a parking lot, right?
I believe so.
Okay, I just want to, that's not included in your...
I can answer.
Okay.
Do you want me to answer
Yes,
that now? So we have been working with city staff on that vision of including parking elements near the public realm. So what we're hoping to incorporate is a parkette, as well as include parking for the transit station and include that transit terminal that's existing there as well. So you can't see it, it's in behind the building, but.
So that's not, the vision is not on that property?
So the long-term vision would be to also, perhaps if you can, once the market does arrive and there's more value for the property, to also include mixed-use development and still provide for parking on that site.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the draft land use plan that we did show at our public information centers back in June. And when we come back in the fall, you will see some changes to the plan. But things to discuss are there's two special policy areas, so in the dark blue and light blue. In the dark blue, the current uses on these lands today are primarily heavy industrial. Since we do not want to force employment out of the area, the proposed special policy area will provide the city with some policy flexibility for transitioning land over the long term as they become available to a more compatible use. So we would see transitioning this area from heavy industrial to light industrial and then eventually to mixed use or residential as time proceeds. The second area is a special policy area too, and it's actually the existing transit station yard. Metrolinx at one time had recognized this area as the future rail yard, but they are now currently looking elsewhere. So if that opportunity that it does not become the layover yard, we thought, there's other opportunities, and what could they be? So no different than what the city of Kitchener did is we think that that area could potentially, with some catalyst, for instance, a university or some sort of building facility, has an opportunity to really change that area. Some other highlights are the downtown is to remain as mixed use. Tourist commercial uses are still along River Road, and there's an opportunity for high density residential to, which is in orange. And existing residential neighborhoods will be protected and remain as low density residential. And we're almost done. So part of the land use plan, we also did look at transportation improvements based on that land use plan. So 3 transportation and new connections to note are completing the Thoroldstone Road extension, signalization at Victoria Avenue and Buttrey, and improvements along Victoria Avenue. Also, it's not just about transportation, it's also looking at public realm improvements. So we have highlighted areas that we would recommend major gateway improvements, some minor gateway improvements, as well as public new space and planned active transportation. So we will be hosting another open house with the draft final land use plans on October 18th at the downtown library location. Following that open house, we will be coming back to council for recommendation of a final secondary plan. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councilor Morocco.
I just want to say thank you very much for bringing the presentation here. As the representative on the Transportation Steering Committee, I know that they've been updating us regularly with all of the municipalities throughout the region, and the staff are doing, I think, a wonderful job. Thank you. It's great to see that there's, a vision throughout the region for all of the municipalities moving forward, especially when we have to prepare for the GO train. I think everyone knows it's just inevitable. That the fact is that this will bring extreme growth and more jobs to our area as well. But we just look at what happened to cities that do get the GO train, such as Vaughan. So I think to have a vision and a plan that's laid out like this for some opportunities or ideas, and then compare it to growing cities like they've done in this here. So here's an idea of one city that's already fully developed, and this is what we could be. So I like the opportunity that they've put these options together so that we could look at the different opportunities that we could be, and that actually as a city we could actually take that and move forward in a direction as we look to grow and develop in our community. So I think that this is really just, when it came to the region, I asked if I had any questions about it. And I thought, no, it was interesting to see it. And I thought, you know what, they're going to come back and present this presentation to council. So I just wanted to say that I thought it was a great opportunity that they're sharing, that they're coming back and they're going to all the municipalities to share what they have come up with for their municipality. Now, this is just really a footprint to start us off and look at the possibilities of how we can grow. And I think, this is an exciting time for all of us, and that we need to be prepared to take in and to look at that new growth and how are we going to grow and develop. And I think with the examples, I think that's a great opportunity. So I want to just send a thank you out to the region and to the staff that are working so hard and putting these presentations together. And also, I think that it gives opportunity to those people out there looking to come to our city for potential new business, and to look that we do have a great destination, and here's a future outlook of what we can look like in the future, and that's a path we can go. So thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that you do, and I look forward to continuing your presentations at the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just if I could ask Bill to go back to slide 12. Slide 12 showed the public realm improvements, and I wanted to say through you to the speaker, thanks very much for the presentation. It's very exciting to know that we're putting a plan in place to move forward. My question was in regards to the cost of the public realm improvements, and I'm just thinking forward. Is it going to be borne solely by the City of Niagara Falls, or is this going to be a partnership between the city and the region and GO?
Through the mayor. At this point, we don't know what the full costs are for all the public realm improvements. We have been meeting with Public Works staff to talk about sequencing the transportation improvements. So we talked about Thorlestone Road, we talked about Bridge Street. We also talked about some other key streets that need to be operational and functional for opening day of GO Transit. And some of them will require some additional design work, and at that point we would try to incorporate it. So whether it's a regional road or a local road, some of those public realm improvements through those capital works. As to who would be, contributing to the cost, at this point we don't know, but I know we are collaborating pretty closely on the roadworks.
Do we know, Your Worship, is the City of Niagara Falls responsible for all of the public realm improvements?
Mr. CAO, do you know the answer to that? Is the City of Niagara Falls responsible for the public realm improvements?
No, I see you, Mr. Mayor. I think when you look at some of the issues here, there's definite cost sharing going on.
Okay.
Because the Thorlestone Road extension is regional road, Bridge Street regional road, because it has the international connection. Region's responsible for part of it. We're responsible for other parts. We have underground servicing through many of those streets that need to be improved. Typically the pathways or active transportation are the responsibility of the city. So there's definitely what you see here are cost sharings, at least between us and the region.
Okay.
And when you start getting into the station design and talking about that, definite partnerships with Metrolinx and GO Transit as well.
Okay. I just wanted to understand as well, are those dark purple circles 2 new parks that are proposed?
They are conceptually gateways. The one big one's where the roundabout at Victoria would be.
But the dark purple?
Sorry, I can answer that.
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to go through my presentation pretty quickly. So that major gateway at Bridge in Victoria, we were just looking for kind of dressing it up so that it's an entryway into the transit station. So how do we get signage there? So it could even be through intersection improvements, through pavement markings, through decorative lighting. It doesn't always have to be extremely costly. There's different ways to do it. So that was the intent of that, is just how do you direct people to the transit station?
Sure. But the dark purple circles, and there's 2 of them on the map. They're identified as new public spaces. I was just wondering, are they planned to be new parks, or what exactly are they?
So the one at Erie Avenue and Bridge Street, and we're currently working with city staff as well as Metrolinx. It's to incorporate some sort of public space, because normally when Metrolinx designs GO Transit stations, they have that public space component to it as well. So green spaces, so that it's inviting people can stay while they're waiting for their trains, and how we can also incorporate that with the parking area as well as the current facility, the transit terminal facility. So there will be some sort of design component with a public space at that corner.
Okay. And the blue dotted lines, one is the Olympic Trail, and then the other one, is that a proposed new trail?
Yeah, that's proposed trail.
Okay, so they're gonna be trails though, non-vehicular?
Yes, so this plan looks at transportation improvements it focuses first on pedestrians, cyclists, and then it goes to transit, and then focus on auto.
Good.
Good, thank you. Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to follow a bit up on what Councillor Pietrangelo mentioned. It's a lot to digest, so thanks. So I'll keep it really short. I'm not keen on going forward with anything till I know what the costs are. Because they're going to tell you, and you must be hearing the same thing out there, the taxpayers are telling me they can't afford their property taxes anymore. And so I don't want to add more to them until I'm sure it's something that we can afford. Because we've got so much infrastructure work to do, like inside the city for ourselves, for the residents. And I mean, staff know this, you know, with the flooding problems that are happening to, unfortunately, to some of the residents, some of the roads that need to get done. So I'm not being a downer at all, I'm being positive, but it's so much to digest, and I don't even know what the cost is, and I think that's what I really want to hear before we spend any more. If this were to happen, just tell us how much it's going to cost the city, and then we're going to tell the taxpayers, then they're going to tell us, you want us to spend this additional money, and it's a great opportunity, and we'd be able to know. Then we have the support of everybody. So again, it's not to be a downer, but you know, I'm just kind of, because the average person out there who watches this, they're having challenges of their own trying to maintain their houses, pay their bills, and then they see all this happening, which I do understand we need to go forward. We got to be sure we have the money to do it, and we're not going to add more to the taxpayers to do it that way. So it's just a comment. Thank you.
Yep. The only thing I do want to clear up is I know you mentioned it is happening. This Go project is Treasury Board approved. It's happening. So we want to make sure that we're ready for when it comes, because if you look anywhere along the Go corridor, there's been explosive growth, whether it's east, west, north. We need to be ready, and we can't react. We have to be proactive, because when it comes, it's going to come fast. There's going to be a lot of development money pouring into this city, a lot of people moving here into this city. So we want to be ready for it. This is a great thing. Mr. Erlovich?
Yes, Your Worship, and I just want to say, for the benefit of everyone, if you look at the slide, it says these are draft public realm improvements. So what the region is looking for is they will have their open house at the LaMarche Room at the library on Victoria Avenue on October the 18th. That's the time to show up and say, I'm not in favor of a park in this location, or bike path connection between the Olympic Torch and the Parkway Recreational Trail, the best thing going, you know. And so that's the opportunity. Come out, express those. They might not have got it right. There could be some other ideas that we add on here. And so this is the idea. Diana brought this forward so council's aware of the ideas that are being introduced before the PIC, but the PIC is going to be the public's opportunity to give their input on what they like and what they don't like, or at least set some priorities. Like any streetscaping, it costs money. If you've looked at Bridge Street, I think we've got some room for improvement there. And so, you know, this is a major gateway to the city. The GO train is coming, and that's going to be our face. So, like it or not, the city is going to have to spend some money. And but the 18th of October, that's a chance for the public to come out.
Great. So everybody should be well aware of that. And you're right, you know, right now I see all the people getting off the train, the GO train on the weekends, and the GO buses, and what they have to look at right now. It's pretty embarrassing, you know, until they get out of that few block area. It's not very nice. So that's going to be able to be changed with all of what's coming. So if there's no other questions for Diana, we're looking for a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and Diana, thank you very much. Okay, next up we have the United Way fundraising support, supporting mental health. Lucy Ciampa is going to present to council.
Hi, everybody. I don't have a PowerPoint or any fancy speech or anything. I'm just here on behalf of United Way. I'm a volunteer for the special events. And I actually, can we hand out?
Yeah.
As we all know, there's a lot of issues with raising awareness with mental health. There's 1 in 4 people who suffer from mental illness. Actually, for United Way, we're holding an event on October 27th. So we're asking for your support for 1 or 2 tables to come on out and support us and raise awareness for that day.
So the date is Friday, October the 27th?
Yeah.
At John Michael Banquet and Conference Center?
Right.
Okay, we're passing the information on. Thank you. I've got Councillor Crater and then Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to indicate that I'm certainly in support of this. It is sad out there, the impact that mental illness is having out in the community is phenomenal. And it's a sad disease because sometimes it's not one that you actually see. You don't know what's going through a person's mind or how they feel or what their environment is. And I know some of us have known some people who have been sadly affected by mental illness and seen the consequences of it. So congratulations. They're working in conjunction with the United Way of Niagara Falls. The United Way of Niagara Falls are putting this event together, and that's where the funds will go to help that sector that's trying to assist people with mental health issues. So I'd like to move that we support it by purchasing a table.
Okay. Okay, moved by Councillor Crater, seconded by Councillor Strange. Did you want to talk to it, Councillor? Yeah, Councillor Carrio, to the motion, right?
Yes.
And then I've got Councillor Peter Angelo next, yeah.
I think it's a great idea that we support all of these things. And if we want to support them, I would suggest that we think about giving them a cash donation rather than buying tickets. Because I've noticed in the last little while that we get calls from our staff that we can't even fill the seats that we have purchased, and for many of the events that we purchased tables for, and they have to pay for the dinners. So if we're not going to be able to go, it's much better for the charity if we make a donation that would maybe equal the cost of buying the table or the tickets, rather than buy tickets or table.
We would also like to have your support being there.
Pardon me?
We would also like to have your support.
I understand that, and if we can come, that's great.
Yeah.
But if we can't come, rather than have an empty table, I'm sure you'd rather have the cash.
Yeah, but we want to see you guys there. This is what it's all about. Well, it's all about supporting us, right, and creating awareness, and we can't do that if you guys don't come, and that's what it's all about, supporting each other. So, and that's great. We'll obviously take a cash donation. That's great that you offer that.
Happens, reality is reality.
Well, they won't know if we're there anyway, because we'll have masks on, right?
But the masks will be coming off. And there's also a lot of youth that are coming in and going to be singing and, trying to raise awareness and, end bullying and support other kids. So if they see you guys come up and supporting us, they're going to be like, hey, look who's here, look who's supporting us, and they're going to be stronger and more confident in the future.
That's a good point. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Your Worship, I was going to make the motion to purchase a table, but depending on how many people can go, I mean, if there's an overwhelming amount, then we can purchase a second table. Reality is sometimes, we have multiple events, so to Councillor Carrio's point, not all of us can make it on the same night, but I'm sure your staff will put the email out and we'll see who can go. So I'll support the motion.
So will we do it like this, in that we'll buy the table, but staff will see who's going to commit to it, and for those that can't come, the rest can be in a cash rather than buying a table. So are you comfortable with that, Councillor? Yeah? Okay.
So I just wanted to say as well, Kim Crater is going to be speaking, Mike Strange is going to be speaking, and we're going to ask Wayne Campbell if you could speak, obviously for your daughter. And we actually have something special planned for Katie.
Nice. Thank you very much for that. So then let's call the vote. Okay, if we're all ready, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So
That's
thanks
great.
very much,
Thank
Lucy.
you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next up is 510 now? Okay, Kevin Jacoby, Executive Director of Canada BW. Yes.
Your Worship, received a couple emails and some phone calls, and I'm saying this on a positive basis. There are some people in the community who are not in favor of development. And so what they're asking is, why were they not given the opportunity to come out and express their views? I mean, I know that's the way our council operates. We look at both sides. So they asked, why weren't they notified that this was going to take place? So I wanted to be able to at least get an answer that, and they're watching, so we
Yeah.
can get an answer. Or
Well, they
will
were
have that opportunity.
Yeah, they were here at the last meeting, so they presented at the last meeting.
And that's how you look at it. Now I understand. So you looked at it that way. The last meeting was their presentation.
Well, just for clarity,
Now I understand that that's how you're looking at it.
just for clarity, that was dealt through the clerk's department. That wasn't dealt through my office. So if there's any further, but I think in terms of weighing the two, I think that's kind of the approach that was taken.
So that's the explanation. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Beeman?
Thank you.
I think Councillor Crater has raised an important point, which is mentioned in the materials before you, Council, addressing this particular speaker. At some point, Council may want to consider just having a motion saying we're not going to hear anything more about this until the regular public meeting. Because this development is just turning into a ping pong match for you. There's nothing illegal about doing that. The usual way these things are done is for all the public input to take place at the meeting where all the planners are there and everybody gets their chance to say their bit, and council gets all the information at once and it's all dealt with. And you might want to consider making a motion of that sort. This would sort of make it a tit for tat if this man speaks because the anti-group got to speak last time, and then maybe it might be in the public interest to just do away with these presentations.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Mr. Beeman. I appreciate that was already brought forward by Councillor Carrier.
I was going to make that motion, Your Worship, that we save them for the planning meetings where everyone's here and everyone's notified.
So maybe once this is done, you can bring that motion forward? Okay. So welcome, Mr. Jacoby. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your
Councillor
Worship, we did have a young man's name, Owen Jorgen, in last meeting, and we specifically said that there should be nothing with reference to the development itself, if you remember correctly. And we allowed him to speak on the basis that he would not mention the development of the company or the development of the project. So I kind of feel that we've already set that as a priority with respect to having people speak. And I feel personally uncomfortable if they're going to stand and talk specifically about Thundering Waters. Because there is a good possibility, according to their solicitor, that their information cannot be included because it's not part of the public meeting.
Yep. I appreciate that, Councillor, and I know that last presentation, although he attempted to avoid it, there was lots of references to the actual property and the actual Thundering Waters. So I mean, I don't know how we're going to avoid it. There was documents handed out afterwards. It was very specific to the property. I really like Councillor Carrier's approach that after this presentation, he's going to bring a motion forward. He suggested that we don't deal with anything else on any planning matters until the night of the planning meeting. So this way, there's nobody that's playing any ping pong matches before any planning development opportunities. Councillor Ioannoni.
Which would not preclude council from asking questions in regard to the documentation they handed out at the end of that meeting.
By all means.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mr. Jacoby, it's all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you also to members of council. I do appreciate this opportunity. Before I start my prepared statement, please understand I don't work or represent the Thundering Waters Group whatsoever. My interest here is as a business person, a person that represents my business as well as being a member of our chambers of commerce and what these jobs and that represent to the community. So my name is Kevin Jacoby. I've been a business owner in St. Catharines for many years and have been a proud lifelong citizen of Niagara. Recently, I've partnered with Larry and Jim Vaughn to create a new company called Canada BW Logistics Incorporated. In doing so, we have purchased a 20-acre property in the Stanley Avenue Business Park here in Niagara Falls. The Vaughn brothers are second-generation entrepreneurs whose company, Ground Aerial Maintenance, is celebrating their 50th anniversary doing business in the region. Our goal with Canada BW is to create bridges between Niagara companies and export-import opportunities to realize the potential of the Niagara region as both a designated foreign trade zone, but also as an active border community and gateway to the large North American marketplace. Part of our success is for international companies to visualize our region as a group of welcoming communities who encourage investment and partnership with established businesses. It is recognized that international investment is vital to the growth of our community in Canada in general. Without it, we're simply shifting existing resources and competing against ourselves for funding. We are concerned that the current protest surrounding the Thundering Waters project is damaging the Niagara Falls brand as a community who's encouraging new business. Allowing a small vocal minority to delay and disparage a company who has gone through the recognized government bodies does not give good impression of the city's decision-making process. All delays cost money, and unnecessary delays can kill a project. I'm not an expert on wetlands, and I feel that the discussion is beyond the scope of any decision being made by council. However, as someone who lives here and understands the maintaining of the environment is vital to our longevity, any business opportunity should consider its environmental impacts. That's why we need to rely on certified experts to guide our decisions. These experts then rely on educated analysis of both on-site visits and historical data. I want to share with you 4 slides that are available to anyone, and the reason we're bringing these slides is I want you, when these projects come up, encourage you to go to real experts and go to the documents that can be found at Brock University's map library. If you can see this first image, is an aerial photograph of the proposed Thundering Waters project in 1934. As you can see, most of the proposed site is farmland or barren. The reason why it's barren is because in the 20s you had the hydro canal built, which caused a lot of the effluents to be put over to those spaces. There's no expansive old-growth forest as claimed by the protesters. If you see the discolored area there is a challenge with this. When we received it, they put in a 2010 survey amount in that space, but the black and white image is from 1934. The second image is the same area from 1954. Most of the farmland is still there, but as a portion has been reforested as the property went fallow and nature reclaimed its area. The third image is from 2015. The farmland is gone, and we can see the forests have regrown. However, I'd like to point out the forest is isolated and has a number of man-made barriers, such as a railway and drainage ditch bisecting the site. The final image we have is a plan for the Thundering Waters project, which the company will better describe. But this 484-acre development combines residential, commerce, and business to complement what already exists in Niagara Falls. More importantly, it contains 201 acres of wetlands. That's 42% of the allotted space and doesn't include other open space or parklands, which are also part of the project plan. Now, I'm sure we all are proud of recent businesses and residential developments in Niagara Falls. I'm sure they'll be finding it hard to find another development which included over 40% of their site development to natural areas and parklands. With the isolation of natural environments by drainage ditches, railways, and existing infrastructure, these wetlands are dying and not living up to their potential as a biofilter and a migratory path for water birds. The Thundering Waters project seeks to expand and revitalize what is left and offers stewardship to ensure that water levels are maintained and the habitat is not lost due to neglect. Not only are they willing to invest money into housing and business development, but they are also investing over $15 million of their money into the protection and restoration of the environment. There was an enlightened interview on 610 CKTBA last week, on Thursday, I think it was. He was interviewing James Kaspersets, the vice chair of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. He's an environmental consultant with over 20 years' experience. He walked the Thundering Waters area along with independent ecologists to determine the impact of any development in this area. What they claimed was that there is little old-growth forest and that some of the spaces identified as wetlands by the small group of protesters aren't even wetlands. He also pointed out that wetlands can be created to enhance what is there and build a stronger, sustainable environment. He gave an anecdote about how he built wetlands on his property and how that you can mitigate and transfer lands. When you read the Thundering Water development proposal, that's exactly what they intend to do for our community. It's not the first time that GR Investments has worked on community wetland projects either. Proof of their success can be seen in the previous Everton's change in China, where the ownership was part of the protection, revitalization of 100 square kilometers, that's 24,710 acres of wetlands. There's a great opportunity for other developers to be part of the discussion on how to protect, how this project progresses and what can be integrated into future projects for the city and the region. Niagara Falls can be a leader in business model that recognizes the need for environmental stewardship as we grow our businesses. Thundering Waters project represents over 10,000 trade jobs over their 5 phases of development. Once completed, it will maintain over 3,000 permanent jobs in Niagara Falls. It also offers a community model that champions the needs for development to maintain synergy with the environment instead of just avoiding it. This model not only serves as an example of current business, but also as an education tool for future generations. I don't represent the interests of GR Investment Group, nor do I work for them. My interest lies in my business and the potential of development has on what is going to happen for me in the future. My partners have served on many chambers of commerce, as well as with the Niagara Industrial Association and on other trade organizations in the region. The Canada BW business model is based on mirroring the success of the various levels of Canadian governments that have established trade connections with other regions around the world. Thundering Waters represents over $1.2 billion in investment. Moreover, it represents an amazing marketing opportunity for Niagara Falls so that it's open for business and that we can encourage international investors who want to be part of our community. It is the partnership of existing business cluster and these new companies attracted to the city that will ensure a bright future for Niagara Falls and the region. I hope when it comes time for Council to vote on Thundering Waters project, they'll avoid influence from protests and lobbying and judge development on its economic impact and integrity of its commitment to sustain and revitalize natural environment. Basically, what I'm asking you to do is, if I have a question about legal aspects of my company, I go to a lawyer. If I have problems with my teeth, I go to a dentist. Please bring independent ecologists in to go over those maps so you can make an informed decision for our community and help us move forward business. Thank you all very much for your time.
I got Councillor Crater, Iannoni, and Rocco.
Thanks very much.
You're quite welcome, sir.
So, there's a couple things you need to understand. The wetlands there, this council did not put a designation on them.
No.
They're put on by the province of Ontario.
Right, they
I
are.
remember when I was there for 10 years, there were wetlands across this province that they decided they wanted to protect. Some people ask me, how did they ever come up with the idea of wetlands? Wetlands came into existence when you had that Walkerton, and the underground streams there got contaminated.
Right.
And people died. And the government of the day, which was the conservative government, I didn't mean it that way, Mike. But they made a good decision.
Sure.
They said, we're going to do a study to understand how did this happen in Walkerton. And they realized because wetlands out there were not protected, that the water became contaminated and people died.
Sure.
Then they decided they'd go across this province and protect wetlands. So this just happens that they made a designation that they consider the province, not
Right.
us.
Oh, no, exactly.
And we cannot, as a local council, just arbitrarily say we're going to change the designation. Just for example, we can't go down into Niagara-on-the-Lake and say, take the green belt out and let everybody build on top of the farmland.
Exactly.
Even though we can
Yeah.
create all these jobs and there'll be hundreds of opportunities. We can't do that. So I'm sure that's what you've done. You've gone and talked to the province. You've had a discussion with them to tell them that the wetlands are not appropriate. And you showed us this information.
Actually, the designation of wetlands of what they decided in the proposal is from the Ontario government, sir.
So the other thing is, it is kind of a shame that we don't try to work this thing out together, which
Yeah.
is something I've always believed in that we should. But the other thing is that's happening is, and I'm getting the calls, and you may too, there's other people who have lands and they said, if you do that one, then I want my lands changed too. And the last thing I remember, sadly, watching on TV, the hurricanes down in the States. And I remember them saying, I think it was Houston, anywhere, wherever some of the bigger communities, they said one of the reasons that they had so much flooding was because they concreted over their wetlands. They concreted over the trees and everything. It didn't soak up the water the way it normally does. And I remember that being said over and over. So we've got to find some kind of a way to protect and preserve.
Very much so.
What if this was the Niagara Parks? Would we be saying, sell off the Niagara Parks Commission, sell off the land, we can make billions of dollars, and we'll recreate it somewhere else? Well, we're not. I know your heart's in the right place. I'm listening to you, and I can tell that you're being sincere. I'm just giving a bit of some of the other information that we get
Sure.
as well around the table, and a bit of what I learned when I was an MPP about how protective they are, and people are very passionate about protecting the wetlands. So, thanks. Things will work out. Just got to stay positive
Yeah.
for both sides. So
No,
thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I agree with what you're saying, and again, once again, I'm not an expert on wetlands. Anything I had to do is When I don't know something, I go and ask questions. So I went to an ecologist and asked them to interpret the maps for me. I went to look, see what the actual recommendation, because it was approved by the parks, the authority and everything for the project. Our challenge as business owners is that something that has gone through an approval for the project to make sure that wetlands are conserved as a biofilter like you're talking about, and as a migratory path for birds, has been taken into consideration by the authority that has the experts. Yet now we're having second thoughts by this protest group, which is causing challenges to that company. My concern as a business owner that's trying to attract business to Niagara region, because that's what I do is logistics, is that if this company finds it difficult because they get an okay, and then 2 years down the road, there's now reneging of what has been agreed upon, it's going to scare away other companies, and that's one of the challenges I'm concerned about.
But this council hasn't done anything.
No, that's why I'm asking you to make
We haven't
sure.
done a single
No,
thing.
exactly, sir.
We're just still, we haven't even seen yet the whole plan. I know it's being worked on, I understand. We haven't seen anything, just a lot of conversation that we've heard from everyone who has a point of view. So
And as a business-
eventually
yeah.
it will come here, and eventually we'll have a
100%,
look at it.
exactly.
So I guess you're getting a jump on it. So.
Well, as a business community, we felt it was important to support another chamber member to say, make sure that you keep them open mind like you're suggesting, which is fantastic, and I really appreciate that, is to make sure that you look at facts, not at protests and that sort of thing. Listen to the protesters and find out what they're talking about, but then look to see what the empirical information is. That's the challenge.
We look at both sides.
Of course,
That's
you
the
have to,
nature
sir,
of this
yeah.
council, then we make a decision. There's other
Wonderful.
people who are sitting here who have issues that they'll have one point and somebody else
Of
have another
course,
point.
yeah.
Same thing. Anyway, thank you for coming out.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much for your time.
Councillor Iannoni, then Rocco, then Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Jacoby. Like you, when I don't know the answer, I ask questions. So I've asked questions on this through the entire thing. Not only have I asked questions, but I think you called them protesters. The
Yeah.
group opposing the Thundering Waters development asked questions too. I think the concern comes when you don't get the answers from the governing body you ask, and you have to go through freedom of information to get a simple response. This is their complaint. In regard to experts, you went out and you met with them. Did you not go out and meet the young people on that when they did their protest out on Thundering Waters?
Yeah, we understand.
Because they're emailing me right now, and they're explaining to me that you asked them questions. You also gave them facts that you were going to follow up with that group, and they've never heard from you again.
Well, that's not myself. I own Canada BW. That wasn't me.
I
Councillor.
understand your Canada BW.
Yeah, well, we
When-
never met with them.
You didn't go out when they protested on the
No,
property?
no, we read about it like everyone else in the paper, and that was our concern as a business owner.
Oh, so it's uninformed.
Of their
I'm
post?
listen,
Yeah.
you just said, get it informed. You didn't go out and meet with them, so you're speaking.
So are you,
Councillor, can you direct your
I'm
comments
sorry,
through
Mr.
me,
Mayor, I
please?
will.
Sure.
And through you to Mr. Jacoby, you made the comment that we're reneging on, they don't want to see us reneging on something that has been agreed on. What has been agreed on?
The actual study for the wetlands that was done by the Conservation Authority, ma'am.
Okay, so that's where everything crosses lines. You've got the MPC, and this group believes, you, Mr. Mayor, working at cross references for what you're supposed to be representing as an MPC position and a position as the mayor. I will say to you that I read your Canada BW release in the paper, and what I was most offended of was bringing up the point that you think some people are afraid to deal with the Chinese. I think that's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Not one person in this council chamber, not one councillor going back and forth with the protesters, not one of the protesters have brought up race or ethnicity. And I think it was extremely out of line for your company to do that too. They have only presented ecological, provincial wetland, green space, all the reports that they've been hearing. Not one person talked about being bigoted or biased against the Chinese developers.
Yes,
Point of
Councillor.
order on that. We're talking.
She's making a point.
Sorry, Councillor, but you know what? Stick to the point.
I
You're
am.
talking about Thundering Waters. Now you're talking about the company Canada BW. Keep it separate, okay? Because I like to talk about Canada BW myself, and I think you've got it totally separate. They're just actually saying, and he's actually speaking as a business person, saying that when we make the decision and when it comes to us, please make sure we're taking the information from professionals, just not protesters, but everyone. That's what he's saying. So I don't know why you're now wanting to attack this person who's just coming totally unbiased just to say, please, look at all the facts and look at professionals.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councillor.
Mayor, we just heard a 10-minute presentation.
I would ask folks that you try to maintain decorum if you would.
We just heard a 10-minute presentation, pretty much spewing the great work that GR Canada does. So it's not unbiased any more than the protesters are unbiased. I mean, you stood here and said they're biased based on the information they put for us, go to experts. I'm thinking some of them do believe they're experts.
Well,
Some of them might actually have PhDs in those things.
But none of them would be called actually as witnesses to any sort of hearing that would happen though, ma'am. That's the difference between it. There's a lot of people that are putting their name in the paper saying they're experts on something, which they wouldn't be actually called as witnesses or testifying at those council meetings or at those.
Oh, they'll be here at the public meeting Councillor Campbell spoke about.
Of course, yeah.
They'll be here putting their, as a matter of fact, there are 2 council members sitting here who told Mr. Bjorn that that was the best presentation they've ever seen in this council chamber outside of Ed Smith's, who spoke on the same development.
Yeah.
So nobody comes here speaking uninformed. They do their homework. They don't talk about. And
Councillor, do you have questions for Mr.
well, I
Jacoby?
did until Councillor Morocco hit her
But if
feet
you
on
have
a
questions-
subject that I was speaking to him
Okay.
about.
Well, if you have questions for
No,
him.
I'm asking him, where do you think we've reneged on an agreement? Because the only agreement that's been put towards this council or spoke about is an MOU that this council did not endorse.
Actually, if the councillor was listening to what I was saying is that I'm urging you for when you make your decision. The council has not made a decision. We understand that. What the reneging that we're concerned about is what they're asking for to be done with the ruling was made by the Conservation Authority. We're very concerned about them changing the rules down the line after a company made significant investment in our community itself.
You're worried about the province making the changes?
We're worried that the protesters in the papers are putting pressure on them to change what the designation of wetlands was before.
No, they were asking them to uphold the designation of the wetlands that were there.
Well, actually, they're asking him to expand it,
Thank
and
you.
that's what he's concerned about, that they were already designated in a certain way, and now they're expanding it, and he's concerned that there's changing the rules after the fact. That's what he's suggesting.
So is,
And Mr. Mayor, may
can
I
I
also
just-
qualify something else
Yes.
that was said by the
Yes.
councillor? She's confusing Thundering Waters, our presentation here about the idea of another business in the area with the articles in the paper that had nothing to do with Thundering Waters whatsoever.
It's the same
It had to do with the idea of a trip that we took to promote our business, to go to other foreign trade zones to develop connections for our community. The comments we're making that we're very concerned about how it's being done is because on certain feeds, it was talking about those Chinese people on the media. It wasn't about Thundering Waters. It was about the idea of us going to China to try to develop partnerships in trade. And that's where some people, unfortunately, and I'm very happy you're upset about that because we were upset about it too, so hopefully we're on the same side in that
who
matter.
told you that?
It was on, we
No,
actually
who
received
told-
the media that said those Chinese people, there are comments online that were up there that were taken down
About their race?
about the idea of designating it as those Chinese individuals. That was online, that was available. Councilor Morocco, you read them as well.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, what he's talking about is very much what you highlighted in your letter to Premier Wynne, where you said you don't think the rules should be changed mid-game and that they shouldn't be expanding. There's a couple letters here. I'll bring it up under new business because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Smith asked to speak tonight and he was denied. So I will actually cover what he wanted to cover on new business.
You did, okay. Thank you for that. Then we've got Councillor Morocco and then Thompson.
Anyway, I'd like to just say through you, Your Worship, to Kevin, thank you very much for coming and expressing what some of the business people feel is that there's some fairness put forward. And I truly agree that it's about fairness. But, and I'm not here to talk about Thundering Waters right now, and I don't think that that was really the whole topic. It's about being fair and making sure that we do our evaluation. And putting the two companies together, when we actually went to China, and I want to make sure that we'll talk about this now. I was going to bring it up under new business, but we'll address this now. The trip to China that I went on, I was going anyway, part of my company. So that was my personal business going. I was actually going to promote the Winter Festival lights because I had matched them up with another company from China that was offering to donate a beautiful light display and also provide them the opportunity to buy at a lower discounted price to enhance the lights in our park, which I truly have supported for years. And I just wanted to see how we could help them. So I introduced those two. The opportunity came to go to China. They asked me if I would come along to China. We're also meeting with tourism representatives from the government. We were in 4 different countries in China over a span of 6 days or whatever it was. It was just massive. And meeting with other dignitaries as well to try and promote economic growth and development here for Canada BW and the new bonded warehouse by bringing in export and importing products here, which would make and create more jobs, which what we're looking to do. So the point here is that when I was already going, you got a phone call from Mr. Vaughan, I believe, to say, would you like to attend the trip? You said no, since Morocco's going, she can represent us there if something comes up. Because I was also meeting with government officials to try and promote the area through destination and through Niagara Falls tourism. We were there with Sue Michelle, she's there.
Mingle.
Sue Mingle. Sue Mingle and Tina and Larry and Michelle. And when we met, we talked about how wonderful Niagara was, the entire region, and how we would love you to come and set up and do business here in the Niagara region, and especially Niagara Falls, and to work with the Canada BW Bonded Warehouse. I had no idea that all this fluff here is that was some conspiracy that I don't know what it was, that I actually broke protocol of council's bylaws by not having permission or not coming through council the right way. I was already going. I have no business answering to anybody when it comes to doing my business for my company. And it was just something that I actually went and said, yes, Mayor Diodati, I will be glad to represent the city in China when I'm there meeting with high-end dignitaries, government-level officials. And I think that we did a damn good job. We've got a lot of opportunities. We came back and actually had a meeting last week and flew into Ottawa to meet with Bain's staff, Minister Bains of Economic Development, and also with Minister Tourism staff, Bardash Charger, on tourism and how we can actually create the visas to come through faster, and also economic business to try and get the business in and this new trade. It's you know, and I'm probably talking about a lot of things that's your personal business, but to be attacked and then put in the front page of a newspaper that I broke policy, excuse me, I think somebody better get the facts and follow up and do their homework, because I didn't break any policy. I thought what I was doing was a good thing, and just trying to make sure that I, as just a businesswoman in the community as well, was trying to help build and grow my city in other countries. And by the way, I'm actually off to Italy next week to do the same thing. I don't know if I have to have permission to promote my city there. And by the way, no city staff went with me, and no city dollars came to me, and I did not ask for any offset of any cost. All the costs were covered either by myself or the company that paid for the trip. And while we were in China, the Chinese government paid for our transportation and our meals and touring us around. And believe me, it was excruciatingly busy, sometimes 4 meetings a day with translators. So I want to say thank you very much for the company that offered me the opportunity. And I'm just really glad to know that there's some good that's going to come out of this in the future. And I didn't know any, so our trip had nothing to do with Thundering Waters. And Mr. Jacoby wanted to talk about Thundering Waters. Yes, because right now, some of the people that want to do business here are thinking that it's really difficult because they're not wanted there. It's difficult because they change the rules along the way, and they come in and they're just saying, let's have some fair playing ground. So that's it. Anyway, just to make that clear, I want to make sure that everyone knows. I went on my time. No city taxpayers paid any of my trip, and I'll make sure if I can actually have permission to represent the city in Italy, I'd be glad to, because I'm meeting with manufacturing companies there.
Councilor Morocco, I want to say thank you very much for representing the city the way you do and the way that you did. It's very much appreciated. And in Italy as well, appreciate what you're about to do to help promote the city around the world. Thank you. Councilor Thompson?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, Mr. Jacoby, I appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you, sir.
And I've been very interested in trying to make the right decision with respect to this whole aspect. I haven't been vocal. I've been trying to get the proper information, and I've had two different presentations this week. One, I heard the gentleman on CH.
Yeah.
What was his name?
CKTB,
Or CKTB.
the vice chair for the Niagara
For the
Conservation.
Conservation,
Yes.
sorry, what's his name?
Sorry, I apologize.
He was, without exception, so informative, and I really appreciated what he had to say. And the other thing that I saw today.
James
were the-
Kaspersets.
What is it?
James Kaspersets.
Yes. The other thing I was interested in seeing today was your pictures going back 50 years of what that property was all about.
Almost 100.
And I've never heard anybody say that they're not protective of the wetlands. Even the developer has said they have no problem with the wetlands. I think where we got off track, where there was some suggestion about biodiversity, where they would take and try to move it, and all of that collapsed. It has not been mentioned since, and I've heard consistently that they are going to protect the wetlands. And those two things that have happened certainly affected my thinking, because I've been really trying to be neutral with respect to this whole issue. At this time, I'd like to ask the planner. I go back a long way with the Thundering Waters and the golf course and all the other properties out there. And I recall talking to the former CAO, Ed Lustig, and he was representing the property, and he was taking that through for residential development. And he called me and he said, I can't believe this, this 400 and some odd acres that we want for residential development. There's 200 and some odd acres that are wetlands that we can't touch. And we took that into consideration, and I think there was a motion made to permit that for residential development. Is that accurate? Is this the same property, or is that wrong?
Partially right and partially different. The Mr. Lustig was representing the previous owner, and they own lands both north and south of the what we see the red line here. And the so part of those lands did get approved for residential. That's all under development now north of Oldfield Road. We did change the lands from industrial to residential, and so that was done. That's part of a special policy. So that's, to your point, part of the work that Mr. Lustig worked on.
So some of it was set aside as far as development.
Yes, and the balance for environmental protection.
Yep. Okay, I think we got a long way to go with this. I'm still very interested to see what happens, the presentations, and I think we should get the vice chair of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority here to speak to us. He spoke for a half an hour on the radio last week, and it was, and he's an expert for 20 some odd years in this environmental field. And I tell you, I really got some factual information. So we still have a long way to go. There's no decisions made, and I haven't heard anybody say we want to get rid of the wetlands. So I think that's kept me on track of being neutral at this point, but I think we got to have a lot more factual information to be given to us at this council meeting. And I like Councillor Carrio's motion that he's going to make at the end of the meeting with respect to these delegations, that we try to coordinate them so they all come at the same time, so you don't have one week or 1 month and then the next month or whatever. Let's get everybody together so we can hear all of the factual information, so we could make an informed decision. But I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Very interesting what you said and what you showed us there. And this other gentleman was excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there's no, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Carrier.
Just a quick comment, Your Worship, and Councillor Thompson hit the nail on the head. It's all about council having all of the information that we need to make an informed decision. I think the mistake we made was having the other group come here outside of the planning process, which obviously triggered this group to come and kind of balance the scale. I appreciate this gentleman coming and making his points. I also appreciate the other group. It just should have all been done in the planning meeting at the appropriate time, when everyone would have been notified and both sides would have been able to come and hear the other. So that's why I want to make the motion when we're done.
Okay, all right, Mr. Jacoby, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
And
sir.
for everybody here in the business community that's here as well, thank you very much, appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Carey, did you want to make that motion now?
Sure, Your Worship. I think it's, you know, it's for fairness and not to discourage developers. I mean, both those things were touched on tonight. We don't want to have people that are coming here to invest in our community and go through the proper procedure and the proper process, and then find out in the media that someone has come to our council chamber and taken shots at them outside of the process. So I just like to move that. Once we have a pending planning matter, we do not accept deputations on that matter other than at the official planning meeting. We have the process, let's just stick to it and encourage the people to come so we can make an informed decision, but let's do it at the proper time at the planning meeting, the official planning meeting. So let's not entertain deputations regarding a pending planning matter. That's the motion.
Thank you for that. Moved by Councillor Carriot, seconded by Councillor Morocco. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much for that, Councillor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump ahead to the planning matters now. We're a little bit behind our meeting. So we're going to go to the public meeting aspect. For some of you who have been invited here. And I'll ask the clerk if you would please introduce the first planning matter. You guys, you're going to miss my mayor's remarks later, you guys, if you leave now. All right. Watch it on TV. Don't miss it. It's riveting.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw and plan of vacant land condominium at 3757 St. Peter Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on August 25th, 2017. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment and approval of the vacant land condominium, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mattson. I now ask Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, to explain the purpose of the application and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application involves almost a half hectare of land at the corner of Colburn Street and St. Peter Avenue in Niagara Falls. It's quite near Town and Country Plaza, which is located to the north. There's an apartment building just to the north. East of this, Chapman Murray's law office, architectural office is just immediately north. There are a number of single-family detached dwellings in the surrounding vicinity. The application is to rezone these lands to provide for 10 condominium townhouse units. They are looking for a vacant land condominium. That is, they will create 10 parcels of land, and those units will then be built within those lots and then sold to individuals. They've requested a zone change from R1 to R4, and the R4 zone, they're looking for a number of special provisions, one of which is the reduced side yard width of 1.2 meters. This is next to the single-family detached dwellings now. 1.2 meters is exactly the same side yard that we have for single-family houses, so those are identical. They're looking for a lot coverage of 42.3%, This is a little higher than the standard. Again, this has to do with the fact that these are bungalow townhouses, so they have a slightly larger footprint. As well, they, in order to get the 10 units on the site, they need a lot area of 467 square meters per unit, and they're proposing 175 square meters of landscaped open space per unit. So those are the requirements. As you can see on this plan, there's a main access driveway coming in from St. Peter Avenue, and then there will be individual driveways into each of the townhouse units. So each unit will have its own garage and driveway. Basically that middle driveway is a common element for the condominium. As I said, it's a vacant land, the vacant land condominium application. There's a house that's just in the picture on the far right side of that. You might recall this house had an indoor pool at one time. That pool area has been torn down. There are two brand new single-family detached houses that have been constructed. So in addition to the vacant land condominium application, Council's hearing a zone change from residential 1D to residential low-density R4 zone with those special provisions that I outlined a minute ago. There would be that one common driveway, 4 of the units back onto Colburn Street. This is not ideal just to have the backyard, so rather than just having a fence along the street, there is a condition in the approval that would require a decorative iron fence, so it presents a more pedestrian-friendly front to Colburn Street. This is a redevelopment, so we will be collecting 5% cash in lieu of parkland as part of that condominium agreement. The official plan designates the lands as residential. The density allowed by the official plan is between 20 and 40 units per hectare. This is at the low end, but it is just above the minimum at 21.7 units per hectare. This does provide a transition between the commercial development to the north and the single detached dwellings to the south. So we see this as an important use, separating commercial from low density residential. The proposed form of building, that is that it's residential, it's low in scale, and it relates to the bungalow and two-story dwellings in the area. The zoning bylaw, as I mentioned, it's currently zoned R1D. They are looking for an R4 zone. This is our standard zone for townhouses in the city. They are seeking the 1.2 meter side yard setback. As I said, that's the exact same requirement as the detached dwellings have to the west. The bungalow units will have a maximum height of 9.7 meters. The current R1D zone permits a 10-meter height, so those again are similar to the height that's on the adjacent properties. There is an increase in lot coverage, as I mentioned, for that larger footprint, and there's an increased lot area for each unit to ensure that the development remains compatible. We lost that one. All right, so the conclusions on this is that it does comply with the official plan policies for the city of Niagara Falls. Will assist in our intensification within the city. Maintains the existing infrastructure, is capable of supporting this development. It maintains the character of the neighborhood. The requested zoning regulations will ensure that it will be compatible with the neighborhood. The condominium will assist in providing housing choices, and the city, region, and other agencies' interests have been expressed in the conditions of draft approval, which are attached to the report. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the vacant land condominium, that the draft plan be authorized for up to 3 years. The mayor or his delegate be allowed to sign the draft plan as approved 20 days after notice of the council's decision is given. The application to amend the zoning bylaw should be approved as detailed in the report, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the condominium agreement and any required documents to allow the future registration of the subdivision when the matters are addressed to the city's satisfaction. Those are the highlights of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 or 5139 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this proposed application. Is there anyone here other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, city staff, Emilio Raimondo from Raimondo Architects in Niagara Falls. I think Alex prepared a wonderful summary. I think this project is an exemplary project of a development that is quite compatible in scale, in context, and in character to its adjoining neighborhood. And Mr. Costantino and his company, I think, have done a wonderful job, and we certainly welcome any questions you may have with respect to the development, and we would be happy to answer them. And certainly we would appreciate council's consideration this evening.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Crater, you got a comment?
Yes, just one short comment. I was fortunate I had the time to go to the neighborhood meeting. So I just want to commend the developer, because I sat there and listened, and there were neighbors who were there who had some concerns, and I was really caught by the way that he really went out of his way, and yourself, to address those concerns. I thought it was very, sometimes two sides don't seem to work together to come up with something mutual. In this case, they did. So I'm going to be really pleased when the opportunity comes to make the motion to recommend it, Your Worship.
Thank you. Yes?
Mr. Mayor, one other item that might be advantageous to the city, that some of the neighbors did complain about traffic. And I think this very council endorsed at the last public meeting that the project proceed, and that city staff review with DSPN and John Marshall some potential remedies to the traffic concerns in the neighborhood. This project has a very minimal impact on traffic. We believe that there's a total of 10 additional vehicles that would add to the traffic count any given time on St. Peter. There's also some concern with fencing, and I think it's the intent of the developer from a marketability and purchasing perspective, as well as from a privacy perspective, that there would be a board fence along the inside peripheral of the site. The road itself, again, is a driveway. It's not a municipal roadway where you could have public interaction with the road. Therefore, from a privacy marketability perspective, the site will be fenced with a board-on-board fence, aside from the iron fence along Colburn and St. Peter Street. Services are directly available off of Colburn Street, water and sanitary. However, Storm will have to extend off of Colburn up St. Peter Street. However, the developer will work closely with city staff for road closures, and he has a game plan to minimize, if not eliminate, traffic on St. Peter Street its entirety. He looks at providing a temporary driveway from Colburn Street with a parking area and a site trailer area that would allow trades to mitigate onto the site from Colburn Street, minimizing traffic concerns that were voiced from St. Peter. So I think Mr. Costantino should be really commended. He's come up with a wonderful game plan to mitigate traffic concerns and appease the neighbors, and all untold, this is a wonderful development as a fit and infill project for the city of Niagara Falls.
Absolutely. Mr. Costantino does a great job, and I appreciate your presentation as well. And if there's no further questions for Mr. Raimondo, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and vacant land condominium application is now concluded. Mr. Councilor Thompson?
I've been out and looked at the project, first class. I've moved the motion.
Okay, thank you. And seconded by Councilor Crater. Yes, Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just also wanted to add some accolades to Mr. Raimondo and also to Mr. Costantino. When this application first came down to committee of adjustments, the room was packed with residents that had a lot of anxiety. Obviously, when you get a piece of land this size, that's in the middle of the
Yeah.
city. You know, people have a lot of anxiety. They think it's going to be high density. So I just wanted to say thanks very much to Mr. Constantino, because infilling is not always this easy. And as Mr. Raimondo said, the project that's proposed is very compatible to the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Absolutely. You don't lose the character of the neighborhood with that. So we've got the motion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Great job.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city staff.
Thank you. Okay, now ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 3-story, 8-unit apartment dwelling at 5297 River Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on September 22nd, 2017, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, will now explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship. The application involves a lot on the west side of River Road, backing onto River Lane. There's a park to the west of the subject property. There are single detached dwellings to the north and south. In fact, there's a bed and breakfast to the north, and there's an inn, so it's an area of mixed development. To the east is the Niagara River. The property itself is a requested zone change in order to, for an R5A zone, in order to allow a 3-story tall, 8-unit apartment building. They're proposing special provisions within that R5A zone. So a side yard width of 3.0 and 3.1 meters rather than the current R5A requirement, which is 1/2 building height. They're looking for a lot area of 175 square meters per unit in order to regulate the density. This would allow the 8 units, so it's slightly smaller than our standard R5A, which would have allowed 7.5 units, so they've rounded that to allow 8 units. They are looking for a lot coverage of 38% of the area and a maximum lot area of, or square foot area of floor unit of 1,541 square meters. They're looking for a front yard setback, or recognize a front yard setback of 12.5 meters from River Road, and a lot frontage of 24 meters, which is slightly a couple meters less than the current R5A zone. They're seeking a height exception. This is regard to safety rails and pool and barbecue enclosures on the roof. There's a proposed rooftop amenity area for the residents of this 8-unit building. The property is 1.4 hectares in size. As I said, it's for a 3-story, 8-unit apartment building. The subject property is pictured on the screen. It's the location of a single detached dwelling now. The project will consist of underground parking, and there will be a ground floor with 4 units, and then there will be 4 2-story units, so that they will occupy the 2nd and 3rd floors of the building, and then there will be a rooftop patio proposed. They are requesting an R5A density, which is a change from the current R2 zone. We did hold a neighborhood open house meeting in August of this year. There were 6 residents in attendance. They were concerned about the design of the building as to whether or not it would fit with the neighborhood character. The next door neighbor expressed concerns about the evacuation and any damage that might occur to neighbor, or any excavation as to any damage that might occur to neighboring properties. And he had concerns about noise from in the late night from the rooftop patio. The applicant did respond to those concerns. He did note that there could be an existing single detached dwelling of a similar size and architecture built under the current zoning on this property. The current house has a basement, and that would reduce the amount of new excavation that needs to be done for the construction. That a pre-construction survey would be done of abutting dwellings to ensure that there would any damage caused by construction, if there was any, would be noted, and that late night noise would be controlled by the condominium rules. This is the rear view of the property, so looking from the park on River Lane towards the back of the existing building. Villa Alexandria is the bed and breakfast to the left, and there's a single detached dwelling to the south on the right of the screen. The applicant proposed, the application will comply with the provincial policies that directs 40% of new residential development to our built-up areas. The proposed development will assist in meeting targets for this form of residential intensification. The official plan designates the lands as residential, and they are part of the River Road Satellite Tourist District. The policies in the official plan do provide for apartments with a building height of up to 4 stories to be developed on collector roads and to a maximum density of 75 units per hectare. River Road is a scenic road that serves as a collector function. The proposed development at 3 stories and 57 units per hectare is in compliance with the density and height character anticipated along major roads. The surrounding neighborhood already contains a mix of single detached dwellings, bed and breakfast, and low-rise buildings, and the proposed apartment fits into the mix of the area, as well as providing additional choices. There is existing infrastructure which can support the development. The zoning bylaw, the request then is to change the zoning from an R2-2. The -2 basically means that the property could develop with a bed and breakfast on it now. So rather than that, they're requesting the R5A zone, which would allow the 8 units. As I pointed out, they're looking for a slight reduction in lot area per unit, going from 200 square meters per unit down to 175 square meters per unit. That would allow the 8 units total. The zoning requires a 30-meter frontage. They have an existing 24-meter frontage, so therefore they're looking for a special provision to recognize that reduced frontage. The current bylaw requirements would require 7.5 meters setback from River Road. This building is actually set back a little further at 12.5 meters, would require that that be recognized. The interior side yard, as I mentioned earlier, the requirement is 1/2 the building height. Since the building's 10 meters, that would be a 5 meter setback, and they're proposing 3 meters on one side and 3.1 meters on the other side. The lot coverage permitted is 30% under the standard R5A. They're looking for 38% coverage. They've introduced a floor area maximum. We don't actually have one in the bylaw, but they're proposing that be 1,541 square meters per unit. They're also looking for exceptions to height. So I mentioned the building height proposed is 10 meters. That's the same as the current R2 zone. But they are looking for provisions that would allow for the elevator, penthouse, stairwells, which are already exempt from that, to be granted, as well as safety railings, a rooftop pool, barbecue enclosures and awnings, as well as fixed umbrellas, to all be exempt from the 10-meter height rule. We did find that the reduction in lot area would accommodate the 8th unit for the development. Reduction in lot frontage simply reflects the current property frontage. Given that the single detached dwelling of the same mass and side yard width could be built on the property, the reduction in the side yard width we found to be acceptable. There is an increase in lot coverage, given that the single family dwelling could have 40% coverage. They're requesting 38% coverage. It's higher than the R5A requirement, but lower than the R2-2 requirement. And this would be secured in the amending bylaw. The maximum floor area, again, this is something the developers asked for in order to control the size of the project. The proposed front yard depth reflects a setback for of the existing bungalow. So the front of the existing building is in the same location as the front of the proposed apartment building. The current zoning regulations would permit a single detached dwelling to be built in the same position. The Niagara Parks Commission has concerns about the bungalow being replaced by a 3-story building, and they feel there could be an impact on River Road. They recommend a setback of 19 meters. However, the minimum requested of 12.5 meters is already greater than the minimum required for that area, and we believe that the streetscape will be reflected because that's the current location of the existing building. The applicant has requested relief from the general height provisions to permit a safety rail, above ground pool, barbecue enclosure and awnings. We do have some concerns about those uses extending above the height. So the 10-meter height is already the same as the existing heights permitted on either side, and that the if we have a parapet wall or a safety rail that extends above the 10 meters, that could create a much higher looking building. So therefore, we're suggesting that the rail should be of glass or some other form that would not impact on the overall height of the building. We are recommending the application because we found that it does comply with the official plan policies. It will add housing choices to the neighborhood and assist the city in meeting its intensification targets. With the exception of the requested height, we can support the requested R5A modifications. So we're recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application for the R5A zone, subject to the provisions that I've just outlined. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address this. Yes, you can come forward. Yeah, if you'd like to.
We couldn't find the sign-in.
Oh, the sign-in sheet? Okay, sorry about that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh, she's got it right here.
Thank you.
That's why you couldn't find it. We've got it right here. So if you'd like to come up, just state your name and your address, please.
Janice Crossman, 5 River Road. So we're the neighbors next door to the south. My husband Ken and I. So just have a few concerns here. Okay, we did attend the open house. Okay, it was stated that if it were just to be a single family dwelling, it could potentially be the same size. It could, I suppose, but I don't think it's very likely. And they're not showing any pictures of what the building is to look like. So it's all the buildings around it are all traditional architecture. Our house was built in 1909. We've lived there since 1985. And I know even with the new houses along River Road, they're all more traditional looking. This is going to be a glass block. It would be lovely, but in a different setting. It just doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. I'm not against change. I'm not against increasing the density in the area. It just is the type of building that concerns me. Okay. Now, I do have some questions, but I also have some comments first. Okay, so that was number one. Okay, so there was talk about a pre-construction survey because of the excavation that will be done. There will be damage to the abutting buildings. I mean, we're quite close. I don't know how long the construction project will take, And I also wanted to know if at the end of it, if we are to be compensated and, you know, cracks are to be repaired, are we able to get our own contractor? And how long, if not, how long do we have to wait to have repairs made?
Well, let's get, you want to get an answer to that one first? We'll ask Mr. Hurlovich. How does that typically work when they do development next door? Do they survey it prior and then after to see if there's any damage? And how does that work?
Yeah, so it's typically what would happen is that they would attend each of the properties in the surrounding area. They would photograph the interior and the exterior of the building, identifying any cracks that might exist before construction starts and then any differences afterwards. How those repairs are carried out, I can't say. They may sometimes be that the contractor would arrange for their own workers to make those repairs. It may be that they work out an arrangement where the homeowner would carry out their own arrangements at a fixed cost as they determine between themselves.
Does that answer that question?
Kind
So
of.
the responsibility is on the person building the new structure.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other comments. Okay, the minimum side yard width. Personally, I don't think 3 meters is acceptable, especially since our bedroom is on that side of the house. I think that 5 meters is, you know, it's still close, but at least it's a little bit more of a distance, you know, given that this building is going to be taller, and I know that there are noise restrictions, so, you know, if it goes through and there's a rooftop patio and swimming pool and everything, there will have to be, you know, a certain time of, I don't know if it's 10 p.m. or whatever, that you can't be causing a lot of noise, but still, it's a definite concern. I do have another question about the height. So that's 10 meters is the actual building. Including the safety rails and the elevator shaft and everything, what would the total height be? Do you happen to know?
I don't, Your Worship, I don't have those figures. Maybe the developer could speak to that when he speaks.
We'll get that answer for you.
Okay, thank you. And, okay, so in the one paragraph here, it says, it's possible that activities on the roof may disturb abutting residents if the building is taller. Planning staff recommend that the rooftop patio, if the rooftop patio is desired, the additional structures be contained within the existing 10-meter height permission. This could be done by reducing the building to a 2-story building or a partial 3-story building with patio on the balance of the roof. Are there any amended plans for a 2-story building? Because it says in here, let me see, in this diagram, Schedule 2, it says proposed 2-story, 8-unit residential building, but it's, the first story are 1-story condos, and then the second story are loft units, so they're 2-story condos, each one of those 4. So that brings it up to 3. So yeah, that's what I wanted to know, if there's any plans with a lower height.
Mr. Hurlovich?
There aren't any plans. We just suggested that as a staff recommendation, as a measure that might be considered to mitigate any problems. The drawing that the speaker is referring to is one that the applicant submitted, but our report does make mention that it is a 3-story tall building. As she said, the ground floor units are 1-story, and the next level of units are 2-story, so they are loft design units. So based on the design, there's some elements, there's some room for modification, but whether the developer is willing to do that, I can't say at this point.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Yes?
Just to add to that, I used to have an apartment building in.
Did you want to come to the microphone so we can hear you?
I used to have one, and there was quite a side yard that we had to have in Burlington. And the reason being is that there's a lot more traffic, noise, like I'm not talking
car traffic, I'm not really concerned about that, but just people walking about. And it's a buffer for residential, so I really don't think that 3 meters is the appropriate buffer. Like, I would be strongly opposed to that. I would rather have the 5 meters that is the actual bylaw and the variance, because that's there to give residential a little more buffer from pedestrian traffic and noise. You know, that's why it's there. I think that's why zoning has it there. So that's what I would add.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Is there anyone else other than the applicant? Yes, Counselor?
We got a letter from a resident who asked us about the possibility of a driveway being on River Road. And he just said, you know, I don't have a strong feeling about this, but if I were a planner, the driveway problem would be my main concern. Can Mr. Hurlovich talk to that?
Yep, Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to address the driveway letter?
Excuse me, we did circulate this application to the Niagara Parks Commission. The Parks Commission is the regulatory authority.
Oh, right, yes.
They did not have any objection to the driveway, provided that the necessary sightlines could be provided. Because it is a parking garage, the driveway is designed so people will pull in off from River Road under the building. When they come out of the building, they will be facing into traffic. So it's not like a typical driveway of a detached dwelling where someone might back into the street. But it is the design of that driveway will have to meet Parks Commission requirements. Parks Commission was more concerned about the setback of the building. They wanted the building, as I said, set back 19 meters rather than 12 and a half. But that would have pushed the building back onto the edge of River Lane. So, you know, it was a compromise at one end or the other.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Dr. Matar, and I'm here with my team, Stephen and Lou, and thank you for your attention, and Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm impressed by your dedication and the breadth of your activity here. We did have a presentation prepared. I'm the applicant, and I wanted to just talk initially about the inspiration and the direction of this project.
Bill, do you have that?
If we don't have, we were hoping to show some images so that, you know, for an appreciation of this scope
I
of
do
the
not have that
project.
presentation. Our IT staff did inform me that it was dropped off to them this afternoon and it was not able to be loaded. They had some difficulties loading it onto the computer.
No problem.
Do you have pictures or any other visuals?
We have one image, maybe it's enough. Nah, it's okay. So, you know, I started working in Niagara Falls 8 years ago, and I purchased that property at that time with the intention of developing it, because I saw this as a cosmopolitan location, having only lived and grown up in big cities, starting in Dubai, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, Winnipeg. To me, this was prime land, and I, not being a planner, wasn't thinking of intensification, but a 2,000 square foot bungalow on that lot felt that to be inappropriate use of the land. What I'm proposing is a building. This unfortunately I can't show it, but you know, it's a sort of a modern building with clean lines. It is a glass front with, it's going to be probably concrete and steel, because as you've heard, there is a pool on the roof, but the pool is not going to actually protrude. Yeah, you may pass this around. Thank you. I have it on my USB, but I'm not sure if they probably wouldn't be able to open it if it. I did have a PDF, but that's okay. Let's just continue, because I don't want to take up more of your time. Okay.
Here's going to do it. Go ahead, give it a shot, Bill. We'll give it a shot.
So the pool is, the idea of the pool is it's actually not going to protrude beyond the 10-meter limit, because it will be actually like a glass acrylic pool that will be built into the loft, and it will be in line with the top of the building. So we've worked with the neighbors, especially with Dr. Crossman next door, during the development of this project. We've had multiple meetings, and prior to submitting the application, I've made multiple adjustments, amendments to the design and the location of the project in order to accommodate the concerns that were raised today. For instance, we are, with regards to the noise, there's a glass barrier which will be visually invisible that should block, if not most of the noise, if not all of it, especially since the height is above the neighboring building. We talked about erecting a beautiful wall at our cost at the property line in order to buffer any noise. And we've moved the entrance of the building away from the south-facing property of Dr. Crossman's to the north-facing side, and hence addressing all the concerns. And with regards to the infrastructure, the engineers will talk more about that. The setbacks were necessary to accommodate the parking, where we accommodated 11 out of the 12 designated parking spots underground, so there'll be minimal visual impact in the neighborhood. The Niagara Park Commission worked with us to ensure that the driveway will not disturb any of the trees that are over 50 years old, and there's enough accommodation for that. We've moved the setback from the existing at 0 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other to 10 feet to both sides. The basement is already at the 1 foot from the property line, so we're not digging any closer to the neighbor. We are digging further back along that line of 10 feet. But there is an existing 8-foot basement, and we haven't really determined we don't plan to dig any deeper than necessary. And of course, there's always a risk of injury, damage to surrounding structures, but that will be measured and documented and compensated appropriately. So the front setback of 50 feet is the existing building. The idea of moving it back really damages the backyard for the 4 units facing the back. They're facing a beautiful park and a backyard, which they will have full access to. That's important to take into consideration. The increase to 30 feet, that would be the limit for an R2, and we're not proposing to exceed that. The support structures for the elevator and the stairs are allowed within code, and we had a sight line that shows that you don't actually see any of these structures from the street or the sidewalk because they're all set back. Even the pool is at the limit. So really, the only thing that would protrude beyond that would be the glass barrier, which is required by code for safety, as well as this is a LEED certified green building, which would take advantage of renewable energy, including solar. So I need support structures for solar panels, which would also serve as shading and umbrellas for the barbecue space, and the pool. And really, this is also an experiment in social design. It's a social infrastructure. The idea is to bring communities and neighbors together in one building where you have a much greater opportunity to socialize with your neighbors because you don't have a private balcony. It's an open concept, floor-to-ceiling windows, wall-to-wall doors that open your living room, dining room, and kitchen straight to the outside. And the outdoor space is actually up on the roof terrace. That's where everybody will gather. You can have your private space up there, but the idea is that you're living in a social community to share your morning coffee or evening drink with your neighbor. And it's going to be a condominium. It's not going to be rented on Airbnb. There's going to be rules and regulating noise, and just like any other residential building. There's a few things I wanted to touch on, but I'm happy to answer, and my partners are happy to address any questions.
We had a couple questions. One was the overall height of the building. Could you address that?
So the overall height is, I go by feet, so 30 feet, 10 meters. So that leaves you with 1,000 square foot units on the main level, basically 2 and 3 bedrooms. They range, and up to 2,000 square feet for the second story level units. Again, I want this to be welcoming all generations, from young adults to retirees to families. The bigger units are three bedroom and 3.5, and a 2-story building would not work for this proposal.
Okay. Also, can I ask you, the setback on the south side, did you say 10 feet? Is that, and what is it currently and what is being proposed?
So the side setbacks are proposed at 10 feet. The existing is 0 on one side and 5 on the other. So they're actually, we're bringing it actually narrower. But we can't go any narrower because otherwise there wouldn't be enough space for the parking to drive forward. Currently, the way the parking is built, and we had an image of that, is the cars will be able to drive into their spot, back out, and drive out. So squeezing the building any further would limit the parking situation, and accommodating 1.5 parking spots for 8 units is 12. Being able to accommodate 11 out of 12 underground was an achievement for us.
Okay. Do we have any questions of council for our presenters? Nothing? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I do apologize for the technical difficulty and not being able to get the PowerPoint to you. My name is Stephen Bedford. I'm a planning consultant based in St. Catharines. Previously working with Alex as the Director of Planning in Niagara on the Lake and several other municipalities across the country. It's really unfortunate that the overheads, the PowerPoint isn't here, because it is the PowerPoint that will show you the magic of this development. The architect and Kamal have really developed a unique infill development that will be a spectacular addition to this area of Niagara Falls. And I'll just circulate again an image. So this image, this building presents itself as a single detached dwelling. Now, when I initially applied for the zoning, I applied for the R2 zone with a site-specific amendment to permit an apartment building, because all of the side yards, all of the roof, the height, all meet the requirements of the house next door on either side. The reason we have the variety of site-specific amendments is because the city wishes to zone it R5, and we don't have any objection to that. But we need to recognize that this building presents itself as a single detached home. The side yards are, in fact, for this building, if this were a single detached home, the side yards amply meet what's there. And I'll circulate to you a streetscape so that you might have seen on my PowerPoint. And I can understand why a neighbor that lives in a house that was developed several years ago, of a totally different architectural design, would have concerns with the introduction of a new design. However, when we went to the public information meeting, the people did not have a planning issue with the development. Density was not raised, height was not raised except for the patio. The yards were not raised, the front yard setback was not raised, but certainly people were concerned about the look of the building. Now I'll circulate to you an experience of ours in St. Catharines. You can see the modern house in the middle of that house. That's in the neighborhood I live in, which is very similar to the neighborhood this is. Arts and craft building, a modern house put between two arts and crafts buildings. And can I tell you, was there concern when the owner proposed the land severance to put this lot between these two houses? There was a riot. But guess what? Have a look at that building now. It's beautiful. and people don't notice it's there. And what you have with the pictures that you see here, or you see the pictures without any trees, and the trees that are there are going to remain. And anything that needs to be removed, well, there's only one piece needs to be removed, and that's right on the northern boundary. And here is another example, not quite as explicitly similar to what we're proposing, but it's the introduction of a new modern building into an older neighborhood. So from a planning perspective, getting into the planarese, which Alex certainly outlined very clearly, the proposal we're talking about complies with the PPS, it complies with the Growth Plan 2017, and complies with the Regional Official Plan, and it complies with the Niagara Falls Official Plan. It goes a long way to help Niagara Falls meet its intensification targets. And one of the things that I think is important here is Dr. Kamal wants to live here. So that's going to make this development even more doable in terms of constructing and rents and selling and attracting the people that you need to move into this building. So the lands, it's designated residential. The building is located on an arterial road. It meets the density and height requirements. It's a mixed-use neighborhood. And if I were to, let's see, I'll circulate pictures of existing development in the area that illustrates that there are in fact other apartments in this area and other developments that illustrate change is happening. And one, hope you don't mind my my handwritten PowerPoint here. As you walk around the neighborhood, you see a neighborhood that has single detached homes and has walk-up apartments in the neighborhood as well as higher density neighborhoods. Now, from a planning perspective, if you were going to locate a slightly intenser development, this is a prime location. As was illustrated earlier, it's just outside of the boundary of your mobility hub study. So this area is going to be subject to further pressure as the development starts to occur downtown. It's equidistant from the downtown and the tourist district, approximately 1 kilometer. It's right behind the building is the park, and the Olympic Trail is beyond that, connecting the property to the downtown and the tourist area. River Road, is an arterial road with a bus system. And if you were talking about an apartment, where would you want an apartment? It's on an arterial road connected with a pedestrian route and also a bus route. So I've already mentioned the zoning issue and the fact that this building presents itself as a single detached dwelling and meets the zoning requirements if it were a single detached dwelling. I do have a sketch of the illustrating the rooftop patio. And a sketch which illustrates that you won't be able to see any of the activity on the rooftop patio from the street. The height of the elevator shaft is approximately just over 3 meters, and any activity that will happen that's proposed to happen on the rooftop patio will be below the 3 meters. The security around the outside of the building is intended to be glass, so it's not going to present itself as an additional floor. You're not going to be able to see it, and the activity that's going to happen on the patio is going to happen sufficiently back from the wall of the building that too will not be seen. The glass enclosure on the roof will serve to protect neighbors from noise in the future, and of course the condominium rules will manage the activity on the roof. So while we thank the planning staff for its support of this development as a whole, We do ask that the encroachment of the patio materials on the roof be also included in the amendment to the zoning bylaw.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Thompson, then Crater, then Morocco. Oh, for the public, okay. Do we have any questions of council for the presenter? Councillor Carrier.
Just a quick question, Your Worship. Do you know what the soil conditions are in the area?
No.
Are you on ground or are you on rock? Are you building on rock?
Ben, may I talk a little bit about that? Sorry. Hi, Lou, Mark Antonio from 2M Architects. We have not got to that stage. We believe rock is not too down deep, so we probably will hit that at some point. We have the advantage that there is a basement in the existing house, and our footprint is almost the same, a little bit larger.
So assuming that you are into rock,
Likely.
you're gonna be into rock, so I think that's maybe why the neighbors have a concern.
Yeah, no, I
about the
understand.
damage,
And they
'cause
did express that at the information evening, and we did say that there will
If
be.
it was on dirt, it wouldn't be so bad, but if it's on rock, that transfers the.
No, there will be
concussion.
a pre-construction survey carried out. That's usually what happens.
Yeah.
We shouldn't assume there's gonna be damage to the neighbors' homes.
Nope.
We're pretty careful about that sort of thing. And if there is, then our client is responsible for that.
Okay.
Thank you. It needs to be taken care of.
Thank you. Any other questions for the presenters? Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Look to Councillor Thompson, then Crater and Morocco.
First of
No?
all,
Okay.
I was called probably a year and a half ago by Dr. Matar, and I had met him before. And he said he was on River Road and he wanted to put up this three-story development. And I listened to him and also saw a concept of what he was talking about. And I said, look, before you do anything, go and talk to your immediate neighbors on each side and see if you can get them to provide you some documentation, a letter supporting that, providing you can do all the changes that they have concerns about. And 6 months later, he called me and he said, okay, I've done that. I'd had to alter the building substantially. And I think you heard Dr. Matar indicating there was 0 lot line on one side, which is now 10 meters, and 10 meters on the other side, which certainly improves the situation substantially from what it is at this particular time. The concept is certainly modern and doesn't fit in with what you have there, but this is an example of what's happening on River Road. River Road is, without exception, in transition. What used to be the high-end single-family homes by prominent people in the community has changed. They are either bed and breakfast, some Airbnbs, and this one, which has been approved by council, which is really a surprise because we approved that at this council, and then the owner went back and got a further approval from the Committee of Adjustment, which when I drove by when it was being constructed, I thought, my God, that's not what we approved. So the whole area there has changed. And if it isn't a bed and breakfast, it's been converted to several apartments. I've been into several of them where at one point there were 5 apartments in one building, which was extremely unusual. So I think that I personally like the look of the development. The whole area is going to change. A short distance down, we're going to have an application before us probably next meeting or the one after that regarding the condominium 7-story, which has been taken over by new people, and they're coming in with a totally different concept. And then the bird sanctuary and former Michael's Inn has been approved for 61 towers at the end of the street. So I think that when I saw the details of this particular development, I thought it wasn't out of line. It fits in with the provincial guidelines with respect to infilling properties have to maximize the density. And so I really think that this is an appropriate development. I think Dr. Matar has gone out of his way to solve all the problems. The one I didn't think of or didn't hear about before was the possibility of damaging the neighboring properties. And I'm very pleased to hear that he is going to be responsible, certainly determining it ahead of time if there are any problems and if there are any after the construction. So like the project, I think it's appropriate for there, and the whole street is in transition and changing, and very few single-family homes there. So I'd be happy to make the motion for approval.
Okay, thank you. Are you making that motion, Councillor? Okay, Councillor Morocco?
Sorry, did you say?
He withdrew.
Okay, well, I have to say, through your worship, I just wanted to echo Councillor Thompson's points that he did address, that the developer has addressed some of the points, and I do believe, I just want to look, because Dr. Crossman was actually trying to get our attention just to a point, and your point.
Just for some clarification, we actually tried to put an in-ground pool there. We dug 4 feet and we hit solid bedrock. We also put an addition in our house. We wanted to put a full basement and have it level with our house. We had to go up 5 feet because the guy said if you went down any further, you'd have to blast. Now this is 30 years ago, but it was 1 sheet of bedrock. This wasn't lime or sandstone or anything that you could like hammer through. He said you'd have to blast. So that's our biggest concern. Like we got a 110-year-old house.
Yes. They have and I have to say, I love the older historic homes, and I've been to their home as well. It is a very beautiful home. But I know that there are modern homes, and there's a good mix of old and new now. And I think that having addressed a number of these issues, and I did like the fact too that they did address that if there is rock, and with the new technology and the way that they do drilling and things today, I think that this is a responsible. Well, I think that they're going to be responsible.
Is drilling, pouring,
Yep.
and rock, and there'll be no blast.
Okay, so was one of my questions, and they said that they might have more information on.
So I think that
That's our engineer over there.
yeah, have to be responsible in their development because of the homes, and I think that they're very aware of that. So I don't have a problem. I think they've addressed a number of the issues as well with the residents, and I think they've tried. And I like the idea that they've actually moved the buffer. That was one of your concerns as well. So,
but the only other, I asked the.
Did you want to come to the microphone?
The additional height, I know the actual.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
10 meters. But we were wondering what would be the potential for it to go up with your solar panels and things like that. Like
Right,
just
so
the range.
the
We don't
solar
do
panels
that.
are metal awnings that would serve as support structures, so the awning and shade for the pool and the barbecue space. So I don't view them as part of the infrastructure. I mean, you can add umbrellas after, you can apply for amendments to add solar panels later. They're not going to be visible from the street. They're certainly not going to be visible from your property.
Hey, folks, I've got to stop there because I did close the public
Sorry.
meeting. The chance for
Sorry, I just
questions has
want to-
passed.
Anyway, I think that they feel comfortable with where they're going, and especially the height, so I have no problem supporting this.
Okay, so you're seconding. So we've got a mover and a seconder to the proposal, and there was one, was there not one amendment, folks, you had asked regarding the patio stones or something? Was that what it was? Did you get that, Mr. Hurlovich? Just want to make sure that's part of the motion. Did you want to repeat what the one, you had one amendment, did you not?
Yes, we'd like the ability to encroach above the height for the patio equipment.
Do you have, is that included in the motion, or is that, or did you have comment? I don't know, what does that mean, Mr. Hurlovich?
Well, so basically, I didn't see the drawing with the, thank you. I didn't see the drawing with the pool structure, but I heard from the proponent that it was going to be some sort of an acrylic pool. I think there was a drawing circulated around for the, there's a rooftop structure, and I'm going to assume that's a shade canopy. There are some deck areas and so on. So those would be above the 10 meters. So our staff was concerned about that, primarily because of the concerns we've heard from the adjacent residents with respect to privacy. But that's up to council to determine whether you feel that those amenities should not be allowed up there. I think there were some permanent umbrellas that were suggested. The developer could probably outline, but those are the things. So above the 10 meters, there would be a rail. I believe that we heard from the speaker that was going to be a glass rail around the edge of the around the edge of the pool area. And I do see some other green, but so there are solar panels. Looks like I don't know. There are things above that roof deck that's at 10 meters, so that's what. So basically, Mr. Bedford has asked that his client be allowed to put those roof features. The sunscreen canopy, I did hear about solar panels, so that would be above 10 meters as well. The exact height, I don't know. Mr. Crossman asked for that, or Dr. Crossman rather asked for that information. I don't have those specific figures. Dr. Matar did indicate, and it is correct, the elevator shaft, the stair shaft, those can extend above 10 meters now. I heard the speakers say that those are set back from the edge of the building, and so if you're standing on River Road, you would not be able to see those structures. Those are allowed within the current zone rules. So they would
Well, the
be
mover
allowed.
just made the motion that he's going to make, that's part of his motion. So I just confirmed that. You're okay with that too, Councilor Morocco? Okay. So we've got, folks, we've got the motion that's been moved, seconded, with the one requested amendment from the developer. Yes, Councilor Ioannoni?
The picture that Mr. Hurlovich handed me, it looks like there is a building structure. Do you see where the glass building structures are beside it? Is that an elevated above what they're asking for?
I don't know what that part is.
But do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes?
Yeah, so that's the elevator shaft and the stairwell, and those are typically included. I'll let Lou speak.
But
Right, so
what I'm
those
asking is,
that-
are they above?
10 meter, 10 feet.
Yeah, they are.
Or 10
That's the
meters.
3 point whatever meters above the top of the roof. I have to get the elevator to that floor, and then there's usually a bit of an overhead over top of the elevator. So it's 10 or 12 feet, which is 3 point something meters. And then, just to clarify,
In the center or the side?
the elevator is pushed way back, so you won't see it from River Road. And likely you don't see it from either side of the neighbors because you're on an angle, right? You don't actually see it. We are gonna wrap that structure in glass, so it's gonna be kinda cool. When Dr. Matar talked to me about this pool structure, it's not sitting on the roof, it's actually flush with the surface of the roof. So it's actually hanging down into one of the units' loft space. That's what's happening. So it's not going above the roof level. The only thing I need to do is protect you from falling off the roof. So there's a glass guardrail, which is about 1.1 meters. The only other fixed structure on that roof is we need some solar collectors. We need that, that's part of the whole LEED project. They are gonna double as they're gonna be around where the elevator and the stair is. And they're gonna double as kind of a sun protection if you're up on the roof. The awnings or the umbrellas, those are not permanent. Those are just umbrellas that we can buy and move them around as the sun tells us what to do. So that's the only permanent structure. I got my elevator and my stair have to get there. And I have some solar collectors, which are, again, in the middle of the building, so they're pushed back, and they're geared, they're turned towards the southwest. So they become my solar collectors, and they double as my sunscreen if I'm up there. That's it. That's all that's fixed. And plus, I'll have a piece of likely there'll be a rooftop equipment. There'll be some kind of air handler towards the back of the building.
Thank you.
Okay.
But the point in asking is when residents are objecting, they're objecting to what's here, not what's in that picture. So I just wanted him to explain so they understand.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, absolutely. Okay, so we have the motion, we've discussed it, we'll call the vote now, please. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that's approved, and that finishes that order of business. So thank you for coming out. So now we're gonna deal with the proposed declaration of surplus. Surplus land, okay. Did you say the word land? Okay. So I'm gonna ask Mr. Beeman if you'd please introduce this report.
Yes, what we have, Council, is a situation in which there's a party that wants to purchase a parcel of land which is situated behind their home. It is, I guess enclosed would be the way to describe it, at the back of their house, and by trees, and that has led them to believe that it was part of the rear yard when they bought it. They put up a shed, and that led to a complaint. Then, because the neighbors knew that that particular part of the what appeared to be the rear yard actually belonged to the city. So the then owner discovered he now was part of what he thought he bought was actually part of the city, and so he came to us to see if he could buy it. This particular parcel of land was the subject of an effort to purchase it in 2012. That never got to council because the party got discouraged when he discovered staff would not recommend the sale. Now, what has changed since that time, there are two things that changed. One is this particular purchaser was a little more enthusiastic and phoned me a few more times. And I got out to the property, and normally I don't do that. I went out on my lunch hour and I actually dragged Mr. Hurlovich with me and we went out lunch. And the first picture that Mr. Hurlovich, that Mr. Matson has put up there shows the trail that runs behind the land in question. You can see there's quite a slope to it. And this is actually in behind a municipal park that faces out to the opposite street from where the rear of this property is. So when you go along this trail, the properties which are to the right in this picture are where this land is located, and they all appear, you can see there's a fence right there, that one, they all appear to be people's rear yards. In the aerial photograph that's attached to the report, you can see that at this particular point in the trail, there's what I would call a bump in the trail, where there used to be a turn in the rail line, and so the trail lands are actually wider at this point than they are anywhere else. And so that's why there's this potential for this land. Could we show, Bill, could you show the next picture? It's unfortunate that's so low, but this particular picture was shown, these three pictures that I'm showing you were shown at the Park and City Committee, which is part of the circulation. This being parkland, I circulated to the Park and City Committee to get their comments. When we did it in 2012, Parkland and the City Committee did not object. This time, Park and the City Committee has not supported the application. This row of trees was of particular interest to some of the members of the committee. And it wasn't clear. I have established that row of trees is what I would call the boundary between what the person wants to buy and what is being considered for surplus here. The part to the left there. Okay, thank you. The part to the left there is the rear yard, is what appears to be the rear yard of the party that's interested in getting this land, should council consider it to be surplus. Now, one of the big controversies about this particular request is that this land is parkland. Generally speaking, and the hard rule has been never to declare parkland surplus, and I probably deal with 10 anyway a year of guys who come in, they want to buy a park or they want to buy a piece of lovely Tableland Park that's right beside their house, and I tell them I really don't think we're gonna go very far with that one. You can give me, there's a $500 fee for these unsolicited real estate transactions. You can pay me your $500, but I really don't think we're gonna get anywhere with this one because it is a park. This particular one, because of its unique characteristics, I thought was worth a shot of bringing to council to see if council would agree with the party that's interested in it, that it is surplus to the city's needs. I would point out in favor of the applicant's situation that the city is not using the land. It doesn't actually physically, because of the trees and because of the slope and the trail, which is immediately to the right of the trees in this particular photograph, that doesn't function as part of the park. It's completely separated. It's also separated from the trail. There was concern expressed at Park in the city about the survival of the trees if the trees were to be conveyed away, and we could actually adjust the boundaries so that the trees remained in city land, or we could put a restriction in the transaction which would require the party to maintain the trees, if that's council's desire, assuming council decides that the land can be declared surplus. And of course, one of the big concerns that certainly was at Park in the city was that are we setting a precedent for conveying parkland? My thought on that, I do think that this is a relatively unique situation. There are immediately neighboring properties which would probably make similar requests, but again, we're talking very small parcels which already are already separated from the trail, in some cases by fences, in some cases by buildings. These lands have been functionally part of people's rear yards, it appears, for quite some time, at least as long as it took to grow those trees. So those are the characteristics. Now, I did include in my report a very articulate letter from Mr. Anstruther, who was a member of the Park and the City Committee, who was very strongly opposed to this proposal, and he's put forward his arguments there. And I commend those to you for those who want to balance what I've had to say, because I won't list them all. But that's the point. Now, why was it turned down in 2012? It was turned down in 2012 because this land, the trail, is designated as contaminated lands in the city's record of lands. The reason why that is solely for one reason only. That is because it is a former rail land, and former rail lands are automatically declared to be hazardous lands. The thing that I learned prior to looking at this thing was that the railway that ran through here was a tramway, it was an electric railway. So the concerns that are usually expressed about rail lands, like the rail lands we have out here in our downtown, is that there used to be steam locomotives on them, belching out coal and all that stuff, and you had the diesels on there putting down the oil. That's what generally and historically has made rail lands hazard lands. In this particular case, because it was all tramways, and I did look up the entire history, I could not find, even during the Second World War, when many of the tram railways they did run diesels on them in part of the support of the war effort. This particular one was not used in that way according to the historical records that I was able to find in the Niagara Falls Library. So in that sense, plus given the topography of the land, that the land we're looking at is a lot higher than the rail bed, I think the risk of this being contaminated is very low. And so that's that particular ground for refusing to convey, I don't think is quite as sound as I did when it was first reported to me this land was contaminated. So that's what I present to you, Council. This is a decision for Council. I don't want to be seen to make a recommendation because I'm your lawyer, I'm not your real estate agent. I point out the reasons why it could be declared surplus. I believe Mr. Anstruther has put together sound arguments as to why it can't be declared surplus. And I believe there are some members of the public who wish to address you as well. So those are and I'll answer any questions that Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beeman. I've got Councillor Thompson first up.
Well, did you have some people who wanted to speak?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we'll give them a chance once Council asked Mr. Beeman any questions that you had.
Well, I can make some initial comments. First of all, I got Mr. Anstruther's email, and I immediately texted him back and said, I totally agree with your comments, because if you sell one, then you've got the entire line where the opportunity to sell it off is going to be there. Then I had somebody take me out to look at this exact property, and what surprised me was there are a lot of encroachments up and down the line, fences, and I don't know what this gentleman would wanted to do. Taking down the trees would be unfortunate. It's a beautiful setting. Everybody is looking and landscaping and looking after the back part. So if somebody wanted to use it as part of their backyard without encroaching on it, I think that's goes without saying. In fact, they're doing that. Reminds me of the Hollage Road years ago, where everybody built their sheds and everything right on the city property all the way along, and we had to deal with it for months, trying to determine what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. We never talked about the sale of the property because it was part of the walkway, and we wanted to preserve that for the future of the city. So I think we have to have our staff go out there and go along and determine exactly what's going on there. How many people have built sheds there, and report back to council so we can make an informed decision rather than just dealing with one lot. If you do deal with one, then you got to look at everybody's request. I think that's concerning to me, and Mr. Anstruthers also. So I think we should refer to staff to come back in the future, but I'd be interested in hearing what some of the people have to say about it.
Okay, so good comments, and also we did receive an email, if everyone saw it, from Paisley Janbury. I think she's a member of the Park and the City Committee too, and she also had a good idea, good suggestion that could be part of us referring this to staff if that's the way this ends up going, dealing with any of these situations around the city.
I would just want to add something to Councillor Thompson. Sorry, I was just going to respond.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Beaman. Why don't you just finish off and then, yeah.
I do think there is some considerable, sorry, thank you. There is a matter of interest. Councillor Thompson made that suggestion. And, you know, Councillor, not only are there these encroachment issues and sheds and so on, there are a number of properties which are developed in such a way that people are taking like large RVs and this type of thing. The only way these RVs can be stored is by driving up and down the walkway. They have big gates in the back of their properties, and these things come in and drive down. The only way they can get there is to drive them up and down our walkway, and then drive them into their backyards. They can't enter their properties from the front. There's 4 or 5 of them around. And now that's just something else to add that make council aware of those particular land uses, seeing as Councillor Thompson has raised the issue of other neighboring land uses, and that might go some way to supporting those that have that concern.
Thanks for that. Councillor Thompson, did you want to?
The only other comment I was going to make, we've received a petition from, looks like 90 people on there who have concerns about this. So to sell off one piece of land, I think going to put us all in jeopardy, and not what the area wants to have done. So I'm going to refer after we have some debate.
Okay, Councillor Iannoni, and then we'll ask some of the residents who would like to address council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Beaman made the comment that these lands have been functioning as part of people's land for some time. So the question I had from residents who called me was, why? You have a bylaw enforcement. You have staff that could have stopped all of that. And I know that some of them have called in complaints and said, hey, my neighbor's doing that. And those are the properties that when Mr. Beaman and Mr. Hurlovich went out are already encroaching and have been for many years. When the gentleman called me to support allowing him to purchase this land, he made a comment and said, you know, my neighbor was able to do this years ago. I don't remember a house coming to us. I don't ever remember us selling encroachment land to a neighbor ever on my term and my entire time here. So I maybe Mr. Beaman can explain to me what the applicant meant on that.
There are, just to the, this is not showing the map that's in front of the council, but to the east of these lands, there are 3 lots where our lands, which used to be part of the trail, have been conveyed to properties by the city in the 60s. And I'm Please have it. I said the 80s at the park at the city council. I couldn't read my own handwriting, sir. I apologize to Councilor Bidwell. It was the 60s. And Ms. Janbury was off the old bat.
Okay. Yeah, you got the.
Sadly, Victor probably wasn't here yet. But the reality is, when you're going to call us and lobby us, you really should be able to give us the background information. And the 60s really, it's not applicable to what we're doing today. I remember the Hollage Road Trail. I think the person built a pool, if I'm not mistaken, that encroached onto Hollage Trail. And the uproar along that whole trail line, where we had all the residents here. I think when we go back to the financial, staffing, legal implications, while there's no question that declaring the subject land surplus would set a precedent that is relevant to the properties that are located not only immediately west of these residents, but all the other parkland that people are encroaching, and they are, we've seen it. I think we would be opening the door. This is what we would be dealing with endlessly here. So I would support referring it back to staff, but I would not support selling our parkland.
Thank you. So we've got some residents here that'd like to address council. Would you like to, if you just want to approach the mic, just state your name and your address. And you can fire away.
Good evening, Mayor Diodati, councilors, and city staff. My name is Donna Harrison. My husband Wayne Smith and I abut the subject property here in Niagara Falls, which you are considering declaring surplus this evening. In fact, it abuts our property by 29 feet on the east boundary. I felt it necessary to address council for two reasons. First, because of my expertise as a 25-year municipal employee, international, national, and provincial judge for communities in bloom, and a past president of the Ontario Parks Association. Secondly, I am an advocate of protecting and preserving green space for our community today and tomorrow. Wayne and I have resided here for 18 years. Why do we want to live here? It was the green corridor, the mature trees in our neighborhood that attracted us to Niagara Falls. On September 14th, a public notice appeared in the Niagara Falls Review setting out the proposed declaration of certain lands as surplus. The legal description of such property describes lot and plan. Nowhere is it indicated that it abuts Lind Somerville Neighborhood Park. A pretty important detail, in my opinion, in order for the public to fully understand and respond here tonight. Not only did my neighbors not realize the land in question was in their own backyard, but they were surprised when they were made aware of the exact location, and that the city notice was referring to this naturalized buffer and habitat with 19 mature spruce and pine trees. This is where our neighborhood children toboggan, make forts, play hide and go seek. They were astonished to think their city would consider sale of such property. They therefore willingly signed their names to a petition to stop the declaration of surplus land and sale of any park property. I keep hearing the property described as inaccessible. So are wetlands, but we understand why they are important to our ecosystem. Mr. Morocco of the Public Works states that he is currently not maintaining this area, which is why it has become inaccessible. You decide not to cut your front lawn, the same thing would transpire. I understand in speaking with city staff that Niagara Falls is in a deficit position as far as neighborhood parkland is concerned. Most municipalities that I've spoken to, including Peterborough, Metro Toronto, City of St. Catharines, and Owen Sound, have told me they do not sell any existing parkland and only exchange it if it is to their benefit. Furthermore, our own provincial growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which came into effect July 1st, states that we need to manage growth, build complete communities, curb sprawl, protect the natural environment. This subject land provides a natural buffer area, a home for wildlife and birds, curbs erosion on the gully, and is one of the main naturalized areas along the corridor in question. Why are we considering selling this one? Council's mandate is to protect, promote, and provide green space, trees, parks, and trails for our health and pleasure. What will happen to the aesthetic of the corridor if this land is allowed to be clear-cut and fenced? In 2012, when the previous owners applied to purchase the subject land, they were denied, according to the city solicitor, because the land was thought to be contaminated. Has an environmental assessment taken place? It states in the minutes that residents made no objection. I'd like to be clear about that. No resident was advised at that time. There was no public disclosure. So therefore, you would not receive any response or disagreement. The issue is simple. Are you, our trusted servants of the taxpayers of Niagara Falls, going to protect our parks, trees, and green corridors for our citizens' health and pleasure? Or are you going to set a precedent and approve the sale of green space, knowing that the buyer's intention is to remove healthy trees and construct an 8-foot fence? John Anstruther's letter, which you have a copy of, says it all in my opinion. He speaks of the value of parks, trees, and their benefits, and the dangerous precedent you will be setting if this is approved. I have 38 neighbors on this park corridor who agree with me and have signed a petition asking you not approve the sale of this or any park property. And in closing, support the unanimous decision of the Park and the City Committee and deny this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Harrison of council? Okay, well, thank you very much.
I have one question.
Okay, yes.
No one in this whole, Mr. Beeman, has said what the size of the property that this surplus land is. It seems like a strange thing that nobody asked. It's 28 feet on my side. How big is the property that we're talking about here? That's my question.
Which, this back piece you're saying?
Yes. And another thing I'd like to clarify is all those trees, but what is the size? The previous neighbor didn't tell me what the size was, nor did any information. What is the size, Mr. Beeman?
I don't know how wide, 6
Well, this is a pretty important question. What is the size we're talking about?
Well, if you wish, I can go and get the survey that was done. But I really don't think the exact size of the property is really all that important. The illustration shows the effect it has relative to the other property. It shows that it's squaring up to the property to something. It shows that it's the width of the property that the owner showed, which is too high.
Okay.
I'd also like to point out that those cedar trees that you're looking at right there really don't show you an accurate picture of the property. Those trees were planted by the previous owner. They aren't city trees. They're just allowed and should have been removed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have, did anyone else wish to address council?
You want me to? I wasn't going to, but I will.
Okay.
I'll just say something very brief.
Yeah,
Diane DiGioacchino, 4200 Longhurst Avenue. Grew up with the gully in my backyard, so I tobogganed there. My kids tobogganed there. I've walked dogs there. I've done everything in that gully, which is what we call it, and down the other stretch we call the right-of-way. So this is, in fact, my family bought in the 60s because they were on Palace Crescent, that when they were told it was a one-time offer to buy the extension. So I'm not sure the history, but I can just tell you that this park space in our neighborhood is used, valued, and we would love to see it protected. There's a neighborhood school, Cherrywood, that recently put in a beautiful naturalized playground. It seems we should be doing more of that and less talking about selling and certainly not removing trees. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak? Yes, yep, if you'd like, sure, step forward. And just state your name and your address.
Some pictures on there. It's Mike Richard. And
Oh, is that for the screen?
Yes,
Oh, I
that's
think
some
we got
extra
it.
pictures.
Oh, okay.
Mike Richard, live at 6352 Sheldon Street, and just like to, good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I'm here tonight to request the purchase of surplus land that abuts to the back of my property. It's currently not being used by the city. but I have maintained it since I purchased it. I would like to purchase the property to properly enclose my backyard for the safety of my 4-year-old daughter and for some privacy, thereby removing liability from the city currently has. There are currently several mature trees on this surplus land forming the boundary of the property. And I would like to state that I have absolutely no intentions of ever removing these trees. These trees are beautiful in the backyard. That's one of the main reasons that I purchased the property. And it appears that this is my property based on the way the trees outline the property. In 2012, the previous homeowner requested a similar purchase but was denied due to environmental concerns. However, it's been determined that the risk of any environmental concerns is low. So there's about 30 feet from my property line to the back. And what I was going to do was fence that in without disturbing any of the trees, just outlining the same fence line that my neighbors do on both sides. So at this time, there was no obligation in 2012 to request the purchase based on parkland preservation considerations as stated by Mr. Beeman's report. I have learned that there are 3 other homeowners on this in this area that have successfully obtained the same parcel of land in the 1960s. So therefore, precedence has been set. My request is simple, and I'm unsure as to why there are those that strongly oppose the sale, as the land cannot be used for anything else. Also, those who wish to enjoy use in the parkland will continue to do so at its beauty. It will certainly be maintained. If there is a strong concern about the removal of these trees, I'm willing to sign an affidavit saying that the trees will remain intact. Or alternately, allow the city to retain the property on which these trees are on and purchase the remaining 20 feet of property that do not include the trees. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Does anyone, do we have any questions for Mr. Richard?
Mike, you know the lot size, don't you?
It's, the lot site is 30 by 81. That's in the proposal. So my
81
property
across.
line right now is right at the back of the playground. And I had the playground originally 10 feet in the air, right in the center of the backyard, but I had a complaint and the bylaw said I had to move it over 10 feet. And the same with the shed. I put the shed in the back corner, the same as all the neighbors do in the area. I had a complaint. The bylaw came down, told me I had to move it 10 feet, so I moved it 10 feet. And it was originally in the back corner.
Was
So
it originally when you
it
bought
was
the
in
house?
Yes. No, I added the shed,
Okay.
and then after, because it didn't come with a survey, I didn't know that this land was encroaching. The previous owner stated in their information package that there was no encroachment on city property. So I just assumed that the property was the outline of the trees that are there. If I would have known that there was an encroachment on this property, then we would have never put the shed in the playground in that area. But
So no questions of council at this point? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, council, there's been a suggestion by Councillor Thompson that we refer this to staff for now rather than moving on it. Well, I want to give him the chance because he was going to, are there questions other than a referral? Because since he's offered, he's suggested to do that. Councillor Thompson?
I'd like to hear what the rest of the
Okay, is there any discussion around this other than a referral? Councillor Crater?
Thank you, Worship. I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Richard a couple of times. The last time we spoke, he made me aware that, that he understood this was coming to council, and I had said, I remember what I said, it's not gonna come to council, we are never selling parkland. Like, we'll never see this. So I was kind of surprised when I saw it here that it showed up. First of all, I'm very sympathetic. You hear the whole story for the gentleman. He bought the property, we heard it all thinking that was his, and that's why he built where he built. It wasn't intentional. But really the issue is parkland. And we've all been through this haulage trail. I can still remember the one across from Valley Park Lodge. That big park that we had there, you remember that? And all the people who built on that. And then we were put in the position where the city said, you have to take it down. It belongs to the city, it's park. They wanted their sheds removed, they wanted their gardens removed. They all were in here yelling at us saying, sell us. And if we had sold everything, there wouldn't have been much of a park left, but they all had really good reasons why they should. I think just the principle is, are we in the business of selling parkland? And I am really sympathetic for this gentleman, but that, to me, that's the issue. Are we in the, once we start, everybody who wants it has a really good reason. They're not doing it just because they happen to want the land for a very poor reason. This gentleman really wants it for a good reason for his children. I understand all that. So I have no problem referring to staff, but it's not being referred to staff to look for bringing back a report to sell the land. I will not support anything like that. If you want to look at ensuring that all our parklands are not being encroached or anything, that's fine. But I think once we open that door that we're going to start selling, then we're in the wrong business. Parkland is parkland, and we are short of parkland. I know sometimes we even don't, we accept money from developers in lieu of parkland, which we should be doing more of. And you've taken the time, I've been at some of your openings where we're investing money into parklands, in the parks. I've been there, I think it's 8 or 9 that have gone through. So I'm not going to support the selling of any parkland, not just for this gentleman, but for anyone in this city. If you're watching, you're not getting parkland from me. I'm not going to support anything like that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Richard, you wanted to address council again? Thank you for that, Councillor. And then I'm going to come back to Councillor Ioannoni and Campbell.
I just got an attachment here of the actual layout of the property and the proposed area.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ioannoni and then Campbell.
Thank you. While I do sympathize with the applicant, I would recommend he go back and get a refund from his lawyer, who should have known what the property line was. It really isn't, it's something that when you're purchasing land you look at. But I do remember that the first meeting public meeting I ever attended was on that park across from Valley Park Lodge, and I remember Paisley Janbury Poole standing up and telling all the people there who wanted to buy that parkland that was never going to happen. And so, while I know Councillor Thompson wants to make a motion to refer, I'd rather make a motion to deny. The neighborhood doesn't want it. It sets an unhealthy precedent for this council, and I believe we're going to have people lined up here asking all over the city who are encroaching on parkland to allow us to do that. So if he's amenable to that, I'd make the motion to deny the application.
Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too see the irony of the situation. First of all, I can't imagine anybody walking into this gentleman's backyard behind the trees as pictured there. Now, he has made a secondary compromise, which I'm not prepared to deal with tonight, and I'm not prepared to deal with this any further. I'm going to second his motion to refer it to staff, and that the staff come back, taking into consideration the compromise the gentleman has made, and any other neighbors that might want to speak for or against the compromise.
Okay. Any other members of council wish to speak? Okay, then Councillor Thompson, did you want to make your referral motion? Well, he didn't officially, because we wouldn't be debating it right now.
Yeah, I didn't make it. You know, I think that I hate to put the staff to all this trouble, going out and documenting where everything is, and then coming back and where it doesn't appear that the council is willing to sell the property. So I think we'd better deal with it now.
Your Worship, I'll make the motion that we refer it to staff.
Okay, motion by Councillor Campbell that we refer this to staff.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. So this is not a debatable motion, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor for referral? Okay, and opposed? Okay, so that passes. So as you heard, this is going to be referred to staff. They're going to come back with options. There'll be another meeting. You'll be invited to come back out again and present. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, item 6.1, Brian Duxbury, Integrity Commissioner update. Mr. Beeman, is that you?
I don't think there's anything to be said in connection with when Mr. Duxbury sends his report. That's it.
Okay, so yes, Councillor Ioannoni?
Just a question, why is Mr. Duxbury not here for us to ask him questions?
Mr. Beeman?
Mr. Duxbury, when he was here before, told us he would not answer questions.
Then it's very difficult to try to have a conversation on this. So I'll just say that I won't say anything.
Okay. Any other comments of council? Yes, Councillor Carrier?
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I mean, I don't know what questions there would be to ask Mr. Duxbury. It's the letter's self-explanatory. He finds it the way he finds it. The question I had was, there was a similar situation like this in the region where a regional councillor appealed one of these and lost, and the region was awarded costs. Is that similar to this situation?
No, that was an actual court application.
Okay, so that wasn't an appeal like this appeal?
No.
Because this is an appeal on his decision.
Yes, but I would call it more a clarification or a demand for further particulars or something along those lines. And what actually happened in the other proceeding was that the counselor who didn't like the report tried to take it to court. What he actually tried to do was get a court order preventing the report from being released, and that's
Gotcha.
where he accumulated the costs.
Could get real expensive for the taxpayers.
Okay, do we have any, okay, so do we need to receive, what do we say here? Receive and accept the findings of the Integrity Commissioner, is that what we're doing? Not that familiar, okay.
You received the report.
Okay. Somebody want to receive this?
Receive it.
Do we need a motion to receive it?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So moved by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. There's no discussion to that. All those in favor? Okay, thank you.
Move the consent agenda?
Motion to move the consent agenda, Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion around? Yes, Councillor Thompson?
FS 2017-04, regarding the fireworks bylaw.
Yeah.
Could you send a copy of that to the woman who wrote a letter to me? I gave it to the CAO just so she knows we didn't ignore her comments and there was some alterations in the bylaw.
Okay, we'll do that for sure. Any other consent agenda items to be lifted? Okay, seeing none, looking for a motion to accept, approve. Yes, Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Campbell, that we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Yes? Okay. Okay, we've got communications. First item, Fire Prevention Week. Requested that October 8th through 14th be Fire Prevention Week.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? That's approved. Jewish Festival on October 9th, requesting waiver of application fees and street closures and permission for fireworks. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? That's approved. Excuse me. Request that October 10th be proclaimed as Mental Health Day in the city of Niagara Falls. Moved by Councillor Crater.
Sorry, can I just get clarification?
It says it twice, but I assume it meant to say it once. Does it say it twice in yours too? It does. Okay. Okay, so Are you clear on that clarification? Okay, did we call the vote, or did we, where am I at?
No, we didn't call.
I didn't, pardon me?
So moved.
Who moved in the second? Nobody, okay. Moved by Counselor Crater, seconded by Counselor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. Okay, Niagara Region sent us a code of conduct for our members. Receive and file. Moved by Counselor Strange, seconded by Counselor Campbell. All those in favor? Yes?
It says for comment to council, do we just email in?
I think. I don't really know. I mean, they didn't, unless you've got comment now. Do you have
No,
comment now?
it's too long. Can I just email in? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Absolutely. October 6th through 22nd be proclaimed as Waste Reduction Week. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay. September 4th be recognized as National Polycystic Disease Awareness Day. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. National Airlines Council of Canada requesting resolution opposing the for-profit privatization of Canada's airports. Now, we want to be careful of this one because we own an airport. You know, so I don't know if we just want to receive it. Do you want to just receive it, or? Okay, so receive and file, moved by Councillor Morocco, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay. Steve Ludzik, Celebrity Rose Foundation requesting waiver of the bus, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay. St. Paul High School requesting a permit up to 3 food trucks on the school property, waiving licensing fees for the day, moved by Councillor Thompson, conflict, right. Seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay. Vacancy on the library board. We've got a recommendation from Alicia Subnek, the chief librarian, about an appointment for the vacant seat on the library board. Okay, moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that Carl Dockstader be appointed to the vacant seat on the library board. Yep, although Mr. Clerk would like to speak.
Just a follow-up to that matter, just wanted to point out to council that currently there is no council representative on that board.
That's right.
And if you wanted to entertain and see if there is any interest for a council representation on that board.
Kind of too bad everyone's here tonight, otherwise you could have picked the person that wasn't.
Someone's not in the room though.
Councilor Craig.
Okay, thank you for that information. Where did we go here? Sorry, I lost
Councilor
my...
Thompson's got a lot of history with the library.
Who does? Councillor Thompson? Yeah. Niagara Falls International Marathon requesting waiver of transportation, road closure, and refreshment vehicle license fees for the city. Moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? It's approved.
Your Worship, just to go back to the library, is there anyone on council that's interested in sitting on it?
Well, no one put up their hands, so...
They're looking for
Carolyn's interested.
a member to sit there.
Can we reappoint Carolyn? Can we reappoint?
I don't know if that's...
They don't have anyone, we should have.
I don't know if that's 2/3 reconsideration. I don't know how we do that. How do we do that? I don't know.
I don't think we voted on it.
Pardon me?
I don't think we voted on it.
Voted on the library?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Did we?
Yeah. No, but I mean before for the removal.
Yes.
But we voted on Mr. Dockstader taking the
So
seat.
I won't, and I'm being serious now, I'd make the motion that we appoint her back to the library board, unless you tell me there's some reason I can't.
Yeah, no, well, we just need 2/3, that's all. Okay, so motion by Councillor Crater, second by Councillor Thompson to reappoint Councillor Iannoni to the library board. Okay? Are you accepting? Are you didn't
Yeah, I
accept?
didn't want to be off it in the first place.
Okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Niagara Region, notice of passing of municipal-wide development charges bylaw, just for our information to receive. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson, you had a comment?
Yeah, but maybe you could tell us a little bit about the debate on that. It's very controversial. I've had several people, business people, talked to me about the escalation of apartment building bylaw charges, that we're trying to get more housing and more places for people who don't have the opportunity to buy a house. And why was the increase in apartment permits so?
I think what I'd rather do, rather than me talk specifically now about something we talked about a couple months ago, is probably have somebody come in and update us specifically with the report.
Yeah, I think we should, because I think we're chasing a lot of opportunities away. So that's.
There's a lot of heated debate around the region around that.
Well, Welland particularly.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have somebody.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Maybe direction of staff to bring back a report on that?
Yep.
I'll second that.
Okay, so, did we even vote on the, so on this, you want to just say that we receive and, yeah, so we receive and have a report back to council? Okay. That was moved by, who's that moved by again? Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yep.
And seconded by Councilor Thompson.
No,
It was Mike Strange, second.
Okay, Mike Strange can be the seconder, how's that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay. Regional report, Smarter Niagara Incentive Program, budget update for our information, looking for motion to receive.
Motion for information for this one and the next one and the last one.
Okay, moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Campbell, that we get the information on the Niagara Incentive Program, the update on the Port Robinson Ferry for the City of Thorold, and also the request from the mayors to sign the Great Lakes Mayor's Letter opposing nuclear dumping along the Great Lakes. So we'll call all those three votes. All those in favor?
Actually, Your Worship, I don't want to just receive the last one for information, just the first two.
Okay, so we received the regional report and the City of Thorold report on the Robinson Ferry. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and then the last one, recommendation for us to sign the resolution requesting mayors to sign the Great Lakes Mayor's Letter. There's an attached letter with lots of mayors on it, US and Canadian, with a resolution asking them not to bury nuclear waste near the Great Lakes.
I would move that you're signed.
Okay, moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Ratification of in-camera session. Mr. Mattson?
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report? Oh, look at that, it's mayor's announcements. Did you bump it to the end of the agenda? What's going on? How'd that get so far at the end? First off,
Good audience.
first off, I'd like to wish happy birthday to Councillor Campbell, August 23rd, to Councillor Crater, September 22nd, Councillor Thompson, September 24th. When was yours again?
August 15th.
August 15th. Did we cover that one in the last one? And you're August 6th? We missed.
The unknown council.
So in Councillor Strange and Councillor Karios, we've had like 5 birthdays in the last month and a half. So, pardon me?
No presents.
No presents, nothing. I'd like to thank Councillor Strange for representing the city at the CAA Niagara's first annual Distracted Driving Derby, as well as the Desiree's Angels first annual ride in Niagara and the Franco-Ontarian flag raising. Councillor Campbell for representing the city at the Share Peace Discover Niagara River opening ceremony. Councillor Morocco representing the city at the Great Wolf Welcome Center grand opening. I was part of the Wake Up campaign. Station 4 volunteers, excuse me, from the Chippewa Fire Department visited neighborhoods in a continued effort to reduce the number of fires in our community. There were voluntary home inspections to make sure they had smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, and we went house to house throughout Chippewa doing that, and it was well received. People were pretty good about it. The sad part is less than half actually have smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. The chief, you were there as well, Chief. Did you want to just expand on how inexpensive it is to protect your family and how sad it is so many people don't?
So actually, Mr. Mayor, I can give an update to council tonight on the stats because we're in from our 3 weeks of campaign with regards to the Wake Up campaign to Chippewa. We were able to visit 1,293 homes, and we were able to enter 49%, which was 638 houses. When we did this program in May, we had about a 36 compliance rate.
36%.
36% of the houses that we got into that were compliant. With the assistance of council and senior staff, we were able to do a great campaign with regards to PR, postcards and stuff like that. We installed 154 smoke alarms, 71 carbon monoxide alarms, 84 combination alarms. The compliance rate is what's shocking. We had 403 homes compliant, which is 63% of what we entered this September campaign. So I'm attributing this great success to fire safety in Chippewa, to the PR that we got. I know we have 2 excellent videos, one that we made and one that we got coverage on CHCH TV for our city, as well as the postcard that we sent out. The first night that I had the opportunity to attend with you, Mr. Mayor, we went down one street and literally the entire street was out waiting for us to come and check their smoke alarms. It was just unbelievable. So I'm hoping to do this. We've already started our project for next year. We're talking about Wake Up Willoughby, Wake Up Crowland. It creates a little bit more issues because you have to drive, half a kilometer for every house and then walk a quarter kilometer down each driveway. But we're going to come up with something, and that's where our next target will be.
That's great. Great initiative, and going door to door. And the sad part is, it's so inexpensive. For $20, you can protect your family. And why anyone wouldn't do that?
We do have those videos here. If you wanna...
I think we could. Okay. Also, TV Cogeco has now changed their name. They're now called Your TV. They didn't like my idea of Jimmy D TV. So, yeah. If you get a chance to watch the Cogeco, the little commercial they did, it's pretty funny. It was a big deal, but congratulations to Cogeco. And thank you to all our volunteers. We have them here every night volunteering and covering our council meetings. And I know it's riveting, but that's why we have to keep it cold here so they won't fall asleep at the cameras. So that's why it's so chilly, in case you're wondering. BV Glazing is a company recently established their commercial division in Niagara Falls at the former Red Path building. You remember we had discussions here about marijuana distribution center. Well, the nice thing is this company fabricates windows, entrances, wall panels, and skylights. They do complete in-house design and development process. They retrofit skyscrapers in New York, Toronto. The company is growing. They're up to 240 employees already. Real success story. Park opening updates. We did FJ Miller Park Playground on Valiant Street. That was the third of 10 parks. I was joined by Councillors Crater and Thompson. We had the Chippewa Lions Park tennis court opening, where Councillor Peter Angelo and I faced off on the courts. I was on crutches, but I still did my best to play. We were joined by Councillor Strange and Crater as well. And the next park will be Ontario Park, expected to be opened sometime in October. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier was a major restoration of 2 fields of honor, unveiling the new Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. There were hundreds in attendance to witness this. It was a large community effort with contributions from the federal government, the Legions, and the private sector partners. Special congratulations to Mark Richardson, employee here at the city, who put his heart and soul into this, and it's much more than just a job to him. He's done amazing things down at the cemetery along with all the other cemetery staff. It was attended by Councillor Strange, Peter Angelo, Thompson, Crater, and Morocco, as well, and Peter Angelo. The green burial section of the Fairview Cemetery also opened this weekend. It's called the Willows Rest, where we had our first green burial site, and it's the first green burial site in the region. There are 2 acres, 730 burial plots, where you're not going to be put into a big casket that's been treated. You can be put into a pine box. It can be wrapped in a cotton shroud, and they basically put your body with nothing much more than some lime into the ground. And this is a trend that it's less expensive and it's less harmful to the environment. So again, Mark Richardson for a great job on that this weekend. And I was joined by Councillor Crater at that this weekend as well. Code Niagara. A Niagara Falls former Mayor's Youth Advisory student, Yashvi Shah. She was a student and a graduate of McGill and U of T. She was motivated by an interesting statistic. She came back, she said, I remember at my graduation you said go get your life experiences, travel the world, do what you need to do, then come home. She said, well, I'm back. I did my undergrad and I did my master's, and I have a message for you. She said that 51% of all science, technology, engineering, and math jobs, they call that STEM jobs, 51% you will have to have coding. You'll have to be able to do computer programming. She said only 3% of Canadian students are learning coding. So 51% of the jobs are going to need it, only 3% are being trained in coding. So her group, Code Niagara, is holding a seminar this Saturday at St. Mike's High School Computer Lab from 9 until 4. The link is codeniagara.com. It's $20 for the entire day. That includes your lunch. We're encouraging people to sign and learn about coding. It's mostly for youth and teenagers. Events we've recently had, Terry Fox Run took place in Niagara Falls, and it was a great time. We had all the Toronto Maple Leafs in town, and Brad May was there with us. We were joined by Councillors Thompson, Peter Angelo, Strange, Iannone, and Crater. We had the 2017 Trillium Awards take place at the Ramada by the park in the city, and we were joined by Councillors Strange, Peter Angelo, and Crater. The Ayenmeyer reunion took place, and I was joined by Councillors Thompson and Campbell, celebrating all things purple. We had the memorial tree planting for Chester Morosky. I was joined by Councillors Crater and Strange as we planted a tree in memorial of Chester at Greendale School on Montrose Road. The Toronto Maple Leafs had their training camp here in Niagara Falls. We had more than 11,000 spectators over the weekend. Admission was free. Our community donated $12,500, which was given to the Niagara Children's Center for their therapy program. Senior management, including Mike Babcock, head coach Brendan Shanahan, president Lou Lamorello, and the team's GM were all here for the weekend. Media from top broadcasting companies, including TSN, Sportsnet, Toronto Sun, Toronto Star, Leafs TV, CHCH, and TV Cogeco, covered the events for the weekend. There was a huge volunteer effort with more than 120 volunteers. Community volunteers were spearheaded by John and Leslie Sharp. Thank you to city staff and the leadership of Rob McDonald at the Gale Center for all that they did to make the weekend a huge success. Fingers crossed that the Leafs bring the training camp back again next year. Coming up, we have the Niagara Falls Prayer Luncheon taking place Friday, September the 29th. That's this Friday. And instead of a prayer breakfast, it's a prayer luncheon. So it'll be 11:30 till 1 p.m. at Club Italia. Tickets are $20 or $12 for students. This year, it'll be featuring Harris III, an illusionist and storyteller. Also, an added feature of evening show this year will be 7 p.m. at the Lighthouse Church on Sodom Road. Tickets for both events are available at niagarafallsprayerluncheon.ca. And lastly, our next council meeting will be Tuesday, October the 24th. Wishing everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving. So that ends the mayor's announcements. I know, it's very riveting. Sure, I'll start over again, not a problem. You got it. Okay, let me just work my way back. Problem with these computers, when you leave them dormant for a while, they go back to the beginning. And you got to scroll back down, so we got to maybe look at that so that doesn't happen.
Change your settings.
Change my settings? Why don't you show me how to do that?
I'll ask my grandson.
Okay, yeah, or your son. Yes, we did talk about the Trillium Awards. I mentioned that. That was the second thing. I know that you were just riveted by my speech, but you missed that. And I mentioned Councillor Strange, Peter Angelo, and Crater at the Ramada. Should I just reread all of my notes again?
Motion for adjournment.
Okay. Hold on. Resolutions. Do we have any resolutions, Mr.?
The only resolution was the one that we were just spoke about with the Great Lakes, nuclear waste.
Okay.
I just lumped them together. We can go on to bylaws.
Okay, bylaws. Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Carroll, that we give the bylaws a first reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's passed.
Bylaws 2017-101 to 2017-121, read a first time.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio to give the bylaws a second and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. New business. Oh, I'm sorry, did you need to say that part?
Bylaws 2017-101 to 2017-121, read a second, third time, and passed.
Thank you for that. Councillor Crater? Councillor Crater, Iononi, Campbell, Strange.
Just a couple very short things. Had a couple emails, and they're all expressing the same thing. And basically, here's one of them that says, I live in the Beaver Valley subdivision. I know you've been discussing railway tracks and the concerns about them. I'm wondering if you can include the railway tracks in the must-fix wish brought to the CN Rail, and that's the Beaver Valley, the tracks out there. So if you've driven over them, I'm sure you have. They're in terrible shape too. So I said I would bring that forward. We're probably not getting anywhere with this, but I said I'd bring it forward. So. The other one was I do want to thank the city staff. I want to thank the bylaw department and the property standards. We've combined that into one-stop service out there, which I think is great. But, you know, I did not realize, since we had our last council meeting, I have probably myself, just as one councillor, probably called in or emailed to Gerald Spencer and sometimes to some of the other staff, some of the concerns that residents have with their with what they feel are bylaws or property standards are not being enforced by the city. And I've taken the time and said I'll send in the occurrence. But what crossed my mind is I probably have sent in since the last council meeting, at least 15 or more complaints. And the point I'm making is the volumes must be astronomical that are coming into that department. And I know I've talked to some of the staff and talked to Gerald. I want to say that the manager of Municipal Enforcement Services, Gerald Spencer, is really doing an excellent job. He's when you send an email out at 12 o'clock at night and you get a reply back, when you send an email out to our staff, a number of our staff, like Jeff, at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and you're getting a reply back, and we're not talking during the week, we're talking on the weekends. I am so impressed, because they don't have to. And you can tell when they respond to you, they've taken the time. But the only reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Mayor, is I didn't realize we have so many bylaws, but I don't think we even have the resources to enforce them. That's the problem I think we're running into. So I had just had a couple of really short questions through you to Mr. Todd. When we combine, Mr. Todd, when we combine the two positions of the property standards officer and the bylaw officer into one, and I think that's great, so it's one-stop service, do we change their classifications? And they didn't ask me this, I'm asking. Do they get does it affect their pay structure? Because they're providing two levels of services, and I'm assuming that you provide them with additional training for those who have only enforced one side of it, whether it's property standards or bylaws. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answers to all of those are yes. They will require additional training because now they're cross-purposing. And the one classification will gravitate up to the higher classification once all that training is received and they have all the proper qualifications. Mr. Spencer's just been on the job a few months, but we're working through that and having it so that only one individual now, where in the past, depending on what the complaint was, maybe two individuals would have to visit the site. Now we're in a position where one person can go out and handle the complaint, whether it's a property standards or whether it's a bylaw. So that transition's still going to take a while. I think we had said to council before that it could take, a year up to 2 years to have all of the individuals there fully trained and cross-trained, but we're certainly working towards it.
That's great. Congratulations on that. The last thing, Your Worship, I think I mentioned this to Councillor Strange. We were talking at something. I've had a number of emails and some phone calls, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but this is what they're asking me. They're saying that we see the councillors, and all of us, we attend different functions, and you just mentioned it. So they're asking, when you go to those functions, you claim mileage for all of those things. You get paid for all the travel that you do within the city because of what they saw happen at the regional level. So I was saying, no, we don't. You know, as city councilors, we're not compensated when we do any traveling. And so the only reason I said, a few of them kind of doubted, saying, well, you must. And I said, no, and it's part of the job, and we accept it, and we go because we enjoy doing it, and it's our way of supporting the community. So I just wanted to have it on record, that no, we don't turn in, none of, I don't think any of us do, no, we don't ask for it. But we're not paid for any of the committees we sit on.
The mayor does.
Well, the mayor's a full-time job. But any of the committees, people ask me, the committees that we sit on, we don't, and I'm not asking for it. But I just wanted as a matter of record, because there seems to be the impression out there after the articles in the paper that we're all being compensated for mileage, or if I go to Fort Erie, and I've gone out there sometimes when I'm asked from the community, if I'll come out to something you claim for, we don't. So I just wanted on record that none of us here claim for any of that. We just do it.
The only time that you would is if you go to conferences and things like that, then you would get mileage.
Then you would if you went out, yeah.
Right, but
we
anything
have a policy.
Right, anything within the city, and that's with myself too. Within the city, I have my allowance, vehicle allowance. Within the city, that's just a given. It's when you start to leave and you go, if you're driving to Toronto or you're driving to an airport or whatever the case is.
So without putting you on the spot, were you surprised there's no policy when it came to expenses down there?
Yeah, I was. I didn't realize how or who submitted what. I didn't know because we don't see each other's expenses, so I wasn't aware of it.
All right. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had told Ed Smith that I would bring up the issue of the letters that Owen Bjorn handed us when he left at the last council meeting. And I want to start by saying, when I use the word lobbying, lobbying wasn't meant to be an insult. You lobby for WeGo. You lobby we lobby for GO Train. You lobby for everything. I think that it's not a dirty word. So I didn't understand, and still don't, the reaction to no, I'm not lobbying. I honest to God, I really don't. When I read these, you're lobbying. Doesn't matter, it's all semantics. I think my problem with this whole thing, and disruptive or not, is that the political questions asked in this council chamber are not answered. I will say this. I don't believe anything they handed to us is private. None of it. It's all city business from the mayor to the province on behalf of this council. When you speak on behalf of this council. I don't think you'd have got any argument from any of us copying us on these letters. It's the fact that we don't know what's happening. It's the fact that when asked, it has to be done through freedom of information. It all comes down to, what am I asking? And what am I asking that is not in my realm of political ability? I copy everybody. I communicate with nobody other than an email. What questions have I asked that are not in my scope of being a counselor? My question to you, because I don't want to argue with you. I just want the information I ask for. I don't want emails telling me I'm asking for too much information. I don't want counselors telling me I'm not entitled to information. What am I asking that's not in the scope of my job?
I'm not sure. I mean, the one question you asked me last time was in regard to Councillor Morocco's trip to China.
Which I believe the buck stops with you. So I just want to put it, I didn't ask you to be argumentative. I asked you because I really believe our policy says I go through you or Ken Todd. That I would never email Festival of Lights and ask them. I wouldn't. I might email Councillor Campbell and ask him because he's the rep, but you're our rep too. So I wouldn't ask Festival of Lights. I'm just telling you now. I don't even see what would be wrong in answering the question.
Well, because I didn't coordinate it. Pardon me?
Well, see, I'm not going to get into that. I could bring you more information on stupid comments like that start arguments in this council chamber to show you the tape where the night before I emailed Ryerson, I was told to do so. I'm not going to have a debate with you. I'm not asking anything that's outside the realm of my job. I don't ask about your personal life. I don't ask about your home life. I ask about public policy. Please tell me where I'm wrong.
Well, this one, the part that I was a little frustrated because I put right in it, it's coordinated by the Festival of Lights, so meaning I had nothing to do with it. Ask them if you have questions. You're asking me who paid. I don't know. All I know is it's not us. So I don't know who paid. That's why I put in it, and you kept saying who's paying. Thinking I put right in the letter, ask the Festival of Lights.
But I think because I vote on a Festival of Lights budget, and if the Festival of Lights comes to us for anything they need extra, I believe it is wrong in my position to email them and ask them that question. If you were invited by the Festival of Lights, I think you're entitled to ask them, how is this working? When you email us and say, this counselor is going on my behalf, I don't care what counselor you said. I cannot even argue that Councillor Morocco would probably be, outside of Councillor Thompson, the best person to speak on tourism there. That's not my issue. My issue is, what is wrong with the question I asked? I believe the buck stops with you. I believe if the email comes with you, I should be able to ask you that question. What was wrong with that?
Well, again, at the sake of repeating
But your
myself,
office could have found out. I made it very clear that I thought it was improper for me to contact the Festival of Lights.
well, I wouldn't say that because they're a board of the city. We have a council rep there. We fund them. We give them hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So it would have been just
every year.
as easy for your office, not yourself, your office to provide those details to
I
you.
guess they could have made the calls, but we don't want to, it's got nothing to do with us, so we're thinking, it's their issue. Why would if you want to know where they're getting their lanterns in China from, I mean, why am I going to go do that?
Okay, so here is the broader problem. Mr. Smith comes to this council and he makes a presentation. Mr. Owen comes to this council and makes a presentation. They hand us documentation from you to the Premier that they had to FOI.
They never asked me for it, so they didn't have to FOI it. No one ever asked me about
Well,
it.
can
ever.
I tell you, they asked for the MOU that they didn't get. I asked for the
They did get the MOU.
They got the MOU from the Premier when Mr. Smith,
No, the MOU was released by GR Canada willingly and voluntarily. We asked, can I just finish, please?
Yes.
I asked them if they'd be willing to release it. They voluntarily released it, and it was, as we said, it was a non-binding, feel-good understanding agreement. That's all it was.
okay, I get that. That's what you say until you read a Globe and Mail article that says, you know what, we leveraged $22 million. We better be getting something out of this. And honestly, this MOU with your signature on as mayor is on behalf of every council member here. And we could get back into the debate about FedDev and how that all played out, and at some point we're going to. But I have emails from councilors here that reprimand me for asking a question or doing something on behalf of the entire member of council without our permission. And not only did we not give authority, vote, motion to sign an MOU, when you came back, you didn't even tell us about that. I can provide you with the emails where I asked for copies of this MOU as a councillor and didn't even get a response. I asked 3 times. Ed Smith gave it to me. If you wonder what my frustration is about being a councillor, that is my frustration. I didn't ask anything personal. So I don't want to fight with members of council. Some of us were longtime friends before all of this, but I will say, I am not going to stop asking questions.
No one's telling you to. No one's suggesting you shouldn't ask questions.
I can, and for argument's sake, provide you tonight dozens of emails that have gone unanswered in regards to things that have been discussed in this council chamber. I have no response. I have filed 3 FOIs this past week to get information that I'm not getting a response to. In each of the items that I've filed FOIs for, I have asked for staff, copied all of council so that nobody can say I'm operating outside of the realm that none of you know about. I copy you on everything I do so that nobody can say I'm out of line. I had to FOI for every one of those things. I'm a counselor. I'm asking public policy questions that are not private. So I apologize endlessly that you think I'm disruptive, but I am not going to stop asking those questions. I'm not. I don't believe I'm given the truth here. I asked those questions, and a lot of the FOIs I've applied for have shown I haven't been told the truth here. I don't have a problem laying that out to council, but it's an entirely different topic.
Counselor, you just made a statement. Could you back that up,
I
please?
can, and I will send it all to council.
Yeah, because I think you've been always given the truth here. That's not an accurate statement. It's not a fair
Okay.
statement.
Then I'm going to highlight to you. Because,
Please,
okay.
please do
So
that.
and here is copies, Mr. Todd, for all of council and I'm sorry, I didn't have time to copy before I came. Here is a letter to Andrea Horvath. And the letter is from the NPCA, is from Keeley and Associates. And I'm going to read you this letter. Our client, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, together with the regional government of Niagara and the municipality of the city of Niagara Falls, have mutual interest in creating broader public awareness on the innovative approach it has taken on biodiversity offsets in special areas of the peninsula. As part of our outreach program, we have advised that the executives and board members of the NPCA meet with members of all 3 political parties in Ontario to enlighten on this innovative approach. And I would say before your NPCA sent that, before Keeley and Associates, who was hired by the NPCA, and by the way, hired by us too, I asked a direct question in this council chamber in regards to what did we hire Keeley and Associates for? I was told we didn't, but we did. There are 7 checks that I've asked for information on.
Can we
yes,
give you an
but
answer
can I
to that?
finish?
Yes.
I have emailed in 3 times after that council meeting to ask for clarification. I've not had one response. I've copied all of you. Not one time has my question been answered. So here is Keeley and Associates emailing Andrea Horvath, speaking of a partnership between us, the Region Niagara, and the NPCA that I didn't know we were entered into. I know that none of us knew that this went because we've never voted to enter into that. When you look at, and I'm just drawing a line here, the fact that the city hired Keeley and Associates for a year between 2012 and 2013 and paid $57,000 for a report that council has never seen, I'll back it up as soon as I get my freedom of information. Because quite frankly, I emailed those questions. I shouldn't have to file FOIs.
Okay. Now, Mr. Todd, our CAO, is going to answer it, and I
Okay.
think he's answered this once before in this chamber, but he's going to answer
I
it.
believe I have, Mr. Mayor. And the fact is, Keeley and Associates were never hired by this municipality to deal with anything related to Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The checks you're referring to are checks that were provided through the city to Keeley and Associates to fight for the second casino unit, and all of the funds for those checks were flowed through the city by the Victoria BIA and the Clifton Hill BIA. And those checks, and we can provide that documentation. I didn't think I needed to back up what I'm standing in front of you saying, but we can provide factual documentation. The treasurer can have that if this council wants that. It has nothing to do with the NPCA. Mr. Keeley was working on our behalf for over a year, fighting to ensure that the second casino and the modernization of the casino were happening. And that was funded totally by the 2 BIAs that were most directly related to that project and having that casino maintained in the Clifton Hill district. And that's exactly how it happened, Mr. Mayor, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the NPCA and biodiversity offsetting. This municipality has never paid a nickel to Mr. Keeley for that.
That would have been a simple email.
He told us in
I already
council.
explained that once before, Counselor.
No. It is, excuse me, his first answer was, no, we didn't watch the tape. I keep everything. No, we didn't hire Keeley and Associates. I pointed out that on the lobby registry, yes, we did. And then he said, well, we hired them, but we didn't pay any money out. The BIA paid the money. It reimbursed us. And I said, no, there's 7 checks there. It shows the city paid them. We have no, FOI'd. I have no problem bringing the information back here. So here's.
But Counselor, that's misleading.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Can
The
I-
BIA hired him. It was a flow through. We were a flow through.
So I've asked 3 times.
But he said that in open chambers. He said, Counsel, am I wrong? He said that.
But he's, okay, fine, I'll wait for the FOI to come back. Can I finish with this?
Yes.
So the rest of this, it says, Biodiversities are not a new trend in Ontario, but innovation in how they are created and put into place have become a hallmark of the NPCA. We would like to present our most recent project located in Niagara Falls to seek and provide greater awareness. There is much media that has been generated by the project, and decisions that need to take place should be done with the full awareness of stakeholders in the province. I would also say the stakeholders around this table, but most specifically elected official at Queen's Park. I'd say elected official sitting here. It is sent by an associate at Keeley and Associates. That's absolutely contrary to what we were told here, that the city has never engaged with Keeley and Associates in a partnership with NPCA. So this document is wrong. I'm just asking.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
that
please.
document doesn't say that.
I just read it to you.
It doesn't say anywhere that we were involved in any of that process, which we were not. We were not involved in that process. Keeley and Associates were hired by the MPCA. There was a delegation of MPCA board members that went to Toronto to lobby on their behalf. The city of Niagara Falls was not involved. Mr. Hurlovich had actually sent a letter based on this council's last position, in fact, that we had no interest in participating in biodiversity offsetting. And a copy of that letter was sent by Mr. Hurlovich to, I can't remember where that letter went, whether it was the MPCA, but it was certainly clear that we were not participating in any, and that was the last motion that this council had. In no way has this municipality participated in any dealings with Mr. Keeley on the MPCA file.
So this document to Andrea Horvath that says the NPCA together with the regional government in Niagara and the municipality of the city of Niagara Falls, all of us working together, this is wrong. So I will email him and ask why they sent that to Andrea Horvath. The second document I gave to you, again, Mr. Smith had to FOI to get this, and he said, please tell you that he provided me this, is a document in regard to biodiversity. It's only copied to you, you and Dave Barrett, and it talks about biodiversity offset. I would like to say that there's no crossover here, but you are our mayor. It is Thundering Waters in our property. They are saying council is not informed. I don't know any of us who knew this document was out there. I didn't know. And it says that local pilot project partners are Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, Region of Niagara, and City of Niagara Falls, and other local municipalities that wish to participate. The focus pilot project on 4 areas. The first one is Thundering Waters in the City of Niagara Falls. It went to you. It did not come to this council. Council was not informed. This was from Mr. D'Angelo to you and Dave Barrett. We didn't, but
Yep.
we have not engaged in being any pilot project for the NPCA, nor has anybody in this council agreed to it. So when you're asked in black and white from Carm D'Angelo to you is contrary.
Did I say yes, I want to be a part of it?
Would you
No, but I
provide
didn't.
us that, would you provide us this response?
You just said I was CC'd from an email from Carmen D'Angelo.
It is to the same, just so you're clear, it's to the same person from Keeley and Associates copied to you.
Okay, so he CC'd me on an email. What does that mean? What does that mean? Mr. CEO, will you please explain?
Can I just finish my presentation? I'll sit down then and be quiet.
Okay.
I was, today in the legislature, Cindy Forrester and Jim Bradley also tabled the problems at the NPCA. I've never seen 2 MPPs talk so strongly about a provincial entity. And it talks about the bullying, the harassing. If you disagree, if you ask questions, you become a target. Mr. Bradley highlighted Dave Augustine, they highlighted Cindy Forrester, the 2 of them highlight. There is no separation when you're our mayor and you're sitting on the NPCA. Because I would think at the end of the day, your responsibility is here. Maybe I'm wrong. I understand fiduciary responsibility, but the fiduciary responsibility on the NPCA is kind of contrary to your fiduciary responsibility here. I got an email saying that today at the region, your clerk left, your deputy clerk left, and the head of FOI was fired today. I don't know if that's true or not. they're explaining that it has to do with the NPCA. I think this council has been.
Who's explaining it had to do with the NPCA?
The announcement says that it has to do with questions in regards to, that were asked about the NPCA.
Okay,
I think
because that wasn't in our announcement that went out.
It's in the press
It
release.
didn't say why they went.
And you can
Okay.
feel free to look. So I guess my point here is, there is nothing we should have to find out from FOI. If there are more communications in regards to Thundering Waters, and I do believe we've been committed to GR Canada. When you came back, you explained on how that you had to go to China, and we supported you. I supported you going. That when you went to there, it is different in that country. How they look at government officials is different. How the power they believe you have is different. It is totally different than it is here. So if you're going to sign an MOU there, I think you should have come back and told your council. I think when you read in the Globe and Mail that they are now saying, look, I need either this has to see its way through, or somebody's got to pay us back, it gives me concern. When I read an MOU that you signed on behalf of this council, it says that we will create favorable conditions and supportable policies for investment by us or its related parties in the territory of Party B, which is GR Canada, which is what your letters show that you were doing. All parties shall promote and increase the cooperation through the following. And it has looking at organizing investment promotions, activities, supporting the organization of various briefings and seminars and investments, opportunities on investment, immigration law, regulation and policies, conducting information exchanges on other issues of mutual concerns and investments. And that is what the Thundering Waters protesters, as they were told today, have an issue with. Nobody knew until they came to this council chamber. Nobody knew biodiversity was an issue. This email copy to you was 8 months before it even came to this council chamber. And all I'm saying is this could have all been diverted if you had kept all of us in the loop. And we are not in the loop.
Okay, you keep saying we, but I'm going to ask the CAO if you'd first do the one part and I'll do the other.
Well, where to start, Mr. Mayor? I think I'll start with the FOIs in the Keeley issue. And under FOI, we don't even have this letter. So you're not FOIing us for this because this isn't our source document. This is Mr. Keeley's, the NPCA. So Mr. Smith, in terms of coming to us, the place he should be going after this is the NPCA. So to say that we're not being cooperative and giving documentations, these aren't even our documents. That's not our document.
That's not what I thought.
But the email is a copy of the email that the mayor may have because he's a member of the NPCA board. That's not our document. It's not our document. It doesn't originate with us. He's a member of the board. He gets documents all the time from the board. They are not City of Niagara Falls documents. So us not producing them, we wouldn't even have this document. So I don't know why you're indicating to us that we're being difficult in releasing information that absolutely has nothing to do with us. That issue had nothing to do with us. We were no part of it, had nothing to do with us. Let me talk a little bit, Mr. Mayor, about the MOU. I would, I guess, in a way disagree with what the councilor's saying because you, in a way, have given the authority for the mayor. And under the Municipal Act, the mayor has certain authority. And one of those is to advance the economic development and social well-being of the municipality. This council, at the beginning of the term, approved a strategic priorities. One of the strategic priorities in that document talked about foreign investment and attracting new investment into our community. So, at the time we went to China, the property was already owned by GR Canada. They already owned it. They were a property owner in this community. And we were asked at the time, because at the same time the Premier and her whole entourage of probably half a dozen ministers were traveling to China to attract foreign investment to Canada. We were asked if we would like to be part of that, and we did. We went to China on a mission to help GR Canada and other investors from China to bring further investment to Canada. You just read out that MOU. Nowhere in that MOU did it talk about a development, about planning, about land use. It didn't, and you're confusing the issue, Councillor. You indicated that we had signed off that had something to do with biodiversity offsetting. If you check the record, the biodiversity offsetting argument didn't even hit anybody's table until after we returned from China. That document does not speak about you're confusing the issue. You spoke and said it talks about biodiversity offsetting. It doesn't. It talks about investment, helping them attract investors, doing seminars, doing anything we can help the Chinese investors to help further investment in this community. That's strictly what that document says. It was non-binding, so I would argue with you to say that we were there advancing one of your strategic priorities that you approved at the beginning of this term to advance foreign investment in this community. That document was signed by the mayor at that time. That document was collected up by the provincial representatives, including the premier's staff at that meeting. And to be quite honest with you, Councillor, we didn't have a signed copy of that document because we never got one back from the province. So when you say we were being, not releasing it, we didn't have it. The mayor is quite right. He asked GR Canada if they would release the document because he felt that should be released. And GR Canada is the one that released that document on the request of the mayor because they had a copy of it. So I don't know what you think we're trying to hide here, Councillor. Our investment trip to China had nothing to do with advancing the development because at the time, remember at the time, they already owned the property. And I can tell you, we have gone to New Jersey on behalf of SciTech. We have gone to, I think where else we've gone? We've gone to different communities. We've gone to Toronto many times to fight on behalf of property owners in this community. And I'm not going to apologize for that. We would do that any day of the week. Mr. Felicetti and I do that every day of the week. We meet with all kinds of property owners in this community to advance their business. That's exactly what we were doing here. But that discussion never ever talked about planning, zoning, biodiversity offsetting. None of that was even part of the equation. It was strictly there. And I saw a picture. I was quite upset because everybody was looking at this picture like we were sitting there making some kind of deal. If you look in behind that picture, that whole room was filled with potential investors to this development. That's all it was. People sitting there listening to the presentation saying, we've got an opportunity for you to help invest in this community. We weren't talking about zoning, biodiversity offsetting, any planning issues. It was just to have our presence there, along with the Premier, Minister Duguid, Minister Chan, trying to attract investment into Ontario. And that's strictly what the purpose of that trip was.
Yes, Councillor.
And I think through you to Mr. Todd, and I think what complicates the whole issue is that the developers paid for your trip. And it is no secret that they've stood here and they believe it's pay for play. That is what they are stating. So
who's they?
I'm sorry, what do you call it? The opposition? The opponents to the Thundering Waters development.
And they're saying it's pay for play?
Yeah. It's all over. I mean, you criticize Facebook, but it's all over Facebook.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe it's all over your group.
No,
but it's not all over
they're not
Facebook.
my group. They email me questions, I ask them. So when you talk about an MOU, I can pull 24 articles from the time you came back to China within the first few months where you talk about, including in the Globe and Mail, it was half a page, where you talk about the Thundering Waters application coming to the city. It's a $1.5 billion investment, whatever. I probably have the financial numbers wrong. But you talk about it, but nowhere in every single newspaper article that you're quoted in do you say you signed an MOU.
It was inconsequential. It wasn't a big
But
deal.
It is a big
happen,
deal.
Councillor. They happen all the time. If in letters advocating letters for support, they happen all the time. It's not a big deal. It's a non-binding agreement, well within my right to sign. So there's so many things. You wouldn't have the time for me to tell you all the things I do.
But then,
it's not important.
I don't.
It wasn't.
Care
It was
about,
symbolic.
I don't care about all the things you do. I want to highlight that the three things that have become an issue here, all of them are related to your out-of-country trips. I have a problem when I say who paid for your trip to Romania and you say I'm not telling you. People say, that is a public, the developers paid for your trip. If they want to do business with a city, you do it publicly. You want to do private business where you don't have to tell people what you do, then you go and do private business. But none of those answers should be coming to a member of council that asks you. It just appears that easy answers that can be given look like you're hiding something. It's not a conspiracy, it's 3 issues. All of them involve paid trips out of this country.
Well, Council, we have a policy on
No,
how
we
to
do
deal with
now.
that.
We do now, but we didn't on the time of the trips.
Well, the China trip, did you support how we went there, knowing the developers were paying for it?
I did.
Yes, you did.
I
You
did.
did. So
Not-
don't point the finger at me because there's 3 pointing back.
You can point back. I don't have a problem saying.
No,
I-
your fingers are pointing back at you when you point at me. That's what I mean by that.
I expect if I'm going to support you to go and represent council, I expect you to come back and tell council what happened.
We did.
No, you didn't.
What did we tell you?
This is inconsequential.
What
It's
didn't we
not.
tell you? Yes, it is.
Okay.
It
Well,
shows
then
it
you
shows
and
a lack of understanding of what we're doing. Number one, and
Then
number
you
two.
and I agree to disagree on that. But I'm
Okay.
going to say, I have no issue with anybody on this council. I have an issue with the fact that my questions don't get answered. So I'll file FOI. I'll have the discussion back again.
Counselor,
here.
your last questions were answered, and you asked them again
No.
about Keeley. Yes, they were.
Well,
Everyone
okay.
in the room but you understands that.
Oh, no, I
Are we-
understand it, I don't believe it. So there's
Watch the
the
tapes,
difference.
because you've got all the tapes. Watch
There's
them
the
again.
difference. The difference is I don't believe it.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And I don't believe you either, so
Okay.
you're right. We
Well,
agree to disagree.
I can hand mine in black and
I
white.
know you can. I know you. So now it's been yes, please.
By the councillor saying that, Mr. Mayor, she's literally standing here and calling me a liar.
No.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly
Councillor,
right.
you're calling me a liar. You said you don't believe what I stood up now, said twice in council, and you're calling me a liar.
Everyone else on this board.
I told you the truth. I don't believe
It
you.
is not the truth, councillor.
I don't believe you,
So
Mr.
you're
Todd.
calling-
I'm sorry
You're calling me a
that,
liar.
I'm just asking you to
Thank you,
prove it.
councillor.
Just asking you to prove it, Mr. Todd. There shouldn't be an issue on that.
Okay. Also, council, if I could just get some clarity on this, please. It's been suggested that I, as the mayor, don't have the authority to write letters, sign MOUs, advocate for companies, business development, the rights of taxpayers in Niagara Falls. It's in the Municipal Act that it is one of my rights, and I'm looking for council to give some direction to me on what you believe I should be doing here at the city. Because Councilor Ioannoni doesn't believe I have that right. I haven't been given that direction by you, although it's in the Municipal Act. I'd like some clarification from council on what you believe. I've got Councilor Pietrangelo, Thompson, and Morocco.
Your Worship, I don't really know that you need clarification, but if you need some of us.
I think we do.
Well, I don't really know that you do, though. I mean, it's well within your rights as the mayor to write letters for anything that you want. Whether or not I agree with your position would be a different story. But the fact of the matter is that you have every right to express your opinion. Just like I have my right to express my opinion. When people email me, I am allowed to email them back. And no, I do not copy everyone else, and I don't believe that everyone in this room does. So if one person thinks that your opinion needs to pass through council before you're allowed to give your opinion, then all of our opinions, for that fact, would have to pass through council. That would make it a very long day.
Thank you. Councilor Thompson.
Well, I hate to say this, but when I was there in your chair, I doubt very much whether a week went by when some group, some opportunity came into my office and said, we're trying to do a specific thing, and this has to be completely confidential. If it gets out anywhere, then the whole thing is lost. So, do we have your confidence? And I tell you, I lived with that constantly, with trying to keep things confidential. That's your responsibility when somebody asks you, and if you don't do that, then we have a problem expanding this community creating jobs, and you have to do a lot of things. I've been there, and it's not easy. Sometimes it's very difficult to do, and I can understand why you're in the situation you are, because you're trying to do the job that you're responsible for. And anything you can do, and anything I could do to get some jobs, to create new business, whatever, you have to do. And that's how you have success. And I think you have to certainly make the council aware when you can, what information is appropriate, but you're put on the spot so many times where you have to have the confidentiality of the people that you either have the confidence, or we're out of here and we're not, or if it gets out, you're in trouble.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
anyway.
Councilor Morocco?
I hope that we wouldn't have to do this micromanaging. I think that in any corporation or office, development, business, you actually want your staff and your leaders to lead. And, and sometimes you have to do things without the whole staff knowing. And I'm not going to sit here at this table as an elected official to cast my doubt on an elected official who is appointed the head of this council to do what he's supposed to be doing, and it's under the Municipal Act. So I have to say that I look at other mayors and other cities, and I have to tell you, I don't think we do enough. I don't think that you're out there traveling enough, to tell you the truth. I'm not being negative, but I just don't think, when I see the other cities and how they're growing and developing, it's because the mayors are very aggressive and they're going after business. And I have to tell you, when I talk to their fellow councilors, most of them don't even know. They have no clue that they were off to different countries, and then the business that come back are discussed in the in camera because it's confidential, because other cities and destinations are fighting for a piece of the pie. And I think that, you know what, I don't need to know everything you do, every business that you are negotiating with. All as I hope to see at the end of the day is, like everyone I would hope around this table, is that we're bringing more jobs, growth and opportunity to our city. So I'm not here to micromanage, and I don't expect to see every one of your emails and every one of your meetings. And I have to honestly tell you, I think I have enough number of meetings that I've actually even brought people to you. And I don't think that I need to tell everybody. I just hope that there's something that transpires from it for our city. So when the time comes that I have to actually see, or you have to come to us and have approval, I think that's pretty frickin' petty, and I don't know that I want to be a part of it.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell?
Your worship, at some point, you do have to come to us. You do have to come to us as a council. And if I remember correctly, 5 beats 4. We will have the opportunity to support you or not support you based on the information that comes before us. But until you come to us, you're doing the job that you were elected to do by the people of this community. And I think that you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you, Councillor. As you know, I'm one vote, and actually I'm not even a vote unless it's a tie. So no decisions are made without this council. This council, right here in this horseshoe, all the decisions are made. I don't make the decisions. Councillor Crater?
Thank you, Worship. First, I come from a sort of a different point of view. I know when I was in Toronto as an MPP, they had this person called the Integrity Commissioner of Ontario, who were the watchdogs of MPPs. And I know that I could have traveled everywhere. I mean, I was constantly asked on trips, because I was a parliamentary assistant for the Minister of Tourism. And maybe this would be helpful to you, but I was also informed, before you consider going anywhere, you go in and you see the Integrity Commissioner, and you explain what it is that you've been asked and where you're going. And I remember when I was sitting with Lynn Morrison, and I said, but it's free, so there's no cost to taxpayers. She said, that's irrelevant, Kim. So here's what I need to know. I need to know clearly what's the benefit to it, what's the purpose of the trip. And she had a whole list of questions. And the reason for it, she said, Kim, when I give you in writing, yet it is okay to go, then if anybody criticizes you, and there's always people looking for ways, so you're going through it, goes for a way to you can bring out the report from the Integrity Commissioner, and you've got her approval, or the former Integrity, you've got his approval. And that's the way the system worked up there for me. The difficulty you run into is with some of these countries. Some of them perceive when you go, for instance, and I have close friends who are from China. I think you've met a couple of them, and some are very successful businessmen. So what they say to me is that the perception in some of the countries is when a mayor comes, like a mayor can do anything. In their country, the mayor can do whatever they want, can change rules, make new rules. And so some countries perceive that when a mayor comes, you can do it. So I'm just sharing that. The other thing is, I mean, I understand where Carolyn's from. When I was there, you know how many times I got called in the Premier's office? What do you mean, Kim? We're closing the Fort Erie racetrack and you're supposed to support it. What do you mean, Kim? We're going to close the second casino. What are you doing out in the public domain saying, no, you're not going to close it? Too many jobs at risk. I mean, I was in that office all the time. They're calling me in. I could have just toed the line and said, you're the Premier of Ontario, Mr. McGuinty, and whatever you say, I'm going to support. Well, it's just not the way. It's not the way I was built, and I think that's the way Carolyn's built. I'm not saying she's always right, but you have to accept the fact that there's always going to be some people who feel a little bit differently. So I can give you a list of items. Healthcare. How many times did Deb Matthews bring me in? Kim, you can't say there's nothing wrong there. There's healthcare is terrible in the Niagara region. I've got reports from the NHS. I've got all these stats that show everything is wonderful down here. And I remember them saying to me, either you stop expressing your views, you say what we tell you to say, we'll give you what you're supposed to say, we'll tell you who you're going to talk to, we're going to tell you when you're going to talk to, or else. I mean, and that's the other side of the world. And I'm not being critical of the party, I was with them for 10 years, so I know. But I'm just sharing with you, because there are people out in the community, and I think Carolyn, maybe even I do sometimes, we just express what we kind of hear out there. Maybe it's not what you want to hear, and there's people that are ticked off at me and they'll express what they hear, and I understand that. So I'm just kind of sharing with you. But you are the mayor. That's the reality. People voted for you, and there has to be some, you're the guy in charge. We're not here every day. We can't be watching everything you do. The other thing is that there has to be, and it's not an easy thing to do, Mr. Mayor, but there has to not be perceived to be a transparency. The last thing I'll tell you, and I wasn't going to say this, I didn't even plan it, but about a month ago, I was asked by some people to meet with some people from China. So I did. They came to the house, 6 of them, and they're sitting talking to me. And you know what they're talking about? They started talking about Thundering Waters, and I said, they said, well, we're the investors. We've put money into this thing. We thought, and we were led to believe that this is going, and he said, some of the people said, go see Kim, because we want to know why hasn't it happened yet. We're thinking that we put money into this, and we're not going anywhere, and it's been about whatever. So they have, and I said, well, why would you think that? He said, well, because you had the Premier of Ontario over here. We saw significant people from Niagara Falls here, so we thought everything was just going to go through. And some of our friends said, go see Kim, maybe he can explain to you. So I told him, I said, I gave a bit of history, it's protected land, and that's what's being looked at. So I'm just sharing with you, those things float out there. But you're the mayor, and I respect that. So you have a job to do, and you're here, as Mr. Thompson said, Wayne said, he's here, he's held the position. Just like when I was a member of Parliament, I held the position, and people got mad at me lots of times. It wasn't always, thanks a lot. It was a lot, how could you do that? Why would you do that? So those are kind of the issues. So I guess I'm just saying, when you're the leader, that's the difficulty you run into, is you have to be the most transparent person of anyone, because you're on the front line all the time, every minute of the day, no matter where you go, who you see, or what you do. That's a challenge you face in your position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other challenge, though, is every member of this council, yourself included, you voted in favor of me going to China, knowing that the developer was paying for the trip. So you said, go do it. You said, go do it. And then now after the fact, you're going, well, people out there are saying, I mean, you know, like, come on. I hope you say, listen, I told them to go do it. I supported them and I voted in favor of it. Further to that, you talked about Queen's Park ministers. Well, the ministers were all there in Toronto or in China. They were also there in the trip with the premier. So obviously they believe it's a good idea, as are mayors from all over the world. Miranda, if you aren't there, you're missing the boat. And if you aren't seeking investment, you aren't getting investment, because they're not knocking at our door. We got to go out and get them and drag them through the door. And I tell you, I'd much rather be criticized for doing than not doing any day of the week. So I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, it's hard sometimes. I always have a target on your back, and there's always someone looking to take a cheap shot. And that's fine. That comes with the territory. But let's be clear, all of us on this council, yourself included, you said, yes, Jim, go to China and do it knowing that they were paying for the trip, right? So let's be clear about that, because I don't like the feeling of, Jim, you know, you're getting criticized for what you did. I did what this council voted for me to do, right? We can't be Monday morning quarterbacks. Okay, we got Councillor Campbell. Okay, we got Councillor Pietrangelo. Yeah, you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I thought Councillor Campbell was up before me.
Yeah, he
Your
did,
Worship.
but he changed his mind.
Your Worship, I just want to say that I don't even really believe that this conversation should be happening. I think, you know, you have someone on council who is trying to say that you shouldn't be entitled to your opinion. I actually find that offensive, because everyone around this table has no hesitation in voicing their own opinion when they want. I think it comes down to what the authority of the mayor is, and maybe we need to show that we actually respect the office of the mayor. Whether it's you or whether it's someone else, whether I agree with you or whether I disagree with you. I mean, at some point in time, like Councillor Campbell said, the issue is going to come forward to this council, and that's when I get my opportunity to vote on it. If you need a motion that council reinforce their support for the authority of the mayor to be out there advocating on our behalf, on our community's behalf, and for our strategic priorities, I have no problems making that motion, Your Worship. I think it's important.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Everyone heard the motion? Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed?
Just want to be informed.
Okay. I think that's opposed. Okay, I've got Councillor Campbell, and then Strange, and then Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. We can leave? Okay.
I would like to present a petition to the province of Ontario in the form of a request. And it starts off, and I have given the deputy clerk a copy of this so that he does have it available. Whereas individuals who are in need of mental health quickly discover that the current system is failing them, and whereas it is clear that the mental health care needs and addiction needs of individuals struggling in our community are inadequate, and whereas too many people are falling through the cracks, and whereas the responsibility at the provincial level dealing with mental health is spread among 11 different ministries. And whereas if the present system continues to provide services in the future as it provides today, we will lose more young people to increased use of abusive drugs and the possibility of an increase in suicide. If you do what you've always done, you'll get what you always got. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Niagara Falls petition the provincial government to create a new Ministry of Health, Mental Health, to better coordinate the efforts of the mental health delivery in Ontario. And that we send a copy of this request to all communities asking for their support to encourage the creation of a mental health ministry, as they have already done in the province of British Columbia.
Well said. Thank you for that. And seconded by Councillor Morocco. Councillor Crater.
Just quickly, congratulations. Just to share with you, and I'm trying to be helpful, a petition going into Parliament, there's specific wording you have to use at the very beginning. And so we can just, everything you've got in there is right, you have to have the specific wording. I'm trying to give you a little bit of advice.
I think maybe you might want to discuss that with the clerk.
I will, and I'll.
Because this,
Okay.
okay?
All right.
Please.
Yeah, I will. No, it's just the introduction. The other thing is, and this is, I know how the system works up there, and if you just send it up, which is what we wanted, I think what you need to do is we need to revamp the petition, just the beginning of it, leave everything you've got it, and then we all sign it. And then it can be introduced into Parliament. If you do it with that wording, we can get Jim Bradley, we can get a member to actually stand up in Parliament, introduce it, and say it's from, the city of Niagara Falls, but it has all our signatures on it. And that would have more of an impact, because, I don't want to tell you this, but you send it up there, it just gets referred to one of the staff, and they just send a form letter back, thank you very much. This government is doing wonderful things in the areas of mental health. We spend X number of dollars, and that's what you get. We want to get a little more active with it, and so I like what you're doing. So I'm just trying to be helpful, only because I've been there. I will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, got that, good advice, thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Strange and Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. A couple of meetings ago, there was a report that came back about bingos in the city. We didn't vote on that, did we?
No.
About his motion?
Did we vote on the motion?
I don't think we did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think we, you seconded, okay, let's call that vote, I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's all right.
All those in favor? Favor, okay, that's unanimous, okay. Okay, sorry, yours, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, again, a couple meetings ago, we got back a report about bingos in the city. The only reason I bring this up is just because I've been asked by my friends and people, different organizations, boxing clubs, gymnastics clubs. They've been on different charities or nonprofit organizations, been on waiting lists for a number of years. So I know we received a report, and I don't know whether this would be addressed to Ken Todd or City Clerk. But I understand that some of them were found not to be in compliance with the OLG rules and regulations. And I just want to know, the ones that haven't been compliant, how long have they not been compliant for, if you would have that on record, or?
Through the mayor, to the councillor, if the clerk's office has found that a group is not compliant, we try and work with that group to get them into compliance. We have recently had a turnover of staff there. We've had our previous staff person and now the current one sending out to all of our groups looking for redoing eligibility reviews with those groups. We have had some groups leave based on us finding that they're no longer eligible. We do have some other groups out there right now that we're asking them or informing them that in our current assessment we're finding them ineligible, but here's what you have to do to provide us with what's necessary to become eligible.
Have some been just terminated just because they haven't just?
Some have, yes.
Okay.
Yes, so I don't really have a timeline as to how long they've been ineligible. If we find a group that's not eligible, we try and deal with it right away, and then unfortunately would no longer issue any new licenses, whether it be for bingos or if they come in for lotteries, those types of things. So it's an ongoing process. As of that council report that you saw earlier this year, we're trying to up our investigations, so to speak, with some of the groups and making sure that we are in compliance and that those groups are in compliance.
Okay, thank you. I just wondering, so if one does not compliant, or one is compliant, but they have to, do they get till the end of the year to be compliant, or do you stop, put a hold on it until they are compliant?
There is no set rules as to how much time they have. We are trying to be diligent. I know recently our most recent reviews that we've done, we've asked for compliance by the end of September. We'll wait. A lot of the times they are being dealt with on an individual basis because every group that comes to us has different needs, has different eligibility requirements. a school group, for example, would be eligible based on different criteria as per a service club, so to speak. So there isn't a set formula or a set timeline, but we're trying to make sure that all of our groups are in compliance, and we're putting them on notice that if they're not, they may not be receiving future licenses from the city.
Okay, thank you. Just the last one, is there like a preference, is there given to groups whose bingo earnings are held, used to support Niagara Falls charities rather than going kind of out of town? Is there any kind of criteria for that?
Yes, through the mayor again, any user groups that are from Niagara Falls are automatically bumped over any user groups that wouldn't be based out of Niagara Falls.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to put forth a motion, a request a full report.
Excuse me, just to that point.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Quite often, say like the Cancer Society, it's a regional Canadian Cancer Society that encompasses all the regions. So what happens if you're like the Regional Alzheimer's Society or Canadian Mental Health, which is regional? Are all of those things that are governed by one body that might not be situated in Niagara Falls but serves Niagara Falls? Do they get the equal priority as to an office that is sitting, say, in Niagara Falls proper? Do you understand the point I'm making? Because I did get emails from some of them that said, hey, look, while our office is not there, we serve, we'll use the Alzheimer's, the dementia that Mr. Nicholson spoke about. We serve you, but we sit, our physical building is in St. Catharines, or our physical building is in Grimsby. So do they get the same priority as long as they're serving the community?
Well, through the mayor, through the councillor, that's why I did state that each group that does come in for a request for a license, they are treated on an individual basis. Because in every case, it is a case-by-case basis. There are different circumstances that we weigh, and we do take into consideration groups that may not be based out of Niagara Falls, but there's a benefit to Niagara Falls residents. That's why they're considered, and that's why they're either currently licensed or on a waiting list. So yes, we do recognize that Niagara Falls residents do benefit greatly by different services throughout the community. But again, there's no clear answer as to how they're handled. They're all treated on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, my main concern is, there's a lot of nonprofits and charitable foundations and boxing clubs and gymnastics clubs that are waiting. They've been waiting for a long, long time waiting on this list, and now that we see that some aren't compliant, hopefully they'll get bumped up towards that status. But I'd like to put forth a motion, a request a full report back with a breakdown of the bingo licenses and revenues, to identify compliance of all of the groups along with quarterly reports, to identify any irregularities in the operation of this program, include copies of disbursements from the operators that have shown not to be in compliance, highlight organizations where money is being distributed in our municipalities, highlight organizations where money is being distributed in other municipalities and not in Niagara Falls. And finally, I would recommend that the report be a part of a larger annual report of all bingos and lotteries in the city. I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And Councillor Thompson.
Want to make a motion past 11
Nope.
o'clock?
Nope.
Anyway, I'll make this very quick.
Thank you.
I wanted to, and I've done this before, Gerald Spencer in the bylaw enforcement, doing a great job. Talk to him almost every day and responds immediately. But I'm hoping we're going to get a report back. I don't think they have sufficient manpower to really do the job, especially if they're going to do the bylaws the way they should be done. So hopefully that'll come back, but
Yeah, that's already on the list, right? We made that motion last time, right?
Yes, yeah, okay. The other thing is, the railroad CP Rail looks like they're starting to do some work.
CN.
Or sorry, is it CN?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. CP is gone.
Yeah.
On Stanley Avenue.
Yeah.
They got it all marked out, and that's a bad one. You gotta have your seatbelt on there, or you throw out the window. I brought this up before, and this was supposed to be part of the discussion at the public meeting, at the meeting we had regarding Airbnbs or cottage rentals. This is the accessory dwellings. Didn't get a chance to really get into that. And I got two emails today from people saying this situation is out of hand. Would you please make sure you get a resolution at council to make sure that this is brought up and debated and we deal with it, because it is a very serious problem. So I would make that motion.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, the ancillary building piece, right, be dealt with?
I think what it's referring to is that when we do the vacation rentals, we're going to be looking at the second dwelling units at the same time.
Right.
And that's the way we're proceeding.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Motion for adjournment, Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Made it, just in time.